Chapter 869. With the approval of the military, he could openly look for her when he was on a mission. He could once again hold her hand and fight side by side with her. He had to let her take a breather first and figure out how dangerous the decapitation operation was. Then, he could judge whether she could handle the danger. Listening to her clear voice and smelling her scent in the air, Xia Jinyuan gradually felt tired. He couldn't even open his eyes now. Xia Jinyuan didn't speak again. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Major Xia coaxed himself to sleep. Xia Jinyuan fell into a deep sleep with his back against the headboard, his head upright, and his hands crossed in front of his lower abdomen. Yi Qian couldn't let him sleep like this. She lifted the blanket and gently knelt on the bed. She hugged his shoulders with both hands and held her breath. Little by little, she laid him down on his side. Yang Heng had reserved a double room for Xia Jinyuan, who was 186 meters tall on the 188 meters wide bed. The space instantly became much smaller. His feet were still outside, so he had no choice but to lie on his side. The bed was only so wide. The blanket gently covered him. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, quietly looked at the young major who was sleeping. He couldn't sleep well, and his expression was still as sharp as a sword. Yi Qian sighed softly in the room. The decapitation operation was the most dangerous operation. No wonder he felt tired. Look, he was so tired that he was frowning even when he was sleeping. Sleep well. Since you're back in China. Sleep well. Yi Qian reached out and stroked his eyebrows. She focused on him until she smoothed his eyebrows. Then, she gently got up from the bed. She had to rush to the airport to get his military uniform. When she left that day, the uniform was still wet. It had been left in the airport's utility room for more than half a month. She didn't know if it had gotten moldy. The sooner she got it back, the sooner she could wash it and iron it. When he woke up, he could wear it. Yi Jian got up and changed her clothes. When she was about to go out after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she saw Xia Jinyuan, who was frowning in his sleep, moving his body uncomfortably. From his expression, she could tell that he was in a deep sleep and had no intention of waking up. She guessed that he wanted to sleep in a more comfortable position. Looking at his frown, Yi Jian's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. She walked to the bedside and wanted to pick up the short-sleeved shirt and shorts she had just thrown on the bedside, folded them and put them aside. Who knew that just as she was about to make a move, she saw his long arms wrap around her clothes and blanket, directly covering his face. She even heard an extremely soft, yet exceptionally deep, comfortable sound. At that moment, Yi Qian almost ran. He covered his face with her clothes and by the sound of it. All the way to the hotel lobby, Yi Qian's face was still hot. Her eyes were so hot that they were like pools of spring water, revealing a touch of seduction. "Hey, aren't you Yang Heng's classmate?" Someone asked softly from behind, followed by the thump-thump of high heels. "What's the matter? Are you not used to sleeping here?" The person who spoke was Yang Heng's aunt, the boss of Venus. One of the hotel staff who was working next to her saw this and said softly, "President Song, I'll drive over now. Please wait for a moment." President Song recognized Yi Qian at a glance because he had a deep impression of Yi Qian. A clean and beautiful girl would leave a deep impression wherever she went. Chapter 870. Is the room not good? If it's not good, Auntie will change it for you immediately. She walked directly to Yi Qian and smiled kindly. "You are all guests. We have to make sure you sleep comfortably in the hotel." She was a capable woman. Yi Qian quickly composed himself and politely said, No, I have to go to the airport. That's why I woke up early. I slept very well and didn't feel uncomfortable at all." She could fall asleep anywhere. It was just that the hotel security personnel had sent a special forces soldier over. She was startled awake at 3:30 in the morning. "Going to Jiang? That's great. I also need to go to the airport to pick someone up. Take my car." Manager Song, with her exquisite makeup, laughed heartily. She must have just woken up, as her eyes were still bloodshot. "The staff helped me get the car. Let's go and wait outside." She turned to the front desk and said, "Xiaofan, prepare 2 sets of breakfast for me. 1 set with coffee and the other with fresh milk." Yi Qian's indifferent face lit up with joy. He quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Manager Song. I won't stand on ceremony then. This way, she wouldn't have to wait until 5 o'clock to take a ride from Caesar Hotel. She could pick up her military uniform earlier. Aya, child, you can just call me Auntie. Why are you calling me Manager Song? Manager Song, who still had a stern expression, couldn't help but laugh. This child was really polite. Don't blame me for making the decision alone. Let's go, the car is here. Yang Heng's Auntie Song was a divorced woman. They divorced 8 years ago, and her daughter was awarded to her husband. Now, she was going to pick up her daughter from France, whom she hadn't seen for more than 2 years. The car drove over. Yi Qian's gaze fell on the 1997 red Ferrari. He saw that Auntie Song was yawning several times. Yi Qian, who originally wanted to say that she could drive to the airport, silently shut his mouth. Auntie, did you not rest well last night? Yi Qian sat in the front passenger seat and couldn't help but ask. When she was training with the motorists, the most common thing the instructor said was, "Don't drive when you're tired." Looking at Auntie Song, who looked rather tired and yawned non-stop, Yi Qian was still a little worried. It was not good to drive while tired. President Song smiled as he started the car and slowly drove into the entrance of the lobby. You didn't sleep the whole night. Are you worried that I can't drive well? Don't worry, I still have the skills. I used to be able to drive steadily even if I didn't sleep for several nights in a row. Throughout the journey, Manager Song's driving skills were indeed not bad, but every time she yawned deeply, Yi Qian felt a chill run down his spine. When the motor vehicle soldiers were assigned to night training, if they were really tired, they would eat morning peppers to refresh themselves and apply cooling ointment to resist fatigue. They would use all kinds of hard methods to keep their minds clear all the way. However, Director Song and the others were different. It was impossible for them to use such a ruthless method to refresh themselves. If they were so tired all the way, there would definitely be problems driving. Yi Qian didn't care about the value of the car anymore. He simply smiled and said, Auntie Song, let me drive. It will take an hour to get to the airport. I'll drive. Why don't you sit and rest for a while? Just as Yi Qian finished speaking, a strong light suddenly shone from the opposite side. This was not the strong light of a small car, but the strong light of a large truck rushing towards them. President Song, who hadn't had a good rest, couldn't help but squint when the strong light shone on her. She didn't even realize what was happening in front of her. Chapter 871. Yi Qian, who had been paying attention, didn't even have time to say, "Be careful." He released his seatbelt in a second and leaned toward the driver's seat. His hands gripped the steering wheel and turned it quickly. As the bright light rushed toward them, Yi Qian said calmly, "Step on the accelerator. Quick." In that second, Director Song's brain still reacted. She stepped on the accelerator as low as possible, and the entire car was like an arrow released from a bow. Under Yi Qian's control, the car made a beautiful drift on the road. The rubber wheels rubbed against the ground, making a sharp squeaking sound. Amidst Song's screams, Yi Jian completed the second lateral drift in a row, causing the entire sports car to rush forward with a boom, thus avoiding the rampage of the truck. Fortunately, it was a Ferrari sports car. Its refueling speed and control were top-notch. That was why it could complete 2 drifts in such a situation. Bang, bang, bang. There were several loud noises. From the rear-view mirror, they could clearly see that the truck on the opposite side of the road had crashed into the guardrail in the middle of the road. It continued to sweep forward, breaking several lampposts, and finally rushed into the green belt. After avoiding the danger, Yi Qian turned the steering wheel and said in a deep voice, "Auntie, let's park the car and get out to check the situation." No matter what she learned was useful. If she hadn't trained with the auto soldiers, this would have been the second time she had lost her life. Compared to Director Song, who was scared stiff, Yi Qian was unbelievably calm. She didn't even have a trace of fear on her face. Even her eyes were as calm as a mirror. Director Song, who was scared out of her wits, didn't even know how she lifted her foot to step on the brakes. She even forgot to pull the handbrake. It was Yi Qian who pulled it and turned off the engine. Auntie Song, calm down first. I'll get out to check the situation. Yi Jian had encountered accidents like the one just now when he was training. His brain and his hands reacted together. His brain thought of a way to avoid the accident in the first place, and his hands reacted quickly with his brain. Thus, he could nimbly and calmly avoid the sudden accident. In the car, Manager Song was still in a daze. When Yi Qian spoke to her, she turned her neck stiffly and looked at Yi Qian in a daze. Although he said he was looking, his pupils were dilated. His gaze was not focused on Yi Qian, which meant that his brain could not keep up. He did not know what Yi Qian had said, nor did he know what he was doing. After getting out of the car, Yi Qian saw that the front of the truck that had rushed over from the opposite side of the road was twisted out of shape. Car parts were scattered all over the road, and the long truck compartment was overturned in the middle of the horses, blocking the road to the airport. Yi Qian's first reaction was to look across the road to see if any cars had been hit. A gust of wind blew past, bringing with it the smell of gasoline and paint. These were all very pungent smells. Yi Qian, who was sensitive to smells, wrinkled his nose uncomfortably. Something happened. Something's wrong. Quick! Call the police, call the police. On the opposite side of the road, the two private cars that had picked up people from the airport stopped one after another. Those with cell phones quickly called the police, while others called the ambulance. Then, another car sped into the city without stopping on the opposite side of the road. The speeding car meant that the traffic on the opposite side of the road was smooth, and no cars were hit. On her side, the scene was very tragic. Car parts were scattered everywhere. 5 lampposts were knocked down, and the lamppost at the edge was lying on top of the truck compartment. The cables buried in the ground were dragged out. Yi Qian looked at the cables carefully. He did not see any signs of wires being torn. Chapter 872. The cars heading to the airport saw this from afar and stopped on the side of the road. The large truck in the middle of the road blocked their path. Yi Qian had already run to the front of the deformed truck and realized that the front tire was missing. The pungent smell of gasoline wafted from the front of the truck. The engine of the truck had shut down after the collision, and the entire engine had stopped working. The truck was too high, so Yi Qian jumped on the road and shouted, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you tell me how many people are in the truck?" The smell of blood mixed with the smell of gasoline and gradually drifted into her ears. It started faintly and grew stronger. Yi Qian, who did not hear a reply, took a deep breath. She needed to climb onto the truck to see what was going on inside. When she saw that the fuel tank was intact, she did not hesitate to climb onto the side of the humongous truck. Using the dim street lights in front of her, she looked through the broken windows and saw that there were 3 people in the truck. The driver was the most seriously injured. The lower half of his body was stuck in the deformed front of the truck. Blood flowed from his head down his face to his neck. In addition to the bleeding from his head, the driver's lower body was more seriously injured. However, there was no way to save him in a short time. Yi Qian pulled on the door with a heavy gaze. In fact, the door was already deformed, but she did not give up and wanted to try. She pulled a few times, but the door did not move at all. Yi Qian could only give up trying to open the other door. "Yi Qian, get down!" Manager Song, who had calmed down, came over with weak legs. When she saw Yi Qian standing beside the deformed truck, she was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. "Get down, get down! The gasoline is so heavy. Be careful of the explosion." Just now, it was this young lady who saved her life. She really saved her life. If she hadn't suddenly leaned over and agilely turned the steering wheel to make 2 drifts, the car she was driving would have been completely deformed by the head-on collision. If she had not met her tonight, her life would have been over. Completely over. Seeing her climb onto the big truck that had already been scrapped despite the danger, her knees went weak. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "Get off now! It's dangerous! Get down! Quick!" She used too much force and choked on the wind. Manager Song, who had always paid attention to her image and was now coughing in a sorry state. "It's okay. The fuel tank is not damaged. The engine turned off automatically and there is no flame. There's no danger of an explosion for now." Yi Qian, who had jumped of the truck, frowned and said to Manager Song, "The driver's life may be in danger. There are 2 people in the front passenger seat." Yi Jian did not dare to rush to the rescue. She was afraid that if she acted rashly, it would worsen the injury of the injured. She had to observe carefully first. "Director Song, please call 120 and the fire department. Someone needs to come over for the repair of the power supply." People had already surrounded the truck. They all stood about 2 meters away from the truck. No one dared to come up. When they saw a young lady like Yi Qian jump out, they thought she had come out of the truck. Someone shouted, "Young lady, what's the situation with the truck?" Chapter 873. It's not good. There are 3 people in the car. The lower half of the driver's body is stuck, and the front of the car is deformed. The injured person sitting at the side of the front passenger seat should have lighter injuries. Yi Qian gave them a simple answer. She climbed to the front passenger seat and tried to open the door. The car was locked from the inside, so there was no way to open it. She took off her school uniform jacket and wrapped it around her right hand. She grabbed the broken glass and quickly pulled off one piece after another. She needed to reach into the car to unlock the door. Yi Qian pulled off the sharp glass piece by piece until she found the small lever to unlock the door. She pulled it, and with a click, the locked front passenger door opened. "Does anyone have a flashlight? Can you lend it to me?" When the door was pulled open, Yi Qian turned around and said to the pedestrians who were blocking the road, "I need a flashlight to check the injuries of the trapped people." The onlookers realized that the girl was not from the truck, but a passerby. 2 drivers did not hesitate and immediately ran back to their cars to take out flashlights. Some hesitated and chose to stand aside to watch. Chief Song was on the phone with his brother-in-law, Chief Yang. He said anxiously, "Brother-in-law, there was a car accident at the intersection of Zhongjian Road near the airport. A truck came from the opposite side of the road, and the front of the car was deformed. Yi Qian, this brave girl, is rescuing people by herself. Get someone here." Chief Yang was the chief of the Transportation Bureau. The traffic accident happened to be the Traffic Police Department's responsibility. Hearing this, he was not sleepy anymore. He did not even bother to ask why Yi Qian was with his aunt at night. He got out of bed and said, "Have you called the police? What's the situation? Give the phone to Yi Qian." "I called the police, I called the police. I also told the fire department. Wait a moment. I'll give the phone to Yi Qian." Chief Song walked around the back of the car with the phone and saw a few people shining flashlights into the car. Yi Qian was holding onto the car door with one hand and peeking his head into the car to observe. Her heart was still palpitating as she trotted over. Before she could pass the phone to Yi Jian, she was shocked by the tragic situation in the car. She stopped in her tracks. Under the flashlight, the car was covered in blood. The 3 people inside were lying on the ground like they were covered in blood. None of them had any reaction. Brother-in-law, it's very bad. Yi Qian is saving people." She didn't dare to hand the phone over. No matter how strong she was in business, she had never seen such a bloody scene. Chief Yang had already put on his clothes with the help of his wife. After hearing this, his expression became even more serious. "Remind Yi Qian that the car has an oil leak and caught fire. Tell the people participating in the rescue not to bring any fireworks. No smoking at the scene." Chief Yang instructed on the phone. At the scene, Yi Qian said, "The driver's right leg is stuck. We need to stop the bleeding. Who has a jack or a wrench in the car? Let's save the injured people on the outermost side first." Although Yi Qian had never participated in a rescue before, he had learned how to participate in a rescue when he was training with the soldiers. With a calm gaze, she calmly ordered the adults around her. She followed the rule of observing first before rescuing. After giving the instructions, she checked the condition of the injured people on the outermost side. Female, about 40 years old, slightly plump. Unconscious, breathing, pulse strong, head hit, no signs of bleeding. There was no major bleeding on the upper and lower body, but the person fell forward. There was a possibility of internal injuries or broken ribs. Chapter 874. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? After observing that there was no obvious serious injury, Yi Jian pressed her finger on the middle-aged woman's philtrum. Her voice was slightly cold as she calmly called out each word clearly. After about a minute, the middle-aged woman let out a low moan and regained consciousness. "Do you feel any pain in your chest?" Yi Qian immediately asked after the middle-aged woman opened her eyes. Professional terms came out of her mouth one after another, making the people involved in the rescue think that she was a medical student. "No, I was knocked unconscious. My husband. My husband," the middle-aged woman said and turned to look at the driver's seat. She saw that her husband's head was bleeding and he was sitting quietly with his head lowered. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman suddenly became agitated. She grabbed Yi Qian's hand and begged, "Save my husband, please save my husband." Two trucks on the opposite side of the road suddenly braked and stopped. The two drivers in the trucks jumped out and ran over. "Old Guan! Old Guan!" Before they arrived, they were already shouting, "Old Guan! Old Guan!" Old Guan was the driver of the accident. They were a family. The middle-aged woman was Old Guan's wife, and the one sitting in the middle was Old Guan's partner. With the help of the driver's friends, the rescue operation progressed even faster. The driver's friends kept saying with trembling lips, "Daughter, you have to help us. Old Guan can't die. He can't die. Uncle, everyone is working together now. We don't want to see the worst outcome. You should comfort the anxious woman first. We'll use the tools to save her." Yi Qian held the flashlight and confirmed that Old Guan's wife's left leg was stuck and that the blood supply to her left leg was normal. Only then did he start the rescue operation. Straighten the woman's body. Stabilize her neck and spine. Give me the jack. At this time, Yi Jian had undoubtedly become the temporary commander-in-chief. She used what she had learned in medical school and what she had learned in the army to start the rescue. There was no way to completely stuff the jack under the car. Half of it was still outside. Even so, it played a rescue role. With the addition of the wrench, the first person rescued was the emotional middle-aged woman. After being rescued, no one dared to let her get out of the car. Instead, they carefully carried her out. After Old Guan's wife was rescued, she collapsed on the roadside and cried loudly. Someone gave her water and a clean towel to wash her face. Before the traffic police and firefighters arrived, the people who participated in the rescue were all silently contributing their own small efforts. 5 minutes later, 3 doctors who had entered the village for a volunteer medical consultation drove past. When they saw the situation, they immediately participated in the rescue. Stop the bleeding first, then inject the intravenous injection. The rest of the people can rest for a while. These 2 injured people need to be rescued by the firefighters. Prepare the tourniquet and intravenous injection. Quick, quick, quick. With the presence of professional doctors and their medical supplies, the whole wait was no longer as stressful. When Old Guan's wife saw the doctors, it was as if she had seen hope. She cried until her voice was hoarse. She sat weakly and did not even feel the needle pricking the back of her hand. With the tourniquet in hand, Yi Qian slowly climbed into the deformed car. With the help of the doctors, he first wrapped the tourniquet around the driver's injured right leg. Then, he took the intravenous needle and inserted it into the driver's arm. Chapter 875. The drip was still flowing, proving that the driver's vital signs were still there. "Here, young lady, give this patient an intravenous injection." The doctor handed the intravenous needle to Yi Qian, who had ignored the danger and crawled into the car to save the person. He said to her calmly, "We'll watch from the outside. Be careful inside." Thanks to this brave young lady, who was petite and extremely agile, they were able to carry out the follow-up work. Otherwise, even if they had the medicine, they were all male doctors. Without a nurse by their side, they wouldn't have been able to climb into the deformed car to save the person. When Yi Qian came out of the car, his clean school uniform was stained with blood. Even his face was stained with blood. The driver's life is in danger. The car is too tight and the injury is too serious. She lowered her voice and whispered to the doctor, "His pulse isn't strong. It's very likely that he won't make it." The injury was very serious. Not only were his lower limbs severely injured, but there was also blood flowing out of his mouth. All signs indicated that the driver's injury was very serious. The doctor sighed softly. "Let's see if he can overcome the heavens." "Young lady, are you injured?" Chief Song, who had been waiting by the side, watched as Yi Qian whispered to the doctor. Even a businesswoman like her, who was used to seeing all kinds of people, applauded Yi Qian's courage. This young lady, other than what her elder sister said about her being pure, she was also kind. If she hadn't been the first to stand out and participate, she dared to say that the onlookers would have done the same thing as her. A terrible car accident and unknown danger. Everyone had an instinctive fear in the face of such things. This fear was self-protection. Once they entered self-protection, they wouldn't easily step forward to help. However, she stood up and calmly commanded them. Wrong. Before the doctors arrived, she was the one who commanded and arranged the entire scene. She also strictly and professionally asked about the situation of the car accident victims. With someone taking the lead, more and more people came to help. Ambulances, fire engines, and police cars arrived one after another half an hour later. Yi Qian didn't stay at the scene. There were 3 doctors at the scene. They would inform the relevant personnel of the injured one by one. A kind-hearted passerby took out a box of mineral water from the car for Yi Qian to wash the blood off his face and hands. Director Song opened another bottle for Yi Qian to wash his face. "You must be tired. You've been rescuing people for half an hour." Yi Qian said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Auntie Song. I was so busy that I forgot." "If you're embarrassed, I'll be too ashamed to show my face." Director Song sighed. She had helped out earlier by putting her shawl on the middle-aged woman who was the first to be rescued. Then, she called the hospital and used her connections to greet them. Other than that, she did nothing else. Compared to Yi Qian, who had been busy since the beginning, she really couldn't help at all. "There are clothes in the car that I usually wear after work. If you don't mind, you can change into them in the car. They're all clean, so don't worry." Manager Song's attitude towards his savior was definitely not the same as how an adult would treat a child. There was a sense of familiarity and respect in his attitude. Yi Jian looked at the bloodstains on her body and thought of Manager Song's expensive Ferrari. She felt that she really needed to change her clothes because of the bloodstains on her body. Director Song's sports car appeared at the 1995 Beijing Auto Show. As a manufacturer, Ferrari made its first appearance at an auto show in China. After that, several mysterious rich people bought the Italian sports car, which had a sky-high price. Chapter 876. Manager Song's sports car appeared at the 1995 Beijing Auto Show. As a manufacturer, Ferrari made its first appearance in China's auto show. After that, several mysterious rich people bought the Italian sports car, which was sold at sky-high prices. Manager Song was one of the mysterious rich people. She took out 6 paper bags from the back of the car. They were all branded with the logos of luxury brands. She searched through the bags and said, "This one won't do. The color doesn't suit you. It's too old. This one won't do either. It's an evening gown. This one seems okay. Oh no, it's an A-line dress set. It's not suitable for students." Manager Song nodded in satisfaction after searching through the 5th bag. "This one will do. This one will do. The long-sleeved dress is perfect for this time of year. You won't feel cold." She took out a custom-made, lake green linen long-sleeved dress. It had ethnic elements. Peony flowers were embroidered with colorful silk threads. It was refreshing and enchanting. The style and style were rarely seen in the market. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was expensive. After searching through several bags, she was satisfied with this dress. Manager Song didn't feel bad at all. She directly stuffed the dress into Yi Qian's hands and said firmly, "Don't be polite with Auntie. You saved Auntie's life. Not to mention one dress. I'll give you hundreds of dresses. Go change in the car. I'll keep a lookout for you." She didn't give Yi Qian a chance to be polite. She said, "Auntie isn't afraid that you'll dirty the car. Think about it. When we arrive at the airport, why would the airport staff let you in when you're covered in blood?" Indeed, there was no reason to refuse. If she entered the airport with a bloody uniform, it would scare others and the airport staff. Manager Song was slightly shorter than Yi Qian. When Yi Qian put on the ethnic autumn cotton dress, her facial features were beautiful. She was tall and slim, so the dress came alive. It was a combination of innocence and enchanting. Large peony flowers bloomed alluringly from the side of the skirt to the waist and then to the chest. A few branches with vines curled up and then delicately extended to the neckline. A clear and seductive temperament assaulted one's senses. She was an obedient female student in her school uniform. Once she changed her clothes, her temperament changed so much that even Mr. Song was amazed. "Beautiful, beautiful, so beautiful. My friend said he's going to Hong Kong and Taiwan to hire a model. He doesn't need one, he can just ask you." Yi Qian couldn't see the effect of the dress, but he could only see President Song praising it. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Auntie Song, it's your dress that's beautiful." No matter how beautiful a dress is, someone has to wear it. The person who wears it has to have a temperament to make the dress beautiful. CEO Song's complexion had yet to recover, and his voice was still a little hoarse. He had shouted Yi Qian so loudly just now that his throat was filled with blood. He took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the car and handed 1 bottle to Yi Qian. Instead of driving immediately, he raised his head and took a big gulp of water. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaoyi, you drive. My legs are still a little weak. I don't even have the strength to step on the accelerator." Her legs went soft and she felt nauseous. Whenever she thought of the bloody scene in the carriage, she felt nauseous. Behind her, police lights flashed. The traffic police came over to direct traffic, the firefighters started the rescue, and the medical staff sent the injured to the hospital. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. A car accident happened suddenly. Fortunately, it was around 4 o'clock in the morning. If it was daytime, the entire truck would have been driven from one side of the road to the other. The scene would have been even more tragic. Chapter 877. As for the driver, Old Guan, no one could guarantee that he could be saved. Yi Qian said softly, "It's all over now. I'll drive. You should rest for a while." The scene was indeed tragic, but on the battlefield, it was even more tragic. You don't seem to be afraid at all. Your reaction to avoid the car was also very fast. Xiaoyi, Auntie is a little curious about you. Yi Qian was the one driving the Ferrari. It was her first time driving such a luxury car, so Yi Qian was not unfamiliar with it. In her previous life, she had worked in a car shop that specialized in luxury cars. She had seen and touched luxury cars like Ferraris and Maseratis. Hearing this, she started the car and answered with a faint smile, "I grew up in the army. I'm bold and a little wild. I often see motor vehicle soldiers training on the field. Sometimes, I would shamelessly sit on them. After a long time, I'm quite familiar with cars." No wonder she was so calm. She grew up in the army. Big Sis said that Xiao Ye's mother was a martyr, and both of her parents were dead. It made sense that she grew up in the army. If it wasn't for you tonight, Auntie wouldn't have been so lucky. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Manager Song, who was still in shock, leaned back in her seat weakly. Looking closely, her fingers were still trembling. Escaping from death, this mental journey was not so easy to recover from. In the future, you really have to behave when driving. I think my driving skills are not bad, but compared to you, it's too far away. Manager Song said half jokingly, half seriously, "Xiaoyi, are you interested in driving Auntie's car or something? I'll definitely pay you well. If it's a long trip, I'll pay you 3 times the hourly rate. How about that?" Manager Song was not entirely joking. She really wanted to ask Yi Qian to drive for her. Of course, if Yi Qian did not agree, she would not force it. After all, Yi Qian was still a student. However, her years of successful business experience told her that some things had to be tried. Only after trying would she know if it was possible. Yi Qian laughed. Even though she had just walked out of the car accident, her expression was still calm. The bloody scene did not cast any shadow on her. She smiled and said, "Your suggestion is indeed very tempting, but I'm still a student. I don't even have a driver's license. But don't worry. Although I don't have a driver's license, I'll drive very seriously so that both of us can arrive at the airport safely." Her words were calm and composed, with a hint of teasing and a hint of playfulness. When he spoke, his voice was very steady. It sounded like spring water flowing gently from the mountains. It had a mysterious power that calmed people's hearts. Director Song was already laughing out loud. She was a strong career woman. She was never stingy with her praise for the people and things she admired. "Yes, it's a pity that you're still a student. People like you, in our words, are hard to come by." No wonder her sister was so relaxed about Hang making friends outside. Even though Hang sometimes went to the internet cafes outside and occasionally got into fights outside, her sister and brother-in-law never cared. It turned out that they trusted Hang's judgment and his ability to make friends. To have a friend like Yi Qian, even if she was the only friend in her life, was a lifetime of fortune. As they chatted and laughed, the car accident scene got further and further away. Under Yi Qian's clear voice, the fear on Director Song's face gradually dissipated. The fear in her heart also gradually disappeared. Soon, this strong career woman in the business world gradually calmed down. Chapter 878. The car drove into the parking lot of the airport. Yi Qian parked the car and handed the car keys to President Song. Auntie Song, I might have to leave in a bit. I have to rush back to the hotel for something, so I can't wait for you. Be careful on your way back. If there's really no other way, you can ask a friend or the hotel's driver to pick you up. President Song's daughter arrived at the airport at 7:45 p.m., and it was only 5 p.m. Yi Qian didn't want to keep Xia Jinyuan waiting for too long. She wanted to send the military uniform back as soon as possible. He had to have something to wear. Also, he was in her room. What if a classmate from grade 12 came over and saw a grown man in a bathrobe in her room? What would they think? After considering everything, the military uniform had to be sent to him immediately. She looked down at the long dress she was wearing. It was expensive. She had to wear it. Forget it, she could only wear it first. After saying, thank you again, Yi Qian headed to the first floor of the airport. Yi Qian walked very quickly and disappeared from President Song's sight in the blink of an eye. Watching the slender and delicate figure disappear before her eyes, President Song of Southern Province's second-largest hotel, Venus Hotel, sighed softly. This little girl was extraordinarily capable. She was so capable that even an adult like her felt a little inferior. Her phone vibrated. President Song looked at the caller ID and answered, "Hello, brother-in-law." "Me. I'm at the airport with Yi Qian." "Yes, we're fine." "No, I should say that if it weren't for Yi Qian, you might have seen me and my wrecked car at the scene of the accident." President Yang rushed to the scene of the accident. He heard people saying, if it weren't for the little girl in the school uniform, the 3 people in the car might not have survived. They were all talking about the little girl in the school uniform. Even the 3 doctors who participated in the rescue said that it was all thanks to the girl in the school uniform. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to climb into the car. President Yang was deeply moved. Needless to say, the little girl in the school uniform they were talking about was Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was full of courage, had a strong sense of righteousness about her. She was clear about good and evil, and she was flexible. Huiying said that she wanted to take her as her goddaughter. This was a good decision. Yang Hang had a younger sister, and Xiao Yi had an older brother. Both of them were sentimental people, so it was best for them to be brother and sister. It was a good thing to go back and ask his wife to settle the matter. He supported it wholeheartedly. Why is Yi Qian at the airport so early in the morning? Why are you two together? Feeling emotional, Director Yang asked his wife's sister, I'm at the scene now. There are 2 traces left by drifting cars. Did you drive? Mr. Song let out a long sigh. He still had some lingering fear when he mentioned the incident. No, Yi Qian was the first to notice the abnormal situation on the opposite side of the road. She reacted quickly and snatched the steering wheel from me. She drifted twice to avoid the truck that was rushing towards us. Yi Qian grabbed the steering wheel and drove his sister-in-law Song Tinglin's car, quickly avoiding the oncoming cars. Even Chief Yang found it unbelievable. He asked, "Are you two really okay?" President Song rolled down the car window and rubbed his forehead with one hand. "We're fine. We're really fine. Yi Qian came to the airport to do something. I didn't ask what it was about. Now that she's gone, I'm still waiting for my daughter to come back. As long as they were fine, as long as they were fine." Director Yang didn't ask any more questions. He said, "Okay," and hung up. Chapter 879. Chief Song wanted to talk about how scary the car accident was, but her fingers were still rubbing her temples when the phone beeped. Her brother-in-law would never take the initiative to wait for someone to hang up. She threw the phone aside and closed her eyes to calm her mind. The driver had not been rescued yet, and the road to the airport was blocked. The traffic police cleared the fence in the middle of the road and made a road to the airport on the opposite side of the road to avoid the traffic jam. When the sun rose, it was even more dangerous. Everyone was secretly glad that the accident happened in the early hours of the morning when there were fewer cars. This big truck had crossed the road directly from the opposite side of the road. If it had really collided, all the cars would have been crushed into scrap metal. "Chief!" A traffic police ran over. Chief Yang kept his phone and immediately went into the emergency rescue. "We were checking the broken wheel of the truck just now. We took out 4 steel nails from the front wheel. The preliminary judgment is that the driver was negligent and did not notice the nails, causing the accident." The traffic police reported their findings one by one. Beside him was the driver's friend, an old friend who drove together with him. After we got off the highway, we specially checked at the repair shop at the intersection. We rested for a while before driving again. Chief, we can pat our chests and say that there are absolutely no steel nails in the wheels. We have been driving for 6 or 7 years. We definitely did not miss such big steel nails. The driver was from Hunan and had a heavy hometown accent. The traffic police added, the 4 steel nails are the most common too. 4-inch steel wheels. Once they pierced the inner tire, it would cause the tire to burst during high-speed driving, causing the truck to lose balance and causing the accident. That's right. We are experienced drivers. Our lives are in the car. How can we be careless? Before and after getting off the highway, we have to stop and check. The driver said with red eyes as he wiped his tears, Old Guan is our master. I always follow Old Guan when I go out. How could he not notice it? How can he be so careless? Last night, Old Guan also checked himself with a flashlight. Chief Yang took a steel nail and looked at it. This was a brand new one and was the most common steel nail. He thought it was a car accident caused by a burst wheel, but after listening to the analysis, it did not seem like a normal car accident. Bring the people from the repair shop here and ask the driver's wife. Also, call the police station and ask them to send someone over. Director Yang quickly made arrangements and took control of the entire situation so that his subordinates could carry out their work in an orderly manner. After waiting for someone from the Public Security Bureau to arrive, Director Yang called Director Song again. He wanted to ask if there were any other discoveries at the scene of Yi Qian's car accident. After all, Yi Qian had a photographic memory and had helped solve major cases before. Yi Qian, who had already arrived at the airport, was standing on the first floor of the airport, looking at the distribution map. Suddenly, she heard the announcement that someone was looking for her. When she heard the last line, "Your friend, Miss Song, is waiting for you at the reception desk," Yi Qian moved over to the reception desk. Miss Song, that would be President Song. When he walked to the service desk, he saw President Song holding a phone in his hand, looking around to see which side he could appear from. Yi Qian walked quickly and raised his hand to greet her. Auntie Song, I'm here. I'm sorry for calling you over again. Yang Heng's father is looking for you urgently. He said that he wants to ask about the car accident. As she spoke, she dialed the number and passed it to Yi Qian. He insisted that I come over. Don't be afraid. Just say whatever you want to say. Chapter 880. Director Yang's voice came from the phone. It was different from last night's friendly tone. He asked, Xiao Yi, did you notice anything unusual at the scene of the accident early this morning? Unusual? Yi Qian's expression turned cold when she heard that. She recalled the moment before the accident. The scenes before the car accident seemed to have been frozen in her mind. As she recalled them, they slowly moved like a film. At that time, she first heard a loud bang, followed by a huge bright light shining from the front. She didn't have any other thoughts. She subconsciously grabbed the steering wheel from Director Song's hands and quickly completed 2 drifts to avoid the large truck that was rushing over. Then she got out of the car and rushed to the front of the stalled truck to check the situation. This was done by herself. As for the other side of the road, if there was anything unusual, Yi Qian closed her eyes and once again fixed the scene of her getting out of the car. Her gaze swept across the road. In her mind, she saw a car driving across the road. Because it was early in the morning, there were very few cars. There were only 2 cars in total, and both of them stopped at the same time. Wait, there was another car coming from behind. As she ran to the truck to check the situation, another car also drove across the road but didn't stop. After she finished recalling, Yi Qian said to Director Yang, who was waiting for her to speak, at that time, there were 3 cars across the road. 2 of them stopped, but the other gray car didn't stop. I'm not sure about the license plate number. You can check the nearby electronic cameras and see if you can find the car that appeared at this time and what the license plate number is. After such a big accident, logically speaking, the car would stop to take a look. Even if it didn't stop, it would slow down before driving over. However, in Yi Qian's memory, the gray car kept speeding by without stopping. Therefore, this was the strange thing about this car. Since Director Yang asked her this, it meant that there was something different about this accident. What exactly was different? Yi Qian pursed her lips and asked again, Can I ask if there was something wrong with the scene of the accident? Bureau Chief Yang paused for a moment, then nodded and said, There are 4 steel nails in the front wheel of the truck. But from what we know, when they got off the highway, the repair shop checked the wheels. The repair shop workers also confirmed that they did check every tire and did not find 4 steel nails. You mean to say that the 4 steel nails were actually inserted by someone? Am I right? Yi Qian's voice was slightly tense. If that's the case, then the car accident was caused by someone, right? This was also the reason why Chief Yang had called Yi Qian. Moreover, he trusted Yi Qian's judgment. For now, we can only suspect it, but we can't confirm it. We still need to go through a thorough investigation. All right, little Yi, you can go back to your work. I've already understood the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. After Director Yang said that, he added, maybe he'll contact you. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll definitely do my best. If it was man-made, she would definitely help if she could. Director Song, who was next to her, got goosebumps when she heard that. She took the phone and said in a trembling voice, Little Yi, my brother-in-law told you that the accident was man-made? Someone wanted to kill the truck driver? Chapter 881. They said they found 4 steel nails in the wheel, but they don't know the details. Yi Qian couldn't answer clearly. They still had to investigate the scene to confirm whether it was man-made. The only thing that made her feel strange was the gray car that drove past the scene of the accident without slowing down at all. At that time, she only paid attention to whether there was an accident on the other side of the road, but she didn't notice the license plate of the car passing by. It was easy to find out. All she had to do was use her electronic eyes. President Song sighed and felt that it was better not to talk about this topic. Her mood was heavy when she talked about it. It was already 5:30. Yi Qian remembered that there were 4 utility rooms on the first floor of the airport, and Xia Jinyuan only said that his military uniform was placed on the ceiling of the utility room, so she had to search for it one by one. She said to President Song, who still didn't look too good, Auntie Song, why don't you go sit in the lounge? I'm not done here, so I can't accompany you. Hey, you don't have to accompany me, I'm just scared. Go to your work, go. She was already an adult, so why would she need a child to accompany her? No, she really couldn't treat Xiao Yi as a child. This child saved her life. As she watched Yi Qian leave, President Song prayed in her heart, God bless me. Luckily, she met Yi Qian before she left, otherwise she would be in trouble. At 5:30, the airport was empty, especially on the first floor, where there was no one for a long time. Yi Qian went straight to the first restroom. The 4 utility rooms were distributed on the sides of the restrooms, so it was easy to find. When she found the 3rd utility room, Yi Qian carefully opened the ceiling and saw a black plastic bag in front of her eyes. She took the plastic bag down and opened it, and a moldy smell directly hit her in the face. Just as she had guessed, the military uniform was already moldy. The military uniform, military cap, and shirt were all neatly folded. Even though there was a moldy smell, it didn't affect the prestige of the military uniform at all. At that time, Xia Jinyuan left in a hurry, but his military uniform was folded neatly. From this, it could be seen how much a soldier cherished his military uniform, which represented the dignity of the country. Yi Qian gently stroked the national emblem on her military cap and smiled. In less than 2 years, she would also be able to own such an impressive military uniform. It's time for the next shift. Team leader, I'm off work. A woman's voice came from outside. Yi Qian quickly hid behind the door. 2 middle-aged women in airport cleaning uniforms walked in. Team leader, we don't have any more disinfectant. We need to replenish it for the day shift. Last night, the night shift staff handed over their work. When the 2 of them walked to the counter, Yi Qian quickly left the storeroom without alerting them. At 5 o'clock in the morning, buses had already started coming in and out of the airport. Yi Qian didn't stay for even a minute. She took the 5:40 bus to the city and returned to the Venus Hotel around 7 o'clock in the morning. As soon as she stepped into the hotel lobby, Yi Qian bumped into a few seniors from Class 3 who were preparing to go home. Yi Qian, who was originally fine, suddenly tightened her grip on the bag in her hand. She inexplicably felt guilty. Luckily, she was wearing the dress that Director Song lent her and not her school uniform. Lowering her head, Yi Jian, who felt inexplicably guilty, slightly avoided them and quickly walked to the elevator door before they noticed her. Chapter 882. After entering the elevator, Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't run into any other students. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain herself. Actually, it didn't matter if she didn't explain. Who would ask her where she went? Guilty. Yi Qian didn't know why she felt guilty. In short, when she saw someone familiar, she would think of Xia Jinyuan's military uniform in her hand, and that there was an adult man hiding in her room. She would. Ding. When the elevator opened, she wouldn't stop thinking. Yi Qian was so shocked that she looked up abruptly. She watched the elevator slowly open and saw a few boys from class 3 walking in, talking and laughing. Hey, Yi Qian, you're up so early? The boys didn't come in immediately. Instead, they reached out to block the elevator door. The breakfast is good. It's much better than the one in school. The pastry chef from Harbor City is really good. The baked cakes are delicious. They didn't notice that the elevator was going up from the bottom. They thought that Yi Qian had gotten up early for breakfast, so they enthusiastically introduced the food. There's a type of crystal dumpling that's not bad. It's transparent on the outside, but we don't know what's inside. We're a little embarrassed to eat it again. Roast pork buns are also good. You can try it. Yi Qian, who didn't plan to come out but was scared, came out of the elevator. She smiled at her seniors and said, "Thank you. I'll try them all later." It was only 7:14 a.m. The grade 3 students did get up early. They had already finished breakfast. Yi Qian walked faster with a smile on her face. Guilty. She felt guilty even when she was holding a military uniform. She felt guilty when she thought of Xia Jinyuan sleeping in her room. A student woke up. What if he went to her room and knocked on her door? What if Xia Jinyuan opened the door in a bathrobe? What if? Thinking of this, Yi Qian, who had always been calm, felt her breathing quicken. She walked faster and faster. If Xia Jinyuan opened the door in a bathrobe, she didn't know how to deal with it. She still had to take some breakfast back. She wanted to eat, and so did Xia Jinyuan. The cake was fine, but not the crystal dumplings. The skin would harden if it got cold. The rice cake was not bad. It was easy to absorb. Give me a bowl of porridge as well. Plain porridge can be eaten even when it's cold. After all, they were all soldiers. If they were hungry, they could even eat raw snake meat. Yi Qian, who was carrying breakfast for two, stood by the elevator. She prayed that she would not bump into any more students so that she could return to her room safely. In the elevator, Mother Yang was talking to her relatives. You don't have to eat out for lunch. Come to my house. Ting Lan picked Anqi up at the airport and asked her to come to my house directly. I haven't seen Anqi for a few years. Let's have breakfast first. If we wait any longer, Hung Heng's classmates will have woken up. Let's eat first so that these children won't feel uncomfortable when they see us adults. As the elevator next door opened, Yi Qian looked at Mother Yang, who was the first to walk out. His eyes twitched. The more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. Mother Yang was very happy to see Yi Jian, especially when she saw that Yi Jian was wearing a traditional dress. There was a smile in her eyes and she laughed out loud. Good morning, Xiaoyi. You're so beautiful today. Auntie almost didn't recognize you. She then said to her relatives, Don't you think she's prettier? She's wearing a school uniform and a long dress. She's obviously the same person, but I still like Xiaoyi in a long dress. She's so beautiful that it makes people's eyes light up. Chapter 883. The relative standing next to Mother Yang looked at Yi Qian with a smile. Wasn't this the girl who played darts last night? It was said that her grades were the best in school. Last night, Hung Heng's classmates talked about her the most. At this time, Yi Qian's heart was beating like a drum. He tightened the bag containing Xia Jinyuan's military uniform. After being praised by Mother Yang, his face began to turn red. Feeling guilty and nervous, she could only try her best to maintain the smile on her face and not reveal anything strange. When the relative of the Yang family saw the little girl blushing after being praised by the adults, he smiled kindly and joked, Look, you've made the little girl shy. All right, she still needs to go back to her room for breakfast. Stop praising her. It's not too late to praise her after breakfast. Amidst the laughter of the relatives, Mother Yang's gaze fell on the breakfast that Yi Qian was ringing. I like Xiao Yi when I see her. She's natural and capable. She's a good child. Then she said to Yi Qian, I'll ask the waiter to send it to you. Don't ring it yourself. Last night, she talked to old Yang in bed for a while and felt that it was a good idea to recognize Xiao Yi as a goddaughter. It would make the Yao family wary. Looking at the Yao family's behavior last night, even if she didn't like to fight with others, she still felt a chill in her heart. They had no principles at all. Old Yao and his wife were the main culprits for Xiao Jing's current personality. They were the ones who harmed Xiao Jing, but they didn't even know it. Yi Qian just wanted to leave quickly. He smiled politely and said, No need, Auntie. There isn't much food. Thank you. You're being too polite with Auntie again. The elevator is here. Go back to your room and eat first. I'll ask Yang Heng to come find you later. Last night, she said that she would let Xiao Yi come to her house for lunch. Now that she had to treat Tinglan's family, she could only postpone it to tonight. Mother Yang smiled and said. In her heart, she was thinking about inviting Yi Qian to her house for lunch tonight. How could she ask Yang Heng to find her later? Yi Qian quickly said, Auntie, I have something to do later. I'll leave first. Last night's incident is over. I'm fine here. Thank you for your concern. She glanced at the elevator floor number from the corner of her eyes. There was one more floor. It was a long wait. Leaving so early? Then you go back to your room and have breakfast. Just as the elevator arrived, Mother Yang smiled and said, Go in quickly. It's late and breakfast is already cold. Watching Yi Qian say goodbye to her as he entered the elevator, Mother Yang's eyes had a warm smile. This child was afraid of troubling her family. In fact, in the end, it was Yang Heng who had implicated this child. That brat Jing saw that she was close to Yang Heng, and that was why she kept picking on Yi Qian. In the end, that brat Jing's heart was rotten to the core. Through the slit of the slowly closing elevator door, Yi Qian saw Mother Yang and the others leave while talking and laughing. The door hadn't closed yet. Yi Qian's whole body leaned against the cold metal surface of the elevator. There was a small amount of sweat on the tip of his nose. When the elevator stopped at the correct floor, Yi Qian stepped out of the elevator. She took a deep breath and then, she held her breath all the way to her room. She took out her card and swiped the door. She didn't meet any classmates and finally came back smoothly. She wasn't nervous at the scene of the car accident. Returning to the hotel, she was nervous like a thief. Sure enough, as long as it was something related to Captain Xia, she couldn't let go of herself. Her heartstrings were stretched taut. The room was very quiet. There was no sound at all. After gently closing the door, Yi Qian walked in with light footsteps. She finally managed to catch her breath. Her breathing tightened again, and her face inevitably turned red again. Chapter 884. He actually maintained the same posture as when he left a few hours ago. He didn't move an inch and just covered his face with her clothes. What kind of habit was this? He even covered his face with someone else's clothes. After putting away the breakfast, Yi Qian, who had originally wanted to take off his clothes, took 2 steps forward and hesitated. She raised her hand and gently patted her slightly flushed face. She took out his military uniform and walked into the bathroom. He didn't wake up even when she came back. It was obvious that he was really tired. Forget it, let him sleep. When Yi Qian turned on the water, she lowered the volume to the minimum for fear of waking him up. She didn't immediately wash the clothes, but turned on the shower head and washed her hair. Her hair was stained with blood. Other people didn't smell the blood, but she smelled it all the way back. The water flowed out gently, making a slight splash sound. After washing her hair, Yi Qian started washing the hat. She washed the military uniform until there wasn't a trace of mold. Yi Qian used the bath towel to soak up the water again, then began to dry himself with the hairdryer. She dried herself in the bathroom from 7 in the morning to 8:30 in the morning. Only her shirt wasn't dry. She hung the jacket and pants neatly on the hanger, then placed the tie together and hung everything on the hanger. Her movements were light and silent. She didn't wake up Xia Jinyuan, who had been sleeping for 4 days and 4 nights. Xia Jinyuan, who had used Yi Qian's clothes as a blindfold, slept soundly and peacefully. This was because there was a girl beside him. She had stood firmly and fearlessly by his side on a rainy night and said softly, "The relationship between the people and the people is thick in water. Comrades in the military, occasionally, as civilians, we can also be your shield. Protecting us is your unshirkable responsibility, so please allow me to contribute my meager strength to you." She knew to stand up bravely to protect him at such a young age. Now that she was a qualified reservist, he believed that she would protect him. The room was filled with her sweet scent, the bed was filled with the warmth of her body, and the tip of his nose was filled with the faint fragrance that belonged to her. These special effects, medicine, that allowed him to relax made him fall asleep on the bed, unwilling to wake up. He had to give up on sleep as soon as possible. If K7 still couldn't contact his team by today, then he and G3 would return to the battlefield to search for their missing comrades after completing the mission in the southern province. Outside the room, Yang Heng had a good night's sleep. His hair was wet, and he looked as handsome as a model in his blue and white striped uniform. He knocked on the door. "Yi Jian, are you awake? It was time to go down for breakfast. Breakfast is no longer served after 9 o'clock, so we can only eat outside." There were already students coming and going in the corridor. Some of them were carrying their backpacks and preparing to go home after breakfast. Some of them were still sleeping, like Wang Jin and the others. They had been singing and playing until 2 o'clock in the morning last night. How could they get up now? They were all sleeping soundly. Yang Heng, who had also slept until now, didn't know that his mother had already met up with Yi Qian. Hearing no sound from inside, he knocked on the door again and smiled. "You're still not up yet? Yi Qian, don't sleep anymore. Get up, get up." Yi Qian, who was drying his shirt in the bathroom, heard the knocking on the door. The second knock made Xia Jinyuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, frown slightly. On the fourth knock, he opened his eyes. Chapter 885. His face was covered by the clothes, and his breath was filled with Yi Qian's natural fragrance. Xia Jinyuan blinked and lifted the clothes covering his face. When he saw whose clothes it was, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had a habit of covering his face with clothes or towels when he slept, but he didn't know when he had covered his face with Little Fox's clothes. No wonder he slept so comfortably. "Yi Qian, are you up?" A young boy's voice came from outside. His voice had gone through puberty, but it still had the cleanness of a teenager and the deepness of a young man. From his voice, he felt that the boy outside was quite good-looking. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to move, and he didn't dare to either. He was afraid that Yi Qian would open the door and step out. This was a huge misunderstanding. "Yi Qian isn't up either?" a classmate asked Yang Heng as he passed by. Xia Jinyuan heard the boy who knocked on the door laugh and say, "No, I asked her to have breakfast. You don't have to wait for us. Go down and eat first." The bathroom door opened, and Yi Qian walked out with a dry shirt in his hand. When he was hanging it up, he unconsciously leaned into the room to see if he had woken up the man in bed. Just then, he saw Xia Jinyuan lift the blanket and get out of bed. Yi Qian hurriedly hung up the shirt and said softly, "Did I wake you up?" He slept for less than 6 hours. If it was deep sleep, it was enough for a high-intensity Special Forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt refreshed. His eyes were clear and there wasn't a trace of drowsiness in them. He didn't look like he had slept for a few hours, but more like he had exercised for a few hours. Now, his clear eyes were staring at Yi Qian. They were quiet and deep like an ancient well. As Yi Qian spoke, ripples appeared in the ancient well. Light floated in the depths of the well. Yi Qian was confused by his gaze. Dai Qing frowned. "What are you looking at? You're so strange. What are you looking at?" Xia Jinyuan was naturally looking at Yi Qian. At this moment, he only had eyes for Yi Qian. He knew that his little fox was not bad. No, it was not just not bad. It was just that when he first saw her, he felt that she was a stunning beauty. Her beauty was not just the frivolous beauty of a gorgeous appearance, but a simple beauty that had been accumulated over time. She had a connotation that could withstand the test of time, and even more so, she had the tenacity to withstand tempering. She, who was already so beautiful, suddenly changed out of her blue and white school uniform and wore a long dress with ethnic characteristics. She stood gracefully in front of him. The peony embroidered on the edge of the dress was originally exquisite, but now it only served to set off her beauty. It made her look like a girl who had walked out of a world of purple and brilliant red. She suddenly appeared with an enchanting charm, and in an instant, she had bewitched him for the rest of his life. The dazzling beauty remained in his eyes for a long time. He said, "I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. When I look at you, I see that there is no one else in your eyes. When I look at you, I see your heart and engrave it in my heart." Xia Jinyuan's gaze slowly moved down from her face to her slender waist. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He said, "I see a little fox who has become a spirit. She's so beautiful that my heart is still racing." Xia Jinyuan. His straightforwardness made Yi Qian's white jade-like face turn pink. She glared at the man who had started teasing her the moment he woke up. Yi Qian turned around and prepared to take out the military uniform that he had just hung up. Chapter 886. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came again. Xia Jinyuan then remembered that there was a boy standing outside the door. He looked at Yi Qian, who was blushing because of his praise, and pointed at the door, then gently made a hand gesture to tell her that there was a boy outside looking for her. Yi Qian's expression immediately became serious. She pursed her lips and said softly, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I wanted to tell you when I woke up, but I didn't see a little fox suddenly appear, so I forgot." Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, whose body had stiffened. Not only did the smile on his thin lips not fade, but it also deepened. Last night, she didn't want her classmates to see him, but now, what's going to come will come. "Little fox, how do you explain having a grown man in a bathrobe in your room early in the morning?" Yi Qian saw that he could still smile and gritted her teeth. Sure enough, she couldn't go on a date with Xia Jinyuan in a place where she knew many people, and she definitely couldn't leave him to sleep in her room. Now, she was flustered and felt guilty. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never been alone with a man in a hotel. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never had so many classmates come to look for her. Moreover, when they came, there was a man in a bathrobe in her room, revealing a large portion of his muscular chest. "Clothes. Put on your clothes properly." Yi Qian pointed at his chest and glared at him with her dark eyes. "You're no different from being naked right now. Fasten the belt of your bathrobe." Captain Xia's complexion was the same as hers. No matter how much the wind blew or the sun shone on him, he was still very fair. The light at the entrance was a spotlight, so she could clearly see the beautiful lines of his chest muscles. His sexy chest muscles were so tight that she could feel the shocking explosive power hidden in his body. "I'm in the room, and he's outside. What are you afraid of?" Xia Jinyuan looked at her anxious expression, and his thin lips curved even more seductively. He chuckled and said, "I'm clearly wearing a bathrobe. Why is it no different from being naked in your eyes? Little fox, do you have X-ray vision? Can you see under the bathrobe?" Yi Qian took a deep breath and walked up to the man who was so muddle-headed that he wanted to punch him. His hands reached for his waist. She had to tie his robe for him. She could feel his hot breath above her head. She was sure that if she looked up now, she would only see her figure in those unfathomably dark eyes. Because, even if she didn't raise her head now, she could feel his deep gaze on her body, not a single trace of his gaze away. She pulled the loose belt of his bathrobe into her hands and fastened the Yi Qian tightly with her lips pursed. Then she pulled the lapel tightly to cover his chest. "X-ray vision? Even without X-ray vision, I can still see it clearly." Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and looked at her slender hands tidying his robe. She was obviously nervous, but she still pretended to be calm. He teased, "You can see clearly even without underwear?" Before the smile on his handsome face disappeared, Yi Qian's head mercilessly bumped into his chin and almost bit off his tongue. As he gasped in pain, Yi Qian raised his hand and smiled innocently. "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." If she didn't do it on purpose, then she did it on purpose. Xia Jinyuan rubbed his chin and said in a gentlemanly manner, "I know. You were able to gently soothe my brows when I was sleeping. How could you bear to hurt me when you care so much about me?" Chapter 887. Yi Qian didn't say anything. His face was red and his teeth were chattering. She had never been Xia Jinyuan's opponent when it came to these kinds of things. Why should she make things difficult for herself? She had to endure it for now. When she grew up, she wouldn't have to be so cautious anymore. "Haha, Major Xia, just you wait. When do you plan to open the door? Don't let your senior wait too long." Major Xia Jinyuan's jaw hurt, but his heart was filled with sweetness. He stood in front of the door and pushed it open. She could see him standing in the middle of the hallway. In order to maintain a good image, he even raised his head and puffed out his chest. He was wearing a bathrobe to give off a sense of déjà vu while waiting for Yi Jian to open the door. He was waiting for her classmates to see him. Yi Jian didn't feel like talking to him anymore. She turned around and gently closed the wardrobe door. Then, she quietly went back to the bathroom. She scooped some water and wet her face. Then, she walked out with a towel to wipe her face. Good Lord, he was still standing straight in the middle of the hallway. He didn't seem to have any intention of moving. She pushed him all the way into the room and pushed him towards the corner of the wall. Stand still and don't move. Future boyfriend who can't see the light of day. Future boyfriend who can't see the light of day. That was a problem. He watched as she took 2 steps, then turned around to check if he was standing in the corner. Her cute behavior made Xia Jinyuan rub his aching chin and laugh until his chest trembled. She was really a pure little fox. She was like a piece of white paper. In the future, every stroke of her would be left behind by him, Xia Jinyuan. She was 17 years old and didn't understand much. When she grew up, she wouldn't have to hide her feelings anymore. It was almost time for the little fox to rebel. Then before that, he had to work hard to fill in the color of a man named Xia Jinyuan in her pure white world. He had to make sure that only he existed in her world, and only she existed in his world. Xia Jinyuan only loved Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan only wanted Yi Qian, and Xia Jinyuan only had Yi Qian in his world. It was that simple. Everything he did, said, and presented now was the real Xia Jinyuan. On the battlefield, Xia Jinyuan was a strict and cold man. In real life, Xia Jinyuan was a little rascal, a silly Xia Jinyuan who liked to tease his loved ones. Little Fox could see what kind of man Xia Jinyuan was in his military uniform, and what kind of man Xia Jinyuan was without it. This was the real Xia Jinyuan. He needed her to get used to the Xia Jinyuan, who lived a different life from the one on the battlefield. He needed her to know that he never hid anything from her and that he always stood by her side. Yang Heng was about to leave when he heard the door unlatch. He turned around and saw Yi Qian standing at the door after washing her hair. Yang Heng smiled brightly and said, "Good morning. Have you had breakfast? When are you leaving?" "Good morning. I was just about to pack up and leave." Yi Qian, who pretended not to hear him while washing her face, looked at him calmly. There was a grown man in the room, so she had no choice but to open the door a little and use her body to block him. Yi Qian gradually accepted this version of Xia Jinyuan. Even when she was teased helplessly, Yi Qian never got angry. Sometimes, she even felt guilty. Because the real Yi Qian was hiding a huge secret. Yang Heng didn't expect that there was a grown man in her room. Seeing that she was about to pack up and leave, he smiled and said, "That's fine. There's a bus at the hotel entrance that goes to the school. You can take it back." Chapter 888. Also, my mom said yesterday that she would like to invite you over for lunch today, but she has to go back on her word. My cousin is back in the country, so lunch will be a family gathering. If he didn't mention it, Yi Qian wouldn't have taken it to heart. He hurriedly said, It's okay. Your mom is too polite. I can't find you on Saturday and Sunday. You should thank Auntie. We know we can't find you on Saturday and Sunday. I'm going for breakfast. See you on Monday. See you on Monday." Yi Qian's calm expression did not arouse Yang Heng's suspicions. After he left, Yi Qian closed the door and leaned against it, letting out a long sigh. She was so nervous that her palms were sweaty. Xia Jinyuan looked at her nervous expression and couldn't suppress the smile on his handsome face. "Don't worry. Even if your classmates come in, I will beat them to it." Before he could finish his sentence, there was another knock on the door. Xia Jinyuan's smile disappeared. He quickly walked towards Yi Qian and quickly went into the bathroom. The 2 seniors' voices came from outside. "Junior Yi Qian, are you done packing? We just bumped into Yang Heng. He said you were going back to school, so we can go back together." Sure enough, one shouldn't feel guilty. The more guilty one is, the more afraid one is. Yi Qian opened the door for the second time and explained that he wasn't going back to school. Only then did he successfully send the 2 seniors away. "It's not a safe place. We have to leave immediately. Xia Jinyuan came out and tried hard to hold back his laughter. He looked at Yi Qian seriously. Otherwise, I'm worried you'll be so nervous that you'll cry. His little face was as red as an apple. His expression was tense, as if he was afraid that something would happen. It was cute no matter how he looked at it. Yi Qian could tell that he was trying hard not to laugh. He glared at him, opened the wardrobe, and took out a blow-dried military uniform. What's not safe? I'm nervous because you're wearing a bathrobe. I'm still a student. If they see a man in a bathrobe in my room, I won't have the face to go back to school. Originally, there was nothing wrong, but once he saw it, regardless of whether there was a problem or not, it became a problem. Put on your clothes. I can even open the door now. Yi Qian took out his military uniform and shirt. When he looked up, he saw Xia Jinyuan staring at him with a deep and pitiful gaze. Yi Qian paused and took a step back. Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and get dressed. His voice was steady, but it was a little soft. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan made Yi Qian's heart tremble slightly. His handsome face, which had just woken up, revealed a bit of drowsiness and laziness. His deep black eyes were dark and gloomy. His whole person gave her the feeling of a cheetah stretching out its claws and staring at her, the prey. You change into your clothes. We'll leave after you change. Her breathing was a little tense. He could feel that she was a little nervous. Xia Jinyuan walked over and took the clean, fragrant military uniform. His gaze was locked on her face and did not move at all. After I fell asleep, you immediately went to the airport? Aha! Didn't you say that you didn't have any clothes? Then the only thing I could think of was to get your military uniform back. His expression was very calm. It was impossible to tell why his eyes had suddenly darkened. Yi Qian, who was trying to figure out what was going on, was also certain that he had not touched any sensitive nerve. Everything was very natural. Chapter 889. However, his gaze was still so deep that it was as if there was a whirlpool in his dark eyes that could suck her in. The military uniform was dry. Her slender fingers tightened around the military uniform that she had brought back from half the provincial capital without his knowledge. There was a feeling of solidity in her heart, as if the whole world was filled with solidity. There was not a single empty space that was filled by her at this moment. It seems like I slept too deeply. I didn't even know when you left or when you came back. Xia Jinyuan said softly. His calm tone did not change. His deep gaze was still so deep that Yi Qian's heart couldn't help but tighten. He came over at 3:30 in the morning. Little Fox left at around 3:40 in the morning. It would only take an hour to get from the hotel to the airport. It was now 8:40 in the morning. A military uniform would take around an hour to dry, which meant that she rushed back to the hotel at around 6 o'clock. He had been back for so long, but he didn't hear any movements. It seemed that the scent she left on his clothes was even more effective than taking sleeping pills. He didn't know that Yi Qian had been delayed at the scene of the car accident for nearly 40 minutes. He even thought that Yi Qian had returned very early. He should have reminded her before going to bed last night to bring back the military uniform. Unfortunately, he couldn't wear it now. Her efforts had been wasted. You were too tired. That's why you didn't know. You look a lot better now. Hurry up and change. Why are you still standing there? Yi Qian said uneasily as his gaze on her became more and more intense. She didn't know if it was because he had just woken up, but he was standing in front of her with a casual laziness. Even a casual raise of his eyebrows was sexy. Her heart was beating a little faster. Could he not be so sexy? Could he not look at her like that? Could he hurry up and change? Xia Jinyuan looked at the girl who was working for him quietly. She was nervous because of him and blushed because of him. His world was not only filled with satisfaction, but it also made his heart throb. He took a step forward, and Yi Qian immediately retreated to the door. His dark eyes widened, and he looked at Xia Lei warily. At the same time he maintained his calm and said seriously, "Captain Xia, this is a hotel. There will be students outside looking for me at any time. Don't do anything rash. Act recklessly?" What did she mean by messing around? But why was it that every time the little fox was alone with him, she would always have that "What are you trying to do?" expression on her face? Simply put, she was trying to seduce him even when he clearly had no intentions of doing anything. What do you think I will do? He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Yi Qian waited solemnly. I don't know. You know. He took another step closer, and his lazy aura began to surround her. You know, that's why you're telling me. He shook his head firmly and replied with an even firmer tone. I don't know. Even if he knew, he couldn't say it out loud. The air began to thin, and his masculine aura was flamboyant and scorching. His eyes were getting darker and darker, making her feel as if her soul was being sucked into his dark eyes bit by bit. Looking away was a sign of weakness. In front of him, she had to get used to looking him in the eye. She couldn't show any weakness. Once she did, he would start to gain the upper hand again. Actually, I told you a long time ago. Captain Xia also reminded you that the more you reject me and resist me, the more I will cling to you. Look, you're resisting me right now. It's hard for me not to mess around with you or not to do anything to you. Chapter 890. He chuckled as he approached her step by step. It wasn't the kind of approach that would make Yi Qian want to run away, but the kind that would make her afraid of losing herself in his gentleness. Little by little, as light as silk, he approached her. Before she realized it, he would entangle her more and more, until she couldn't escape and was completely trapped in his gentle net. This feeling made Yi Qian panic. She didn't know what to do. She could trust him. Trust that his deadly gentleness gave her a sense of security. We can't do anything right now. Don't forget. We have an agreement. We have to get to know each other first before we interact. This is our agreement, Captain Xia. I don't think you'll forget it. He was so close that her mind was a little confused. Her heart was messed up by his breath and his gentleness. Yi Qian secretly took a deep breath to calm her flustered heart. She looked up at the man whose entire body was wrapped around her. She saw her tiny figure in his eyes and also saw the faint smile in his eyes. She pursed her lips and said calmly, Also, you're right. I shouldn't resist. This will make you want to conquer me. It seemed that his nearness made her panic. Very good. There was only panic and no fear. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. His handsome face looked as lazy as if he was drunk. His smile had the sexiest charm of a man. But I really like your resistance. Because even though you're resisting me, you're also accepting me. There were still 2 years left in high school. She had enough time to accept his approach. Because every time they met, he would make their relationship better. Just like now, she only felt panic and no fear. This was enough to show that their relationship had been improving. Yi Qian, whose thoughts were exposed, raised her hand and gently rubbed her tense forehead. She had indeed been accepting Xia Jinyuan despite her resistance. Did accepting him mean that she needed to confess her mystery to him? Did she need to find a chance to confess her past and completely open her heart to Xia Jinyuan, who made her feel safe? Could she reach out and grab his hand? Looking at Xia Jinyuan's gentle gaze, Yi Qian couldn't deny that he had the urge to do so. Then, the impulse only flickered in his heart like a spark. When the light disappeared, the impulse was gone. Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen had taught her that women also needed to stand tall and proud in front of the world. When one did not have enough capital, one had to learn to endure, to lie low, and to wait for an opportunity to soar into the sky. No, it was not yet time for her to reveal all her secrets. She still needed time to prove if he could really accept her. After all, she was still young and he was still young. I admit that I'm accepting Captain Xia, who's so far away, so tired, and still sneaking around in the middle of the night. If I were to heartlessly refuse, I'm afraid Major Xia would be heartbroken. Yi Qian smiled, relaxing his tense heart and body. Her admission filled Major Xia with even more joy. He reached out and easily pulled the nervous little fox into his arms. He smiled and sighed. Getting along with people is a process of acceptance. I said before that I would wait for the day when you would accept me. I will wait for that day to come. That little head of yours likes to think too much. You actually asked me what I wanted to do. Little fox, your question is full of hints to a man. You're hinting at what I can do. Chapter 891. Yi Qian bit his shoulder, but couldn't bear to bite his flesh, so he could only vent his anger by rubbing his bathrobe with his teeth. You always have so many excuses in front of me. You barged into my room in the middle of the night. Can't I ask you what you want? She couldn't even bear to bite him. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved even higher as he gently hugged Yi Qian, who was gradually relaxing in his arms. He chuckled softly and sighed. Of course you can ask. I like it when you ask me. You went to pick up my military uniform at 3 in the morning. Little fox, you're really good at taking care of people. What should I do, little fox? It's getting harder and harder for me to let go. Yi Qian's expression was extremely unnatural. Hugging and hugging. Ever since they kissed in the army, he had become more and more presumptuous. Xia Jinyuan, I think we should sit down and talk. How about this? She wasn't used to it and felt particularly embarrassed, but she didn't resist his embrace. She wasn't pretentious either. Anyway, it was. No. Good. Will. Think. Xia Jinyuan hugged her very comfortably. The girl in his arms was delicate and soft, and she even secretly did things for him. He couldn't tell from her expression that she was tired, but she was naturally considerate. That's right, she was considerate. Considerate that made him happy. If it's not like this, then what is it? He asked softly. His voice was as deep as the sea, and his breath blew by her ear. Yi Qian gritted his teeth and made a huge decision in his heart. This decision really shocked Xia Jinyuan. She actually hugged his neck and took the initiative to kiss him. She even kissed his lips. He was stunned for half a second, and naturally, he couldn't help but loosen his grip on her. A second ago, he was still in shock, but in the next second, he lost her in his arms along with the kiss. The person in his arms nimbly escaped from his arms and raised her eyebrows proudly. You've hugged me and kissed me. Captain Xia, can you change your clothes now? I still want to go to the regiment to start training in the afternoon. The injury on my arm has been recuperating for half a month. If I don't train now, my skills will become rusty. If he were to find a man from the Special Forces as a boyfriend, he would need to prevent him from sneaking into the room in the middle of the night. If he were to find a woman from the Special Forces as a girlfriend, he would also need to prevent her from kissing him. However, she had already nimbly escaped from his embrace. When a male soldier faced a female soldier, or a Special Forces soldier faced a Special Forces soldier, this kind of love was a love that could run together and compete together. It was a love that was evenly matched. Xia Jinyuan smiled helplessly. I didn't even feel like it was a kiss and it was already over. His slender fingers gently caressed her warm lips as he raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, Why don't we kiss for a while more? Let me feel it again. It wasn't easy for him to escape, so how could he possibly go back? Yi Qian rejected him with a smile and used his eyes to signal him to quickly go into the bathroom to change. You're not wearing your school uniform, but you're wearing such a beautiful dress. Then, Xia Jinyuan put the military uniform back into the wardrobe and said with a smile, I'm not wearing my military uniform today. I'll wear casual clothes. He glanced at the breakfast on the cabinet in the entryway and said, I'll wash up first. You can watch TV while eating breakfast. How about the International News Channel? Although you're in school now, since your current goal is to enter the military academy, you should also pay attention to international news. Chapter 892. He picked up the breakfast that Yi Qian had brought over and placed it on the coffee table. Under her slightly serious gaze, he said casually, The morning news is over. Let's watch the 9 o'clock news. Didn't I say that our operation this time was a decapitation operation? Can you see if you can find anything from the international news? Yi Qian's expression was serious. Xia Jinyuan, this is the second time you've mentioned your operation, and you haven't forgotten the top 10 confidentiality rules. Why? Why do you have to mention it again and again in front of me? You can watch it first. Okay, this is the channel. For this operation, he had to let her understand it step by step. He wanted her to watch it first. What she saw was always more realistic than what others said. He wanted her to watch it more and analyze it based on what he said. He also wanted her to be able to immediately ask questions that were beneficial to her analysis. Looking at the news with her intelligence, she might be able to figure out what the operation this time was related to and what it was for. Yi Qian and the others didn't have the opportunity to watch TV at school. In 1997, the provincial No. 1 middle school didn't have a TV in every classroom. The only TV was placed in the auditorium and no one dared to sneak in to watch it. Yi Qian sat on the sofa with a heavy burden on his heart. He watched as Yi Qian turned on the TV and switched to the International News Channel. I don't know if it's available. Take a look. I want to call Ho Zi. Okay. Yi Qian nodded and watched the international news carefully. From the corner of his eye, he saw Xia Jinyuan take his phone and go to the bathroom to make a call. Ho Zi was still on the 23rd floor. He had just come back from a swim and was only wearing a pair of tight black swimming trunks. At 37 years old, he maintained his body well. From his tight abdominal muscles, it was obvious that he paid a lot of attention to exercise. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello." His expression gradually became serious. "So this is the cooperation with this territory. Okay, I'll send the clothes to you in half an hour. I'll take you directly to pick the goods." Ho Zi loved Xia Jinyuan because he loved him. Moreover, the other party was worthy of his help. Today, if Xia Jinyuan had asked him to bring a gun to help, Ho Zi would have agreed without hesitation. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at such a straightforward answer. He said with a faint smile, "I killed someone overseas and fled back to the country. Brother Z, I'm in big trouble. What am I afraid of? Who do you think you are? Killing people was not done for personal reasons. All right, stop trying to scare me. Other than your sister, there's no one else who can scare me." Ho Zi smiled, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with killing intent. She smiled and said, "Thank you." What's there to thank? He had two thanks. First, he was thankful that Xia Jinyuan thought of him at this time. Someone like Xia Jinyuan went overseas to kill people, and he killed people for the country. Since Xia Jinyuan could come to the southern province to find him after killing people, he had to help him. Helping Xia Jinyuan was equivalent to helping the country. Second, he was thankful that Xia Jinyuan gave him a good opportunity to start reshuffling the cards and wash away all the past. Xia Yiwei wanted to marry some bullshit designer. When did he agree? What was so great about studying abroad? He, Ho Zi, did not study for many years, but he was still doing well. He was still going to marry Xia Yiwei. The place to pick the goods is a little far, but you won't regret it if you go. Ho Zi was not afraid that Xia Jinyuan would find out where he hid the goods. So what if he found out? He did not take these goods out to endanger the peace of the southern province. It was just a hobby. He liked to collect them. Chapter 893. Xia Jinyuan knew that Ho Zi had weapons. It was normal for a gangster like him to have weapons. But he didn't expect that Ho Zi could say the word, pick. He could tell that Ho Zi had a lot of goods just from this word. That's right, he wasn't afraid of having a lot of goods, but he was afraid of not having any. Ziga, you know the consequences if I go to your collection place. Although he wasn't afraid of Ho Zi having a lot of goods, some things had to be made clear. Xia Jinyuan's expression became serious. You know who I am. If I go, I will take your goods, but it's very likely that. Ho Zi took the towel from the bodyguard and wiped his hair with one hand. He walked towards the cloakroom with his phone in the other. Since I dare to take you there, why would I be afraid of you seeing my goods? I've known you since you were 16 years old. I've never given you anything that can be used against me in all these years. Even your sister can't find anything that can be used against me. Besides, you said that I'm helping you, but I know that you're helping me. You're helping me to reshuffle the cards openly. Ziga, I'm not afraid of you finding out. In fact, I should be thanking you. Besides, since you're asking me for goods, you must know that I have the goods. Given our relationship, there's no need to talk too much nonsense. If you want the goods or the people, just say the word. He had to help Xia Jinyuan now. Helping him was also helping himself. Ho Zi said casually. His tone revealed the decisiveness of a decision-maker. With just a few words, he decided on such a big matter. A gangster bringing a soldier to his own armory to pick out goods. Wasn't he courting death? If it was in the past, he would be courting death. But not now. This was an opportunity for Ho Zi. There were countless people who wanted to cooperate with this territory, and this opportunity was now in Ho Zi's hands. He would be a fool if he didn't seize this opportunity. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Xia Yiwei, you've completely won. You've really won. Based on his understanding of Ho Zi, he would definitely give him the goods if he asked, but he would never bring him to pick out the goods himself. As Ho Zi said, even Xia Yiwei didn't have any direct evidence of the person sleeping next to her. Why would the cautious Ho Zi suddenly think of bringing him to pick out the weapons? There was only one answer. Ho Zi heard what he said last night and used his actions to tell him that he had decided to give up his country for the beauty. Ziku, you decide. I need the goods urgently. I have to get them this morning. Xia Jinyuan didn't give Ho Zi a chance to reconsider. He didn't have time to wait. I'll send the clothes to you in half an hour. I'll be waiting for you in the underground parking lot of Venus Hotel. Ho Zi, who was getting some clothes for himself, had a relaxed expression on his face. He had to seize the opportunity to cooperate with this territory. If Xia Yiwei had the intention of marrying someone else, why would he need worldly possessions? Last night, every time he compared his current status to that of a fickle woman like Xia Yiwei, he realized that no matter how he compared himself, as long as he thought of another man sleeping next to Xia Yiwei, he would burn with anger. He couldn't wait to buy a ring and run to her to propose. I still have to do it one by one. I have to do it slowly. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ho Zi's handsome face, which was so beautiful that it was close to a demon's, was not filled with a charm that made people's eyes linger, but with a gloominess that made people tremble. Xia Yiwei wanted to marry another man? No way. Chapter 894. It was 8:50 a.m. Yi Qian was focused on the TV. She wasn't curious about what Xia Jinyuan and Ho Zi were talking on the phone in the bathroom. It was 8:50 a.m. and there were still 10 minutes before the 9 o'clock a.m. news. The news that could be shown on TV had to be edited and reviewed before it could be shown. She never thought that she would be able to find out what mission Xia Jinyuan and the others were carrying out from the news. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jinyuan came out of the bathroom and said to Yi Qian, "Someone will deliver the clothes in half an hour. Let's go out for a walk then." Go out for a walk in half an hour? Then she wouldn't be able to watch the entire episode in detail. She just hoped that she would be able to find some clues from the trailer. Must we go out for a walk? Can't we go to the training ground? Yi Qian raised her head and looked at the man who had decided on the itinerary for the day. She frowned slightly and said, "Captain Xia, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said, "We really can't go to the training ground today. As for what it is, watch the TV first. I have breakfast, right? I'm suddenly a little hungry." He immediately changed the topic, which made Yi Qian even more suspicious. "There's breakfast. You can eat it and tell me why you must go out with me today." Xia Jinyuan smiled at her. His deep eyes were deep and mysterious. "Continue watching the TV. Eat your breakfast slowly. I'll be there soon to accompany you." Little Fox's curiosity was piqued. Hopefully, she wouldn't be so scared that she would cry. Cry? That didn't seem likely. How could a strong little fox cry? Less than 10 seconds later, Xia Jinyuan walked out with a cold expression. He was holding Yi Qian's blood-stained school uniform in his hand. "What happened on the way there?" he asked in a low voice. He even sounded a little anxious. "Did you meet any suspicious people? Did you get rid of them directly?" Ever since he entered the country, he had been on the lookout. It was impossible for a snake from outside the country to discover his whereabouts in such a short time. Could it be that he had been too careless? Had someone already made a move to kill the little fox? Yi Qian, who was watching TV intently, looked up and saw his handsome face tensed up as he held the bloodied school uniform she had left in the bathroom. She was a little surprised by his reaction and immediately explained, "I was on my way to the airport when I bumped into a car accident. The blood on my uniform wasn't mine. It was the blood of the injured people in the car when I participated in the rescue." So that was the case. He was really frightened just now. She looked at the school uniform in her hand. Although the dried blood on it did not belong to Yi Qian, her heart sank. He didn't show any strange expression on his face and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. It seems that this car accident is very serious. You participated in the rescue and were stained with so much blood. It's pretty bad. I wonder how the driver is doing now?" Yi Qian furrowed his brows when he saw that Yi Qian's brows had loosened after his explanation. Even his expression had relaxed a lot. What exactly happened to their team during this operation? Why were they still so tense when they were back in China? Also, did he just say that he met any suspicious people? Did she get rid of them directly? How could she get rid of anyone directly? No, it wasn't that she could get rid of anyone directly. There was someone who needed to be dealt with directly. Someone followed Xia Jinyuan back to China. Otherwise, Why would he burn the clothes he wore that day on his way back? Chapter 895. Yi Qian's pupils constricted. She walked over with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Are you in danger now? Are you in great danger? Someone followed you back to the country. Is that right? Answer me, Xia Jinyuan. Her voice was sharp and urgent, and it carried with it a chill that broke through the ice. Seeing her angry expression, Xia Jinyuan quickly comforted the little fox whose hair was standing on end and whose expression was tense. Don't be too nervous. If this is someone else's car accident and you are just rescuing him, then I am safe in the southern province. I've been covering up my tracks. I won't even wear the clothes I've worn a second time. If someone really followed us, I think we'll find out together and get rid of these little tales together. He stroked her hair and maintained a faint smile. Our profession is special. There will be danger at any time, but in our own country, it's relatively safe. He had been dealing with these people to buy time for the J5 and the others to escape. Now that the military had received text messages saying that his comrades were safe, his plan had succeeded. He had successfully lured all the snakes to himself and allowed his comrades to return safely. He talked about dangerous topics as casually as if he was talking about the aftermath of a movie. Even his expression was indifferent, as if it was not worth mentioning. That smile made Yi Qian a little breathless. The car accident did not scare Yi Qian. It made her lose her cool. Yi Qian's heart sank even more. She looked at him with a determined gaze and said softly, "If someone followed us, I will definitely share the danger with you." Her fearless gaze made Xia Jinyuan's eyes ripple. His little fox would not back down just because he was in danger. She would definitely choose to stay by his side and fight side by side with him. I believe in you. If I'm in danger now, you will definitely stand by my side. So, I'm back, and I'm back with danger. Little fox, will you be angry? Yi Qian's brows furrowed more and more as he spoke. Angry? She was not in the mood to be angry. In that case, Xia Jinyuan's return to the country did not mean that the mission was over. Since the mission was not over, why did he come to the southern province? There's one more thing I need to tell you. There's a reason why I can't wear this military uniform. It's because I can't wear the military uniform that represents our country with my current identity. This bastard! Since he couldn't even wear his military uniform, he was 100% sure that he still had a mission to complete. Why didn't he make things clear when he sent her back to the hotel last night? Why did he have to wait until today? Why didn't he tell her in advance that he was coming back with danger? He was sleeping so soundly when she went to the airport. What if the danger came at that time? If she had known that he didn't need to wear his military uniform, she wouldn't have gone to the airport so early in the morning. She couldn't think that way. If she hadn't gone to the airport in the early hours of the morning, Auntie Song might have gotten into a car accident. His words made Yi Qian lose all interest in watching TV. His voice was tense as he asked, "Why? Why can't I wear it?" "Because I'm not a Chinese soldier now, but an illegal mercenary." His words made Yi Qian's breath catch in his throat, and his heart instantly tightened. What kind of special force was Xia Jinyuan in? What kind of special forces were they? They could actually change the identity of a Chinese soldier and turn him into a mercenary. Chapter 896. He had become an illegal mercenary without an identity, and was not allowed to show his face in any country. Once he was exposed, the Chinese military would not be able to easily protect him. This was because they were no longer Chinese soldiers. Their names were not even in the entire military system. Erasing everything and sending them on a mission was enough to prove that once their identities were exposed, they could only rely on themselves to save themselves. Thinking of this, Yi Qian's heart trembled. Then why did you return to the southern province? Xia Jinyuan, you must have a reason to return to the southern province, right? The southern province is ZGE's territory. Did you think that if something happened, he would not stand by and do nothing? Is that why you returned to the southern province? Is that so? Also, Captain Xia, since you dared to contact Ho Zi while you were still on a mission, you must have other motives. Am I right? Compared to Yi Qian's tense expression, Xia Jinyuan's expression was much more relaxed. Smart, you guessed it so quickly. You're right, little fox. I did have a reason to return to the southern province. You were talking about the decapitation operation. The decapitation operation is the biggest operation, and it involves matters between countries. For such a big matter, even if Zigu has power in the southern province, he might not be able to guarantee your safety. Yi Qian pursed his lips and looked at him even more carefully. He said with certainty, "Captain Xia, the reason why you had to return to the southern province is definitely not that simple." Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly. His elegant and handsome face looked indifferent, but his voice was cold. "My identity is now an illegal mercenary." He emphasized the word illegal, and looked sharply at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, tell me, why did I have to return to the southern province? What's the reason why I had to return?" The southern province was Ho Zi's territory. Ho Zi would not stand by and do nothing when a snake from abroad attacked him. The reason why he had to return to the southern province was because Ho Zi had a weapon. Yi Qian's brain never stopped working. He kept analyzing the reason why Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to return to the southern province. He also thought about how Xia Jinyuan had suddenly told him about Operation Decapitation. He didn't say anything that wasn't supposed to be said in the confidentiality agreement, but what he said seemed to be on purpose. No one could help them. They could only help themselves now. No, she could help him too. If it was as she guessed, Xia Jinyuan deliberately wanted her to know about their operation. It was also the military's intention. Otherwise, as a soldier, how could he tell him about their operation so easily? He only dared to say it after getting the approval of the military. The military knew that he had returned to the southern province, that he had contacted Ho Zi, and that he had contacted her. The military knew everything, but Xia Jinyuan was still an illegal mercenary. An illegal mercenary didn't hide the fact that the military had contacted Ho Zi, the leader of the underworld. This meant that the military allowed him to contact Ho Zi. It was obviously a clueless matter. The more Yi Qian thought about it, the more confused he became. Gradually, he found a reason why Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to return to the southern province. It was because Ho Zi had something that the military couldn't give to Xia Jinyuan for the time being. What was that thing? Yi Qian's eyes gradually darkened. Like the sea, they were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. After about a minute, the bottomless sea began to ripple. She should have guessed the reason why Xia Jinyuan had to come to the southern province. Chapter 897. Weapons. Ho Zi was the boss of the underworld, so he must have guns and ammunition on hand. Xia Jinyuan, an illegal mercenary, needed guns and ammunition. How could he not have a weapon to defend himself before the mission was over? You return to Nan province because you trust Ho Zi and are sure that he will help you. You need to get weapons from Ho Zi, she said in a trembling voice. She was trembling so much that even her fingers were trembling. Why would he need weapons when he returned to China? What kind of people did he offend? One thing was for sure, the people he offended back in China also had weapons in their hands. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened, and so did his eyes. He had guided Yi Qian to understand the dangers of his mission. When he heard her analyze the purpose of his return, he felt a sense of pride. This was his little fox, a brave and strong girl who would never give up easily in the face of difficulties and setbacks. That's right. Also, I'm an illegal mercenary now, so I can't return to the army to get weapons. If I want guns and ammunition, I can only get them from Ho Zi. Returning to Nan province is my best choice. Our mission after returning to China is to lure the snake out of its hole. I'm responsible for leaving clues along the way to lure these foreign snakes to Nan province and give my comrades a chance to escape safely. So, Yi Qian, I came to your side with great danger. Are you afraid? That was what he asked her. It was only 3 words, and his voice was soft, but every word was heavy. Every word was like a mountain pressing down on her. Yi Qian wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid of danger at all. She wasn't worried that he would bring danger with him. When Yi Qian spoke again, she realized that her voice was as tense as a string that was about to snap. Then what are you going to do now? What about your identity? That's right. She wasn't afraid of danger. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to restore his identity. Her words made Xia Jinyuan tear up. The girl he liked was not afraid of the danger he brought to her, but she was afraid that his identity would not be restored. Major Xia, whose heart was aching, resisted the urge to pull her into his arms. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Although my current identity is an illegal mercenary, My identity will naturally be restored after this is over. When Yi Qian heard this, it was as if he saw the mountain that had been pressing down on his heart explode with a bang. His entire body relaxed. It turned out that his identity could be restored after the mission was completed. That was good, that was good. However, before she could exhale, Xia Jinyuan's next words made her heart turn cold. Actually, that's not the problem. The problem is the injured K7. He contacted G3 last night, but he didn't even send out the coordinates. Therefore, I suspect that he didn't manage to escape, but was bitten instead. Little fox, this is the biggest problem right now. G3 is K7's contact person, and I am G3's contact person. For this mission, we contacted each other one by one. When K7 crawled out from the gunfire, his random mercenary uniform was blown into strips. When he saw your uniform and thought about K7's injury, he stopped. He didn't want to personally voice out his suspicions that his comrade was injured and captured. He kept looking at Yi Qian with a heavy gaze. Yi Qian, whose emotions were stirred up by Xia Jinyuan, narrowed his eyes and stared at him. He didn't ask anything else. Instead, he asked for himself, Captain Xia, if you tell me about your mission and the difficulties you're facing, it means that not only can I ask you some questions about your mission, but I can also directly participate in your mission, right? Chapter 898. Didn't you already guess correctly? What else do you need to confirm? I can only contact you and tell you what our mission is if the military agrees to your participation. Xia Jinyuan laughed and even raised his hand to rub her head. What else do you want to confirm? Yi Qian waved away the hand that was rubbing his head. I want to confirm whether my current identity is a student or an illegal mercenary. Keep your hands to yourself and don't touch me. I still have a lot of things to know. Of course you're a student. Also, what do you want to know? Xia Jinyuan laughed out loud. His laughter was low and deep, and even his chest was trembling slightly. Can you think about what we should do next? After all, my current identity is not a soldier, but an illegal mercenary. You're a little fox who is so smart that it gives me headaches sometimes. Do you have any ideas on how to restore my identity as soon as possible? He could take her to actual combat, but in actual combat, she had to be able to control the entire situation on her own. She was such a smart girl. She couldn't just be a soldier who followed orders. She had to become a commander who could command soldiers. He hoped that she could become a commander who could command soldiers in battle. Now she would talk and he would listen. If there was anything wrong, he would point it out to her. He would let her grow up step by step with him. He would watch her grow up and see her become successful. Just thinking about it made him feel proud. You can ask me anything you think of. I can also tell you that after we lure the snakes out of their cave, the mission will be completed in Nan province. We can't do it in the city center. We have to end it in a remote place. He revealed the danger again and let Yi Qian face the danger directly. Yi Qian's gaze gradually darkened. His voice was very soft and filled with a murderous aura. Since we've lured the snakes here, we can't give them a chance to bite you. We can't let them have a chance to escape. If they could get rid of these people in advance, it would mean that Xia Jinyuan's mission in China was completed. It would also make it impossible for other countries to find out that he was actually a Chinese soldier. This was the only way the military could restore his identity. After the finishing work is done, there won't be anything else. Yi Qian said softly. His dark eyes stared at the elegant face in front of him. He said slowly, word by word, your identity can be restored. Her breathing went from rapid to steady, and even her eyes calmed down. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lift his hand to hold her face gently. He stroked her face gently with his fingers and said, No, little fox, it's not over. It is good that you are not soft-hearted to your enemies. However, there is still our comrade K7. You still need to consider his current situation. I came to the southern province to divert everyone's attention and ensure the safety of my comrades. But as long as one of my comrades is still alive, my mission will not end, and my identity will not be restored. For this operation, the identities of all the comrades participating in this operation will be changed. As long as one of them is still alive, no one will be able to restore their identities. Xia Jinyuan explained everything to Yi Qian. When he was done, he gently touched Yi Qian's trembling lips with his lips. Little fox, you still need to learn how to control the entire battle. You need to control it from all aspects. Chapter 899. You're not a good soldier if you don't want to be a commander. You have to remember that your goal isn't just to be a soldier. You have to become a soldier who knows how to fight. You have to know how to fight and how to command soldiers to fight before you know what to do. Yi Qian's body was trembling. She stared at him fixedly as he spoke softly. She said, "I want to drink water. I want to drink water." She was very thirsty. She was so thirsty that she was panicking. She rushed to the side of the coffee table and covered the teacup with a lid. After stabilizing her trembling fingers, she grabbed the teacup tightly and drank the remaining cold water from last night in one gulp. She wanted the coolness of the water to suppress her panic. She didn't think that she would be the one to command soldiers in battle. She only knew that they were in danger. There was also K7. The mission couldn't end before K7 was confirmed to be out of danger. They couldn't give up on their comrade, so the mission had to continue. The cold water seemed to suppress the panic in her heart. Yi Qian took a deep breath and turned around. She looked at Xia Jinyuan coldly. "You said that K7 and G3 were in contact, but they didn't send their coordinates. So, you suspect that K7 contacted you last night to tell you that he was safe so that you wouldn't have to worry. You also suspect that he had the determination to sacrifice himself so that you wouldn't have to look for him. Comradeship could be so deep that they would exchange their lives for each other's. If K7 was really captured, she didn't doubt that he had the determination to sacrifice himself so that his comrade wouldn't come back to save him." K7's thin but handsome face flashed through her mind. He was a young soldier who didn't speak much, but every word he said was precious. Yi Qian clenched her fists. Her voice was bloodthirsty. "You have to go back and look for K7 after you finish the mission in Nan Province. This is something you have to do. I support your decision to go back. What I want to ask is, what about the other comrades? Do they also have to go back? But you guys are illegal now. What about your weapons? What about your weapons? The weapons that Ho Zi provided at most are guns. If it's life-saving grenades, you have to prepare them. You have to consider this. I mentioned G3 earlier. Since G3 is K7's contact, where is he now?" Yi Qian did not ask one question at a time. Instead, he asked one question after another, each one sharper than the last. "If you're in China, you can still look for Ho Zi. But if you're overseas, who will you look for? What if you don't have enough weapons? Through the black market?" Xia Jinyuan's nerves twitched when he was hit by her questions that hit the nail on the head. As expected of a comrade who had been on a mission together, her questions came one after another, and each of them hit the nail on the head. After thinking for a while, he answered seriously, "G3 is already rushing to the southern province. He's the only one who knows K7's situation the best. He's part of the mission to lure the snake out of its hole. G3 also needs weapons. When he arrives at the southern province, we have to take away the best weapons in Ho Zi's hands. Even if Ho Zi has a weapon, will it be enough? Our country forbids private collection of weapons. This is illegal. Even if Ho Zi has a weapon, how much will it be?" Yi Qian was practically chasing after her. Fortunately, she was relatively calm and didn't lose her composure. Yi Qian was the type of person who would calm down the more anxious she was. The calmer she was, the more she understood that this was not a small matter. The news that Xia Jinyuan brought back was too shocking. She wasn't involved before, so no matter how calm she was, she still seemed a little anxious. Chapter 900. Xia Jinyuan had been speaking to her calmly so that she could remain calm. Faced with her questioning, he smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the weapons. Ho Zi has a hobby of collecting guns. He definitely has the best guns. We have the weapons from southern province. As for the weapons after we leave the country, we will find other ways to get them. We will only know if K7 needs to be rescued at 3 in the afternoon. The 4 of us may seem like a sheet of loose sand, but we are all in contact with each other. For example, G3 hasn't contacted me, which means that K7 hasn't contacted him either. If one person didn't contact them, it meant that none of them could contact them. No one wanted their comrades to be sacrificed, and no one wanted their comrades to be worried about them. Therefore, everyone would try to contact their comrades to reassure them. This method of contact was simple and straightforward. Everyone followed the simple rules of contact. They had all developed the habit of reporting their situation to their comrades at all times, so that they wouldn't forget to contact them. What we should do now is to get rid of the snake that you lured to Southern Province. Then, you guys should hurry back to find K7. Yi Qian summarized everything in one sentence. The last sentence was the most important. They were comrades who had sworn to each other that they would live and die together and never give up. This was their oath, and it was engraved in their hearts forever. With G3 around, the two of them could take care of each other and return to the battlefield together. She felt a little more at ease. Yi Qian glanced at the wardrobe. She thought about how he couldn't wear the military uniform that she had brought back. Her eyes instantly turned red. She turned her head, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. That military uniform. I'll take care of it. When you come back, wear it again. Wear it openly. She was sad. It wasn't the kind of sadness that came from crying. It was the kind of sadness that came from suppressing her trembling heart. She was sad because of his identity. Xia Jinyuan smiled gently and hugged her with his right arm. His warm and broad palm gently stroked her arm to comfort her. Silly fox. It will be over soon. Everything will be fine. You have to believe in us, believe in our country. We will not give up on ourselves, and our country will not give up on us. A country can't stand without defense, and the people can't be at ease without soldiers. We are defense, but we are also soldiers. No one will abandon us as soldiers. His embrace still made her feel at ease. The faint scent of mint flowed into her body bit by bit. His presence and his scent were comforting her, allowing her to calm down. Yi Qian forced his tears back. He raised his head and looked at him with determination. I've always believed in you. I'll take care of the uniform for you. I just want to take good care of it for you. Because I was the one who brought it back from the airport. I was the one who cleaned it. Only I can keep it. She was so serious that Xia Jinyuan's heart palpitated. He had wanted to comfort her, but now he wanted to love her dearly. She was telling him that she had been waiting for him to come back, waiting for him to personally take back his military uniform from her. She wanted to see him safe with her own eyes, and not find out about his safety through other channels. He hugged her tightly in his arms and hid her completely in his wings with only the strength of his right arm. He used the strength in his arms to express his throbbing emotions. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to my current comrade and future girlfriend. Chapter 901. This was a promise made using the military uniform as a medium. He promised her that he would definitely come back and take back his military uniform and the epaulets that represented his military rank. He also promised Yi Qian that his identity would never change. A country could not be established without defense, and people could not be at ease without soldiers. He was both a defender and a soldier, so how could he give up his identity so easily? Xia Jinyuan let go of her hand and smiled. Since you helped me wash the clothes, I'll help you wash them too. But I'm not sure if the bloodstains on them can be washed off. It's unlikely that they can be washed off. I plan to take them back to school and see if I can get a new set or buy one. He would not make promises easily. Now that he had made a promise, he would definitely be able to do it. She believed that he would definitely be able to do it. Yi Jian smiled. Bloodstains are the hardest to clean. But if you can clean them, that would be the best. I will wash them very seriously. It was his first time washing someone's clothes, and it was his future girlfriend's school uniform, so he had to perform well. Letting Xia Jinyuan wash his clothes for him. Yi Qian thought about it for a while and felt that it was quite interesting. He did not wash the clothes immediately. Instead, he soaked them in water. After washing up, Xia Jinyuan sat beside Yi Qian for breakfast. After straightening out the matter, Yi Jian once again looked at the TV that had not been turned off. The 9 o'clock news had already started. However, it was all domestic news and had not been broadcasted to foreign news yet. After breakfast, Xia Jinyuan accompanied Yi Qian to watch the domestic news for a while before he got up and went to the bathroom. It was not easy to wash his future girlfriend's clothes, so he had to finish what he started. After soaking for 10 minutes, he could start washing them. After scrubbing hard, Xia Jinyuan looked at the light brown stains on the school uniform. He put it in the water and scrubbed it a few more times. He picked it up and looked at it again. There was no way to wash it clean, so he could only change it. Performance, failure. There was a knock on the door. Ho Zi's assistant stood outside and respectfully handed the clothes to Xia Jinyuan. This is what you will wear today. When you come back, 10 sets of clothes will be prepared for you in the car. Brother Z is waiting for you in the underground parking lot. Ho Zi had already arrived at the parking lot. Xia Jinyuan could go straight to him after he changed his clothes. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Jinyuan took the clothes. After the man politely closed the door, he said to Yi Qian, the reason why I insisted on going out with you today is that after I change, you need to accompany me to Ho Zi's to pick out some goods. The goods are a little far away. I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the group training today. Then I won't go. Your matters here are more important. Choosing goods was choosing weapons. She would definitely go. When it was time for the 30-minute news broadcast, Yi Qian answered as he stared at the television screen. Yi Qian saw several dignitaries from the Middle East walking into the meeting in splendid attire. This was a religious exchange meeting. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed his clothes, came out and saw the news. His elegant and handsome face flashed with a trace of gloom. From the dark to the light, it seems like they are afraid. He suddenly said. Yi Qian's eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at the television again. Religious exchange meeting? Did their beheading operation have anything to do with religion? The television screen flickered. Xia Jinyuan turned off the television. There shouldn't be any problems if it's on the domestic news. One of the people involved is a weapons expert. Chapter 902. The television screen flickered and Xia Jinyuan switched it off. He said calmly, there shouldn't be any problems if it's on the national news. One of them is a weapons expert. A weapons expert? A religious exchange meeting? Since it's a religious exchange meeting, the people who appear should be related to religion. Why is there a weapons expert? When religion and weapons are involved, it loses the meaning of religion and becomes a little bloody. Operation Decapitation. They were carrying out Operation Decapitation. A religious exchange meeting, a weapons expert. Yi Qian held his breath. This time, the target of the operation was someone from the religious exchange meeting. What they had taken care of was a person who had been secretly causing trouble for the Chinese side under the pretext of religious exchange. Such a person seemed sanctimonious, like a savior who promoted religion, but in fact, he was the real creator of blood and violence. Xia Jinyuan looked at the expression on her little face and understood. It seemed that his little fox knew who the decapitation leader was. As he buttoned his suit, his thin lips curled up slightly as he brought up a past incident. In the no man's land, there was an active soldier in the mercenary group that we dealt with together. This active soldier followed the person who used the name of religious exchange to enter Tibet. He came from China's borders as a believer and stole military intelligence from China's borders. He secretly spread bad ideas and tried to cause chaos at China's borders. Little fox, our country is at war everywhere. It seems peaceful, but there are many countries eyeing our country covetously. They want to take the opportunity to stir up trouble and weaken our country's strength to achieve their unspeakable goals. What we need to do is to eliminate these people who are secretly stirring up trouble. While warning other countries, we also need to maintain the stability of our country's borders. They were soldiers, and the duty of soldiers was to protect the country's security, the country's borders, the stability of the government, and the stability of the society. Once there was an abnormal situation that threatened the peace of the country, they would draw their swords. Yi Qian listened quietly. When he looked up, he saw Xia Jinyuan in a black suit standing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he had changed from a powerful soldier to a calm and reserved businessman. He pursed his lips and smiled. Captain Xia, you're a natural. Very suitable. Not bad. Xia Jinyuan adjusted his tie and his thin lips curled up slightly. In an instant, there was a noble and distinguished aura between his eyebrows. How is it? Do I look more like it now? It wasn't that. Xia Jinyuan was now a mature and steady business elite who exuded a distinguished aura. No matter how he disguised himself, he was always the noble Xia Jinyuan who stood at the top of the world. Yi Jian nodded with a smile. You look alike. No one would be able to tell that Captain Xia is actually a soldier. Even if he came to her side with danger, he was still a soldier that she admired. Danger is always present. It depends on how you face. Regardless of whether you are relaxed or worried, the danger will never disappear automatically. And I choose to face it. Chapter 903. The danger is right there. The first thing we should think of is to solve it, not worry. Little Fox, as a Special Forces soldier, even if you are just training, danger still exists. We have to face unexpected situations at all times. Being calm and collected is our attitude when facing them. There is no fear, no retreat, only forward. This is the mission and responsibility of a soldier. Yi Qian, you have to remember that we are always in danger. There is never a way out. The only way is to face it and solve it. Complete it. Do it without hesitation. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian's relationship was not just that of lovers. He would also tell Yi Qian what a soldier should be like. He would clearly tell Yi Qian all the dangers and difficulties that Yi Qian faced. He would not allow Yi Qian to have any thoughts of running away. He would be her closest comrade in the future. Uncle Jen and Principal Chen could teach Yi Qian all the skills she needed to know, as well as how to be a person, how to make decisions in the military, and how to be strong in handling matters. Then, Xia Jinyuan would be the one who could truly get close to Yi Qian's heart. He would hold Yi Qian's hand tightly at any time and tell her that he was a soldier. A soldier who had no way out once he put on the military uniform. Yi Qian was shocked when she heard that. He was teaching her, and when he saw that she had a problem, he immediately pointed it out sternly and told her clearly what she should do. That's right, he was right. No matter what attitude you use to face danger, the danger will always be there. It doesn't matter if you are afraid or timid, it won't go away. It's there, and you have to face it and solve it. There is no way out once you put on the military uniform, because you are a soldier. Yi Qian's clear eyes looked at the man who had repeatedly pointed out her mistakes. She saw the coldness in his eyes and also saw the hope he had for her. She nodded and said, "I understand. I will always remember it." Yi Qian was a girl who understood everything easily. Xia Jinyuan had said it so clearly, so naturally she could see and think clearly. Good girl. You're the best in my heart. You always will be. She was so smart and hardworking. No matter when, she could accept his criticism and criticism. She trusted him without any conditions. He would not let such a girl walk the path of ordinary. He would definitely hold her hand tightly and face the flames of war together. He needed a comrade like her, a girlfriend like her, and she needed a comrade like him, a boyfriend like him. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian were a circle that no one could separate. At 9:05 a.m., the students who stayed in the hotel last night woke up one after another. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan walked out of their rooms. Wang Jin, who slept on the same floor as them, yawned and opened the door. "I'm not eating breakfast. I have to go to my grandma's house for lunch. You guys go ahead." As Wang Jin spoke, he saw two figures walking in front of him. He did not immediately recognize them, but said to the boy who was staying with him, "There's a guy and a girl in front. I bet the guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful. Just looking at their backs makes me think they look good." Although Wang Jin lowered his voice, it was not low enough for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. "They're seniors from grade 3. Let's hurry up." Yi Qian hurriedly tugged on Xia Jinyuan's sleeve and walked even faster. Luckily, she was wearing a casual dress. If she was wearing a tight-fitting dress, her skirt would have been torn apart by her large strides. Chapter 904. Xia Jinyuan was a little worried. When would he be able to reveal his secret identity? He had no choice. He definitely couldn't reveal it now. It was better to avoid people's eyes and ears. When Xia Jinyuan saw that she was walking faster than a rabbit, a light flashed across his eyes and he revealed a mischievous smile. He reached out and put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder. Just as she was about to scream in fright, Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, "You're more likely to be discovered if you walk alone. Now you can lower your head and hide your face in my arms. It'll be safer." Yi Qian was so scared that her body froze. She raised her head and glared at him. "Xia Jinyuan, you. Shoo. Don't talk, little fox. There are 3 boys wearing the uniform of the Provincial First High School coming over." Xia Jinyuan pulled Yi Qian deeper into his arms so that her delicate face was pressed against his chest. Only her small and delicate earlobes could be seen. "Then I'll wait for you at the bookstore in the afternoon. You two shouldn't oversleep." The girls walked over and stood on Xia Jinyuan's left side as they talked and laughed. As Yi Qian listened to their laughter, she held her breath and cursed in her heart, "Xia Jinyuan is a bastard. However, she couldn't help but admit that if he didn't hug her like this, he would definitely be discovered by the seniors. However, this combination was very strange. The girl hid her head completely in the man's arms, even when they entered the elevator. It was so strange that the seniors who didn't pay much attention to them stole glances at them. After glancing at them, the three students simultaneously retracted their gazes. Then, the three of them secretly looked at each other, and all of them pursed their lips and smiled embarrassedly. This guy was even more handsome than Yang Heng. However, he was a little cold, so they didn't dare to look at him for too long. In the elevator, Yi Qian's hands were tightly gripping onto Xia Jinyuan's clothes. Wang Jin, who was walking slowly upstairs, suddenly turned back after passing a row of rooms. He stared at the room number that he saw the girl and the guy walk out of. Wasn't this Yi Qian's room? That man and woman had walked out of Yi Qian's room. Holy shit! Was that woman's back view Yi Qian? Who was that man? It couldn't be Yang Heng. Yang Heng was tall, but he wasn't as tall as the man just now. The most important thing was his temperament. Yang Heng didn't have the temperament of the man just now. Fuck. Yang Heng, you have a love rival. Your love rival even came to your aunt's hotel to kidnap Yi Qian. The other party is very strong. You're in big trouble. I have to find Yang Heng. Something big has happened. Wang Jin threw his backpack and ran toward the elevator. As a brother, he had to tell Yang Heng about it. Wang Jin, who needed to go home immediately, ran straight to the restaurant and found Yang Heng. He said, "You have a love rival." Love rival? What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Heng had already finished his breakfast. Being blocked by Wang Jin, Yang Heng laughed and patted his friend's shoulder. Even though Wang Jin had purposely come to tell him about Yi Jian, Yang Heng's expression was obviously gloating. Yang Heng laughed and said, "Brother, you've really misjudged her. I don't have any feelings for Yi Jian, unlike you guys who were green with envy when she got into the car." Wang Jin didn't believe him. He looked at him with a look that said, "Stop pretending. Who would believe that you don't like Yi Qian? We want to pursue her, but we don't have the ability to do it. We don't dare." It's not that I don't dare, but I think it's better to be friends with Yi Qian. As for the strong love rival you mentioned, if he really exists, then he is indeed a good match for Yi Qian. Chapter 905. After a while, Wang Jin glared at him and said, "Damn, you really don't have any ideas." "Not at all. You guys are just making a fuss." Yang Heng smiled. His clean and handsome face did not have a trace of abnormality. "All right, hurry up and eat breakfast. I have to go home with my mom." His cousin was coming back to China and would be having lunch at his house, so he had to go home to prepare. As for Yi Qian, Wang Jin was sure he was not mistaken. He had looked for her this morning and did not see anyone in her room. Wang Jin saw that Yang Heng really did not care and felt that it was meaningless. Sigh, to think that he ran all the way here to snitch. He waved his hand and said weakly, all right, I won't send you off. Damn, I'm hungry from running. Let's eat something before we go." Yi Qian's dress was quite nice. Even her back was beautiful. It's a pity you didn't see it. The waiter in the restaurant was clearing up breakfast. Yang Heng pointed and reminded him kindly, "You can eat a few pieces of cake to fill your stomach. Otherwise, you can go out and eat some buns." Not only did he see Yi Qian in the dress, but he also saw how she looked in it. The ethnic dress on her was stunning and beautiful. Yi Qian was an orphan, a girl who grew up in the army. It was not strange for anyone to be around her. Therefore, there was no need to find it strange. Wang Jin ran into the restaurant and suddenly ran out to chase after Yang Heng. "Let me ask you something. Last night, I told Yi Qian that Yao Jing was her rival. She said something that I didn't understand at all. She said to ask you must know." He repeated what Yi Qian said last night. "If it's because of Yang Heng, she is not my rival. If it's not because of Yang Heng, she is indeed a rival." He asked Yang Heng with a face full of curiosity, "Do you understand?" Yang Heng understood and chuckled. "She meant that if she were to pursue me, Yao Jing is not her rival at all. I would choose her directly. If she doesn't pursue me, Yao Jing will be her rival in life. Do you understand?" "Damn. So that's what it meant." Wang Jin rubbed his face and chuckled as he asked him, So when you said that Yi Qian wanted to pursue you, did you really agree? Didn't you just say that there was a man with a very strong aura who was more powerful than me who left Yi Qian without saying a word? What you are thinking of simply does not exist. Yang Heng patted his classmate's head, who was always slow to react. He carried his backpack and gave Wang Jin a look that said, "Be smart." Then he left handsomely. Heng, over here. When Mother Yang saw her son coming over, she elegantly raised her hand to signal him to speed up. Your aunt has already picked up Anqi. We have to go home quickly. Also, have you spoken to Xiao Yi? Invite her over for dinner tonight. Yesterday, she had said that she would invite her home for lunch this afternoon. Now that she had to change the time, she had to go and inform her. Yang Heng opened the car door and smiled. Mom, I have something to do on Saturday. Let's talk about it next time. You child, I clearly said that I would invite her for lunch last night. Now that your cousin went back on her words, you still. Mother Yang said as she bent over to get into the car. Her expression was so serious that Yang Heng felt helpless. Mom, Yi Qian has her own things to do. She already said that it's fine. Why are you still thinking about it? Mother Yang heard her son's helplessness. She raised her hand and patted his head. What do you know? Mom and Dad asked you to invite Yi Qian home for lunch because they have something to do. Chapter 906. Thinking about what happened last night, Mother Yang's face turned a bit cold. Your Uncle Yao's family left last night with resentment. Also, you heard the words that little girl Jingle shouted afterwards. I still get angry when I think about it. Jing is so stubborn. Little Yi is alone and has no elders to support her. This child's character is so pure that it makes people feel sorry for her. I'm thinking of acknowledging her as my goddaughter and finding you a younger sister. Yang Heng was stunned. Goddaughter? Find me a younger sister? Mom, why were you so agitated last night? Didn't my dad comfort you last night? Goddaughter? You have to get Yi Qian's approval first. Yang Heng couldn't help but laugh. His mother was really funny sometimes. What era was this? Goddaughter? How did she think of that? Mother Yang laughed and scolded. You child, your dad also thinks that my idea is good. Why? Are you not happy? Fine, if you're not happy, I won't mention it. It's not that I'm not happy. Having a younger sister like her is quite impressive. Yang Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought about it seriously. It was not bad. Being a friend was not as good as being a sister. Why don't I ask on Monday? I still have to get Yi Qian's approval. When Uncle Yao and his family know about it, they will restrain themselves. The mother and son were seriously considering it in the car. A black car drove out of the underground garage and headed towards the suburbs. We don't have a lot of goods. They are all light weapons. I don't think you can take the cannons with you. We have enough pistols and bullets. In the car, Ho Zi didn't avoid the topic just because Yi Qian was there. Family Xia even brought the little girl along. To be honest, he was thinking that he wasn't afraid that someone would find trouble with the little girl. After thinking about it, he felt that he was worrying too much. Young Master Xia wasn't worried and the little girl didn't look scared at all. It was obvious that they weren't afraid of trouble at all. Since they were both bold and fearless, what else did he have to worry about? He could avoid the topic. Xia Jinyuan trusted Ho Zi's arrangements. He said calmly, Brother Zi, you can make the arrangements. Southern Province is your territory. I don't need to worry about anything. I really can't worry about you. You only said that you killed someone overseas. I don't know what kind of person you killed. Ho Zi had a smile on his face the entire time, and his voice no longer had the coldness that could not be hidden from before, but carried a hint of lightness. Just now, I told a few brothers in the underworld to pay attention to anything. I've also sent people to the hotel. If anyone sneaks in, we'll know immediately. Not. He came and attacked. It's not like he's a monster with only one head. But the other party is here to take your lives. Aren't you afraid? He didn't believe that a little girl could be so calm that she wasn't afraid of death. Yi Qian wasn't afraid at all. She had been reborn. She already knew what death felt like. What was there to be afraid of? Now, she wasn't afraid that someone would come looking for her. She was afraid that no one would come looking for her. Her eyes gradually darkened and turned cold. A murderous aura appeared in her dark eyes. She maintained her calm smile and said slowly, "What's there to be afraid of? He wants to kill me. I want to kill him too. I'll kill the person who wants to kill me first. There's nothing to be afraid of." Chapter 907. His words were so domineering and confident. Even Ho Zi, who was in the underworld, was stunned by his words. Good boy, he was able to say such responsible and confident words at such a young age. It was true that one should not question a hero's background, and one should not bully the young. After a while, Ho Zi couldn't help but applaud. Old Six, you're very lucky to be able to say such words. Ziga supports your decision. Even if you're young, you have to act in advance. Kill the person who wants to kill me in advance. That was what he thought back then, and that was how he got to where he was today. You're not afraid of anyone, but you're afraid of yourself. You're the one who destroyed your own hope and lost your own life. It was a bit far from the Venus Hotel to the place where the goods were hidden. It took more than 2 hours to drive. The place where the goods were hidden was a scenic area developed by Ho Zi, the Dalong Mountain Scenic Area. This was a scenic area developed by Ho Zi and the government in cooperation. It was filled with the latest foreign resources and had everything you wanted to do. There was also a very large golf course and a shooting range. Just these 2 projects alone were enough to attract countless rich people to come and visit. At the end of October, the maple leaves on Dalong Mountain were all red. There were also many tourists who came to enjoy the scenery. Yi Qian sat in the car and also enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way. Ho Zi's personal phone calls were very few. There were only 2 calls in 2 hours. One of them happened to be someone who invited him to play golf at Dalong Mountain. The other party even brought his own client. You 2 go back to the villa and wait for me. This person has some background in the underworld in the north. I'll come over after I say hello. The car entered the scenic area at around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Ho Zi gave a few instructions to the driver before getting out of the car and leaving. On the way, Xia Jinyuan spoke very little. Yi Qian noticed that his hand was in his trouser pocket. He was holding his phone and waiting for his comrade to call. He was waiting patiently. There was no trace of impatience on his handsome face. His gaze was as calm as a city in the sky. Occasionally, he would even raise his eyes to look at the beautiful scenery and point it out to her. From this, Yi Jianjian could see the distance between him and her. The car drove all the way to the villa's parking lot. Xia Jinyuan did not ask the chauffeur to get out of the car and open the door. Instead, he pulled Yi Qian out of the car and said, "You go in first. I'll come over later." He gently squeezed Yi Qian's palm, indicating for Yi Qian to be more careful. Although Ho Zi was someone he trusted, Yi Qian was a comrade he trusted enough to put his life in her hands. After the early autumn, the weather became cooler day by day. When they reached the mountains, the temperature dropped even lower. Yi Qian got out of the car in a dress. The wind in the mountains blew, and she couldn't help but shrink her shoulders slightly. "Put on your clothes and go in quickly." Xia Jinyuan's suit jacket was draped over Yi Qian's shoulders. Under the faint sunlight, the man who was looking down at her had exquisite facial features. When the sunlight shone on his face, it made her feel at ease. Yi Qian adjusted her clothes and followed the chauffeur into the villa. The signal in the mountains was not very good. Xia Jinyuan walked for about a kilometer before he stopped. Looking at the pitiful 3 bars of signal on his phone, Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. His slender fingers quickly typed a set of numbers and sent it out without any punctuation. The mountain road was not easy to drive on, and the car they were in was quite old. However, the G3 never doubted that this car, which came from a small county, would be scrapped. Chapter 908. The phone in his trouser pocket vibrated slightly. As it was shaking, G3 turned his body and took out his phone. He took a good look at it. It was a set of numbers. He could not look at it in reverse. The first set of numbers was the geographical coordinates of the city limits, the second set was the district coordinates, the third set was the county coordinates, and the fourth set was the specific coordinates. After reading the message, G3 immediately erased the message and restored the phone to the factory settings. This was the most direct and safest way. It was simple and fast. If they still didn't receive any news from K7 after 3 o'clock, he and Xia Jinyuan would meet up and get rid of the snake that followed them into Nan province. Then, They would return to the battlefield to find their comrades. Whether they were alive or dead, they had to find their comrades. Never leave, never abandon, never give up. G3, who was wearing a straw hat, covered his face with it and closed his eyes to rest. There was still more than an hour before they arrived at Nan province. He could use this time to take a good rest. At this time, Hou Zi led Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian to his weapon collection room. The entire room was filled with wooden display cabinets. It looked like a jewelry store. All the handguns were placed one by one on the counter. They were in a mess, as if no one had maintained them for a long time. Xia Jinyuan looked around and said to Hou Zi, "Brother Zi, this is a small handgun arsenal. If something big happens one day, this is the first place you have to deal with. I've already considered this point. That's why I used wood to make all the cabinets. If something really happens in the future, I'll burn it down." Hou Zi replied with a natural expression. Her red phoenix eyes, which were so beautiful that they looked like they were drawn by a painter bit by bit, revealed a trace of coldness that seeped into her bones. A dangerous person who possesses the most dangerous thing is protection. It is also the most direct evidence of a crime. I have a hobby of collecting guns. I know that it's forbidden in our country. After I get them back through some means, I just put them on display. There was no one around Hou Zi. Even his personal bodyguards were outside the villa, which showed how cautious he was when it came to such matters. Hou Zi picked up a shotgun and smiled at Yi Qian. "It has a 6-round capacity. Doesn't it look like a shotgun?" He didn't want to continue on this topic. Xia Jinyuan didn't talk about it anymore. He turned around and picked out a gun for himself. This gun used to be called a shotgun or a musket. Now, it's sometimes called a shotgun. Brother Zi, it's not about whether it looks like a shotgun or not. This is a 1995 Benelli M1. Yi Jian took the shotgun made by the Benelli company from his hand and gently stroked the barrel with her finger. Under Hou Zi's surprised expression, she said indifferently, "This is developed for the military and the police. It uses the automatic recoil mechanism. This series of guns uses aluminum alloy magazines, which are light, sturdy and durable." Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him and Xia Jinyuan. It had a 6-round capacity. Even if it had great lethality, it wasn't convenient to carry around. Hou Zi's impression of Yi Qian changed drastically. "You even know about this? Yi Qian, are you really just a high school student? Are you really not hiding your age? Are you sure you're a student?" While Yi Qian was talking, Xia Jinyuan picked up a Colt M200 pistol. Chapter 909. The Colt M2000 pistol fired 9mm labellum bullets. The gun was only 195 mm and weighed only 0.82 kilograms. However, the magazine had a capacity of 15 bullets and an effective range of 50 meters. Yi Qian put the shotgun back in its original position and glanced at the pistol he had picked. His gaze swept over all the guns and locked onto the Colt M2000 pistol. "There are 3 in total. You can pick all of them." She walked to the display cabinet and picked up the other 2 Colt M2000 pistols from 2 different places. The shooting accuracy is very good. The power index is also very high. The ergonomics index is also not bad. You can bring all 3. "Isn't that right, Brother Zi?" She asked him if he was right after she finished picking. Hou Zi raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 pistols she had picked up in just a few seconds. He looked at Yi Qian thoughtfully and smiled. "You know more about guns than I do. If you say it's right, then it's definitely right. Then we won't hold back. Also, Brother Zi, you separated the guns and bullets. Where do you keep the magazines?" Yi Qian waved the 2 Colt M2000 pistols in his hands. There was a faint sharpness on his beautiful face. When he held the pistols, even his aura changed from when he was carrying a backpack. When he saw Yi Qian holding the pistols, Hou Zi, the boss of the underworld, couldn't help but think to himself, what kind of girl did Xia Jinyuan find? Why is she so strange that it makes me feel a little guilty? There were no less than 200 guns in his small weapons room. He liked to collect them. After he collected them, he would play with them for a while and then put them aside. After a long time, he didn't even know where the pistols were kept. He also couldn't remember if he kept one or a few of the same type of guns. But this girl just glanced at them and picked up the 2 Colt M2000 pistols as if she knew where they were and could take them out with just a stretch of her hand. When Yi Wei said that she had a good memory, he was also very surprised. However, it was far from being surprised to the point where he felt guilty. There were only two people who had made Ho Zi feel guilty. The first one was the person who had single-handedly raised him to where he was today, and was now enjoying his retirement on a small island in the Atlantic Ocean. The second one was Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend. Pull out the magazines from the lower compartment. They're all inside. Look for them yourselves. Ho Zi continued to observe Yi Qian. He wanted to see how good her memory was. He separated the magazine from the gun to prevent anyone from breaking into his collection room. Yi Qian tried pulling at the bottom of the wooden cabinet with both hands. After confirming it, he pulled harder. A drawer-like compartment was pulled out. Rows upon rows of magazines of various sizes were neatly placed in the drawer with a black velvet cushion. Compared to the guns that were casually placed on the wooden cabinet, the magazines were much neater. Go ahead and choose. After you're done, this place will cease to exist. Ho Zi opened the other three compartments together. There were magazines and bullets. Guns need bullets. The bullets in the magazines won't be enough. You can choose the bullets that you can use. He said that this place would cease to exist after you're done choosing. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked at Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan only smiled at her. Do you see the magazines? Brother Z is right. Guns need bullets. Chapter 9-10. So this is why he brought me and Little Fox here. Madam Xia Yi Wei. It seems like your plan is working. This man who can do whatever he wants in the underworld is cutting off his own path of retreat. Seeing the smile on his face, Yi Qian felt a lot more at ease. This meant that before Ho Zi brought them in, he had already made up his mind to destroy everything. This made her feel at ease. No wonder Xia Jinyuan said, if something big happens one day, this is the first place you have to get rid of. In fact, he was telling Ho Zi that this place had to be destroyed. Ho Zi really had the guts to destroy this place. However, Yi Qian felt that Ho Zi seemed to be doing something very important. He had started to destroy some evidence that could directly incriminate him, and the gun collection room was the first evidence he wanted to destroy. As for why, Yi Qian, who had never been interested in other people's private affairs, had no way of knowing why Ho Zi wanted to destroy this place. There were 3 Colt M2000 pistols in his hands, so he needed 3 magazines. Yi Qian scanned through the 3 rows of magazines, picked up the magazines one by one in front of Ho Zi, and threw them to Xia Jinyuan. Colt M2000 pistol magazine, capacity 15 rounds, loaded 15 rounds. She was very fast. Ho Zi, who had been paying attention to her, saw that her gaze swept across the rows of magazines, and she did not even look for them. She was even more familiar with the exact location of the magazines than he was. He was convinced, he was really convinced. Xia Jinyuan caught the 3 magazines that were thrown to him in succession and put them down one by one. He did not even need to check carefully, he just took them and loaded them. His expression was full of trust in her. Ho Zi saw this kind of trust in Xia Jinyuan, and his eyes darkened. He could vaguely see the attitude that Xia Jinyuan had towards relationships. He did not hide it, he was not afraid. He was only going to advance and retreat together. Now, the trust between them was like a lock, locking their every word and action, making it impossible for others to interrupt. Brother Z's collection of guns is very tasteful. These 2 are magazines for the M9, and these 2 are magazines for the Desert Eagle. There's a total of 7 pistols, and that's about it. Yi Qian had picked out the best of the best, especially the Desert Eagle, which was the king of pistols. If they really destroyed this place, it was better to take out the good guns and let Xia Jinyuan and the others use them properly. Ho Zi did not care anymore. He was only responsible for bringing the couple in. The couple was more familiar with everything else than he was. The magazines she picked out were all good magazines. Among the rows of magazines, she picked out the good ones in less than 3 minutes. What else did he need to care about? There's no dagger here. I'll get one for self-defense when the time comes. Just pick a few pistols. The rest of the guns are inconvenient to carry and can be easily recognized. Xia Jinyuan did not say much during the whole process. Yi Qian did all the work. After disassembling the guns, she could even reassemble them from a pile of scattered gun parts. Her eyes and hands were so sharp that from the time she picked up the handle to the time she finished assembling the gun, she did not even have to think about whether the parts in her hand were correct or not. This was because she could accurately pick out the correct gun parts from a pile of parts. He felt ashamed of his own inferiority when it came to such memorizing skills. What Ho Zi saw now was only the tip of the iceberg of Yi Qian. Just this side of him was enough to make him gasp in amazement. Chapter 9:11. Ho Zi had only seen the tip of Yi Qian's iceberg. What she didn't know was that after Yi Qian entered the collection room and scanned the entire display table, her brain was like a mobile high-speed computer, storing the models and positions of all the guns. You take these guns. These two are enough for me. After picking out the guns for Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian picked up two HKP-7M8 pistols for himself. These pistols used 9mm parabellum bullets, had 8 and 13 rounds, magazines, and had an effective range of 50 meters. Yi Qian picked this pistol because it had a low recoil and was so safe that it could be carried safely even if the magazine was loaded. If the magazine was loaded, it was easy to misfire, but this pistol wouldn't. Therefore, it could be quickly fired when necessary and could immediately remove the safety and fire. After picking out the guns and magazines, Yi Qian had finally found all the weapons they needed. There were a total of 9 guns and bullets. Xia Jinyuan had gained a lot. Holding Yi Qian's hand, they left the small gun storage room. Ho Zi was the last to leave. Before turning off the lights, he glanced at the collection room where the first gun was placed 15 years ago. After a flash of coldness in his eyes, he pressed the switch and turned to leave. He walked quickly without a trace of hesitation. An underground gun storage room that would no longer exist after tonight. Since he had already decided to abandon it, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. It had only been 10 minutes since they entered the basement and came out. The staff of the attraction had just delivered today's lunch to the entrance of the villa. Xia Jinyuan pushed the fridge to block the entrance to the basement. His eyes fell on a yellow hose pipe. This pipe had appeared by the gun counter before. It was a natural gas pipe. Ho Zi had laid the natural gas pipe in the basement. If there was an accident, it was indeed very suitable to blow up the entire gun storage room. Moreover, it was under the kitchen. When the time came, it could be said that a natural gas leak caused the explosion. Let's eat. After lunch, let's go back to the city. Ho Zi invited the two of them to sit at the dining table. He personally opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Yi Qian. Yi Qian, Ho Zi, admire you. She was even more ruthless and resourceful than the 17-year-old Ho Zi when he was young. He couldn't admire her. She had single-handedly challenged more than 10 hooligans and crippled 7 of them. Tonight, she had talked about guns as she opened her mouth. This 17-year-old girl had shown him that there was always someone better than her. Yi Jian pursed her lips and smiled. She was like a flower that was quietly blooming. There was no lethality in her smile at all. Brother Zi, Miao Zhan, I'm indeed a student. I'm a second-year high school student. What I know is just from him. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who had started eating gracefully, and continued with a smile. I learned from him. That's all I know. Ho Zi laughed. The girl was quite wary of him. He said to Xia Jinyuan, who acted as if it had nothing to do with him, You're really lucky to have such a good girl. Come, Brother Zi, I'll toast you for your unique taste. Also, to your reminder. Thank you. You're welcome. Xia Jinyuan picked up his glass and lightly clinked it with Ho Zi's. I wish Brother Zi's wishes come true. Ho Zi was overjoyed. Old Six words were always pleasant to hear. Now, he wished old Six wishes come true. This matter must succeed. Cooperating with this territory was for no other reason than to prevent the woman he loved from being married to another man. Ho Zi, who was sitting at the dining table, was talking cheerfully and wittily. There was no trace of ruthlessness in his expression. Although he occasionally spoke with the arrogance of a superior, his words were always humorous and witty. Unconsciously, one would be deeply attracted to his conversation. Chapter 9:12. Xia Jinyuan's trust in Ho Zi could also be seen at the dining table. After everything was over, he directly told him that he would bring Yi Qian here to enjoy the scenery of Mount Dalong and would leave a little later. Indeed, you can leave a little later. The maple leaves on the mountain are all red. There are a lot of tourists at this time of year. You can enter from the small path behind the villa. You don't have to squeeze with the tourists. This was a tourist area developed by Ho Zi and the government. When it was being developed, he said that he needed a private mountain path. Thus, when he was designing the entire area, he paid a little more money to leave such a path. There was a private mountain road in the tourist area. Just by hearing about it, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xia Jinyuan knew about Ho Zi's financial resources, so he did not look surprised at all. After thanking him, he was led by Ho Zi's bodyguard into Mount Dalong from the back of the villa. The bodyguard was only responsible for escorting them to the entrance. After watching them leave, he turned around and reported back. G3 will come to Mount Dalong. We will meet up with him later. After walking for a while, Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian in a low voice, "When the time comes, cover for him and drive away directly." Yi Qian nodded slightly. He knew that Xia Jinyuan did not want Ho Zi's people to discover G3. Soldiers were soldiers, and bandits were bandits. Regardless of his relationship with Ho Zi, the safety of his comrades was the most important thing. When G3 arrived at Mount Dalong, they would begin to deliberately reveal their whereabouts on Nanshan Hill. They would attract all the danger to themselves until the danger was over. After the matter in Southern Province was settled, they would set off directly from here and appear on the soil of another country as illegal mercenaries to search for their missing comrades. There were tens of thousands of maple trees on Mount Dalong. When Southern Province was promoting tourism, they would film the scenery of Mount Dalong all year round. However, Ho Zi had left a private path for them to enjoy the best scenery. There were mountains, rivers, and scenery. Yi Qian, who was going to visit Mount Dalong in the future, smiled and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Looks like Brother Zi invested a lot here. Otherwise, the government would not have allowed him to leave a private mountain path." That's not the case. Sometimes, this road is also used by provincial leaders to receive VIPs and to climb the mountain for sightseeing. Xia Jinyuan walked a few steps ahead, occasionally stopping to wait for Yi Qian to come closer. It was rare for the two of them to have such a pleasant time together, and it made him have the urge to shorten 1 minute into 2 minutes. After about 40 minutes of climbing, Yi Qian, who was wearing a skirt, was so hot that her back was sweating. She picked up a fallen maple leaf from the bottom of a huge, towering rock to fan herself. "Let's rest for a while. I'm all sweaty." These were Aunt Yongheng's clothes. She was planning to return them after washing them. She didn't want to get her sweat on them after wearing them once. She wouldn't be able to return them when the time came. Xia Jinyuan raised his head and looked at the rock. After circling around it, he put on his suit jacket and began to climb up the rock. When he reached the top, he lowered his head and looked at Yi Qian, who was still wiping her sweat and resting under the rock. "Go up there and rest for a while. You can get some wind." When Yi Qian saw him climb up, she immediately went around and heard him say, "The place to enjoy the scenery of Mount Dalong is on this rock. Hurry up." There weren't many climbing points on the rock. It was high and steep, and one wouldn't dare to climb it if they didn't have the guts and skills. Yi Qian lowered her head and looked at what she was wearing today. She looked very ladylike, but none of the things she did had anything to do with being ladylike. Chapter 9:13. With a smile on her face, she walked towards Xia Jinyuan, who had already climbed up. He was at a high spot. She would climb up and enjoy the scenery with him. She had once said that she would use him and his troops as her goal. No matter when, as long as he reached out his hand, she would definitely walk towards him. The rock that no one had set foot on was not steep. Instead, it was flat enough for two people to sit side by side. There was also a backrest, which made it look like a natural stone chair. They could sit together and watch the clouds rise and the sun rise and set. This place is really good. If I hadn't climbed up, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Yi Qian took his outstretched hand and carefully stepped on the chair of the natural stone chair. Then, she slowly bent down and sat down. "You have a great view. You can enjoy the maple leaf scenery on this side of Mount Dalong. Xia Jinan, shall we come again when the maple leaves turn yellow?" Yi Qian, who had taken the initiative to suggest a next date, looked up. Although the scenery was good, she was still worried about him. "Is this the time for our next date?" Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. He held her in his arms and let her head rest on his shoulder. He said softly, "When the maple leaves turn yellow, I will definitely put on my military uniform and accompany you to see thousands of maple leaves." There were thousands of maple leaves on Mount Dalong. When they were red, they were like clouds, and when they were yellow, they were like gold. When the weather was good, people from Southern Province City would come to see them and enjoy the beautiful scenery of all 4 seasons. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and nodded. I have always believed in you, Xia Jinyuan. I have always believed in you. I have never disappointed you either, have I? It was like that in the past, and it will be like that in the future. His suit jacket covered their knees and let her head rest on his shoulder. This was the most peaceful and beautiful time for the two of them to be together. Even the indifferent little fox beside him took the initiative to approach him. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself, if the first time doesn't work, I have to at least try a few more times. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the bottom of the rock and saw a small, square, and colorful aluminum foil bag. With his good eyesight, he took a casual glance and saw the English words on the aluminum foil bag clearly. Xia Jinyuan, who had originally planned to bring Yi Qian back to the hotel next time, wanted to get up and leave immediately after seeing an imported brand aluminum foil bag in a place like this. But the little fox seemed to like this place. Xia Jinyuan sighed softly and whispered, "Let me tell you something. The story of Xia Yiwei and Hou Zi. Why are you suddenly talking about them?" Yi Qian immediately raised her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. She frowned and said, "Did you discover something? His gun collection? Hou Zi brought us here to look at the goods. I'm guessing that he's starting to pull back. He kept hundreds of guns in his villa. These are direct evidence of his crimes. He started to destroy these things before marrying Xia Yiwei. Since she mentioned the gun collection, he decided to start from there. Xia Yiwei likes maple leaves very much. The second time she met Hou Zi was in Xiangshan. In order to take the most beautiful maple leaf scene, she was only 17 years old at the time and forced herself to a dead end. It was Hou Zi who risked his life to save her. This should be the place where the two of them watched the maple leaves together. Most people wouldn't notice. I think the two of us will have to choose a new place next time." Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and pointed at the bottom of the rock. "And this place is where the two of them do some private things. Why don't we go somewhere else now?" Chapter 9:14. Yi Qian wanted to ask how he knew this was the place where Xia Yiwei and the others were meeting, but when he saw Yi Qian pointing at the bottom of the rock, he looked down. After he finished looking, Yi Qian looked up and said seriously, "We should leave immediately. This is their bed. We're sitting on their bed." So bold. They're doing intimate things on the rock. Aren't they afraid of falling? Aren't they afraid of being seen doing intimate things on the rock while admiring the beautiful scenery? Yi Qian didn't even dare to think about it. He grabbed the rock with both hands and stood up. He showed his toughness from training and quickly flipped over the rock without Xia Jinyuan's help. Xia Jinyuan was too embarrassed to say anything when it came to this. He had never used condoms before. Yi Qian didn't even need to say anything. He had never used condoms in his 2 lifetimes and had never even tried to understand them. Let's go to the main mountain path. The coordinates are clear, so G3 will be able to find us easily. Xia Jinyuan saw her awkward expression and laughed in his heart. He restrained his expression and said, "He should be here soon. We'll wait for him at the top of the mountain." If they met in a crowded place, they wouldn't attract attention even if they went down the mountain one after the other. There were metal fences on both sides of the private mountain path to prevent tourists from entering. After about 400 meters of the rock, they saw people guarding the end of the metal fences. When they saw the two of them, they immediately opened the fences. "Hello, Brother Xia. Z said that the car you want is parked in the villa's garage. You can go down and get the car keys from the security guard." The people guarding here were all Hou Zi's own people, so one could imagine how cautious he was. Xia Jinyuan nodded and thanked him. Then he held Yi Qian's hand and walked towards the main mountain path. Hou Zi is invincible in southern province. You can see his personal ability from a small matter. I even asked you to cover for me, but he already guessed that my comrades would come to the scenic area. It's good that we're friends. If we're enemies, he's definitely a terrifying opponent. Hou Zi doesn't seem like a person who can't differentiate between good and evil. He should be a person who will kill anyone who stands in his way. I don't think he would casually make a move if you don't intentionally hinder him. Although he had only met Hou Zi twice, Yi Qian's intuition told him that Hou Zi was a very principled person in the underworld. That was indeed the case. Otherwise, Xia Yiwei would not have been willing to give up the opportunity to return to the capital and choose to stay in the southern province after following him for 17 years. Walking to the main mountain road, because it was Saturday afternoon, There were more tourists coming to the mountain to see the maple leaves. Tourists came and went everywhere. There were also couples holding hands, laughing as they climbed to the top of the mountain. Let's hold hands too. Seeing the fourth couple pass by, Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand and smiled at Yi Qian. Let's climb up together, shall we? He only stretched out his hand, but he did not directly hold her hand. Yi Qian's fingertips twitched slightly. Then she calmly stretched out her left hand and placed it in his slender and strong hand. She did not even look at Xia Jinyuan's expression and hurriedly looked up the mountain. It will take more than an hour to climb up. Do you have time? Yes, we have a lot of time. An hour is also our time. She stretched out her hand and Xia Jinyuan immediately held it tightly. We have a lot of time. This was the first time she held hands in public. It was also the first time she stood under the sun with a man. How did it feel? Chapter 9:15. It felt like the warm sun in winter, so warm that it chased away the cold. It felt like the morning breeze in spring, blowing away the dampness of the rainy season. It felt really good. I'm Yi Qian's boyfriend. Yi Qian, who are you to Xia Jinyuan? He held her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. His deep voice was filled with joy as he smiled and asked her, Who are you to Xia Jinyuan? Finally, he was able to hold her hand in public like an ordinary couple. They were able to walk hand in hand intimately, letting others know at a glance that they were a couple. Xia Jinyuan felt like he had walked halfway through a long journey and finally saw the light of dawn waiting for him. In the face of the insatiable man, Yi Jian glanced at him and said calmly, Who can I be to you? Captain Xia, don't think too much. I just don't want people to keep looking at me from time to time. He lifted his chin slightly and looked up. He chuckled softly and said, I just don't want the people upstairs to keep looking at me. Am I thinking too much? It doesn't matter. We've already held hands. Are you afraid that I won't be able to win your heart? Xia Jinyuan smiled until his dark eyes sparkled. He looked up calmly and swept his gaze across the faces of the single men in front of him. The moment his gaze landed on them, his indifferent eyes turned cold and ruthless. He immediately retreated with his gaze and looked at the men of Yi Qian repeatedly. Little Fox was dressed beautifully today. Even without her school uniform, she looked much more mature. Although she looked young and inexperienced, she had a calm temperament and did not look like a high school student. She looked more like a college student. She looked like a college student. Little girl, that's why she dared to hold hands with me. Yi Qian watched as he used his gaze to scare away the men who kept looking at her. He lowered his head and pursed his lips into a smile. She could always see a different Xia Jinyuan, a real Xia Jinyuan. It still felt good. His palms were dry and his slender fingers could still wrap around her hands. This was a pair of hands meant to protect the country. At this moment, he was holding her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would pull away in the next second. Yi Qian looked sideways at Xia Jinyuan, whose face was as perfect as a jade carving, and said softly, Let's be together after I finish my college entrance exams. How about that? Happiness came suddenly, but Xia Jinyuan's reaction was even faster. He even stopped walking and stared deeply at Yi Qian. It's a promise. Can I go back on my word now? Looking at his happy face, Yi Qian suddenly felt that she seemed to have agreed too quickly. So be it, he would always think of her. If love was the first thing that came to his mind, then she believed in him. She believed in love. She believed in a love that was so illusory that she had never thought of or embraced it. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm not a gentleman. Under the urging of the passers-by behind, Yi Qian's eyes were filled with sweetness. He laughed and said, I'm going back on my word now. What can you do to me? What else could he do to her? That might not necessarily be the case. There were many ways to do so. Being able to stand side by side sweetly in action, this kind of love was too difficult to come by. He had thought of what he wanted to do to her 1,000,000 times in his heart. 1,000,000 times in his heart. Just thinking about it made his heart beat faster. Xia Jinyuan, whose smile was much more restrained, looked meaningfully at the smirking little fox. Later, he would find a deserted place and kiss her properly. Chapter 9:16. Previously in the hotel, she only touched him lightly. How was that enough? She couldn't do anything else, but kissing was still fine. A 17-year-old kiss was pure and innocent. Having her at the age of 17 was the luckiest thing for the 23-year-old Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan kept holding Yi Qian's hand as he pondered. When they passed by a stone tablet with a simple mountaineering map, he glanced at it and saw a green path labeled Lover's Path. Lover's Path. It's time to walk it. They were still climbing the main path with stone stairs. One step after another was enough to make one's knees weak. Some elderly people who were tired would rest in the stone pavilions. Ho Zi had put in a lot of effort to develop this scenic area. No wonder so many elderly people came to climb on Saturdays. There were many elderly and middle-aged people. There are a lot of people up ahead. Let's go this way. After walking for about 100 meters, Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand and entered a small path. He was so fast that Yi Qian, who was focused on climbing, didn't see a wooden sign with the words Lover's Path on it. Lover's Path was a path for young people. It wasn't paved with stone slabs. It was a mountain path made by stepping on foot. If the trees on both sides were trimmed slightly, it would be a winding path suitable for lovers to climb. It's too steep here. Let's go out, okay? Aya, it's too hard. My feet hurt. A woman's coquettish voice came from up ahead. A man coaxed softly. It's not steep. It'll be fine after we get past here. How about I carry you? After the sweet conversation, a woman's soft voice came from behind. Yi Qian stopped in his tracks and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, let's go later. Don't disturb them. This is a lover's path. It's a path for lovers. We can do what lovers do and not disturb each other. Xia Jinyuan was a man who was good at seizing opportunities. When she stopped, he pulled her into his arms and said, let's do a lover's thing. He didn't give Yi Qian a chance to escape. His voice was low and seductive. How was that enough for you at the hotel? You want to leave just because you've piqued my interest? Little fox, things aren't that simple. This road is fast. Don't think that it's very steep. It's straight and steep. It's not like the mountain road that goes up in circles. The last time we passed by, it was really fast. Someone was walking towards them, and it wasn't just one person. From the sound of the footsteps, there were at least 4 people. Yi Qian's body stiffened. He pushed against Yi Qian's chest and said, Xia Jinyuan, let go of me. Someone's coming. Let go of me. No. Not only did he not let go, but he also hugged Yi Jian even tighter in his arms. However, he also knew that she was shy in this kind of thing, so he hugged her and hid behind a maple tree. He let her lean against the maple tree, and her back was also facing the 4 young people who were walking over. What are you afraid of? They're all young people. They're all holding hands. This is a lover's path. Kissing and hugging are the most normal things to do. His voice was very low, as if he was enduring something. Listen, someone's kissing right in front of us. Yi Qian wanted to slap herself. She must have been muddle-headed to agree to hold hands. Then, she made a mistake and promised to be together after the college entrance exam. One wrong step after another, and she ended up in Xia Jinyuan's hands. Chapter 9:17. Other people are other people. What does it have to do with us? Don't push your luck, you. Xia Jinyuan blocked all her words. Looking at her gently moving red lips, his heart itched like a cat was scratching it. She even said to wait until after he kissed her. Be it a beast or a minor, a 17-year-old Yi Qian was an apple in the Garden of Eden. He wanted to eat her. No, he wanted to kiss her. He couldn't eat her now. If he really did, he would be a beast. After being teased by her a few times in the hotel, he couldn't hold back anymore. He held the back of her head with one hand and kissed her fiercely. Yi Qian was stunned by his fierceness. She made muffled sounds of resistance and felt a sense of danger. Yi Qian wouldn't let herself stay put. Her body began to struggle subconsciously, but the result of her struggling was that his arm around her slender waist tightened and the kiss deepened. Xia Jinyuan. His throat made a short, muffled sound. Yi Jian only felt that the tip of her tongue had been kissed by him until it was congested and numb. He was so strong and domineering, which made her panic all of a sudden. They kissed again. Xia Jinyuan, who was quick-witted and eager to learn, began to have a certain level of skill. He gently sucked on the tip of her tongue and slowly teased her lips with an irresistible gentleness. Yi Qian couldn't resist such a skillful kiss. She accidentally let out a mmm. After the sound came out, she felt all the blood rush to her face. Her face was so red that it was burning. Xia Jinyuan chuckled. It seemed that he had improved again. Practice makes perfect. If he was given more opportunities, he would definitely improve his professional skills. Look, who would notice us, silly? No one would come to watch us. Just like how when we find people kissing, we would be kind and try not to disturb them. Let's walk over quickly. His voice became more mellow and hoarse. The ambiguity in his tone became more obvious. How is it? Did I improve? Yi Qian closed her eyes. That voice just now made her shy to speak. That voice was very unfamiliar to her. It didn't sound like her voice at all. It was delicate and soft, as if water could drip from it. Yet it was his own voice. She kept her eyes closed. She was so shy that even her eyelashes were trembling slightly. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lower his head and place a gentle kiss on the lips. How can you be so shy? We are lovers, we are lovers. We will have intimate contact. What we do is a normal process for a man and a woman. Little fox, are you shy? Or are you resisting? Why don't we give it another try? He lowered his head as he spoke, and his hot breath blew on her face. Yi Qian was so shocked that she quickly opened her eyes. However, she didn't look at him first. Instead, she looked around guiltily. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Xia Jinyuan, do you want to see how old the girls kissing are? I'm still young. How dare you kiss in public? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Also, your identity. Oh, so she wasn't resisting. She just couldn't kiss in public. Xia Jinyuan had an epiphany. He smiled and said, well, let's find a place where there is no one around next time. A place where no one will see or discover us. For example, in a room. What do you think? Chapter 9:18. You're not even qualified to be a Special Forces soldier. How on earth did you pass the test of lust? Yi Qian, who had gone from blushing to gritting his teeth, glared at him with a harmless gaze. It's obvious that you can't pass the test of lust. They had all undergone special training in this area. The male Special Forces soldiers had undergone a series of brutal physical and psychological training to ensure that lust had no effect on them when they were held captive. With the crisis averted, Yi Qian regained his sharpness. Look at you, you're always thinking about such nonsense. Your special training was all for nothing. When the time comes and a prettier woman stands in front of you, won't you just surrender? This was an interesting topic, and it was also a question that had puzzled him for a long time. They had indeed undergone special training in lust. They were so strong-willed that they had no interest in such things. In the words of the G3, the Snowfield Brigade soldiers were all vegetarians. But Yi Qian's willpower was as weak as a piece of paper, easily broken with a poke. For this operation, they had appeared in the black market as illegal mercenaries. The naked women in the black market had walked past him one by one. The wine he wanted had been pushed to a black mercenary. He had no interest in it at all. There was nothing wrong with his willpower. Women's charms had no effect on him, except for Yi Jian and the shy little fox in his arms who looked like a peach blossom. He was certain that as long as the person in his arms was her, his breathing, heartbeat, brain reaction, and thoughts would all be affected. Especially when they were alone, he would want to do something naughty. After he was done, he felt so good that it was as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He was so energetic that he could crawl 2 kilometers with 20 kilograms of weight on his back. I definitely won't surrender. I've already encountered what you're talking about 10 days ago. I didn't act on impulse at all, so don't worry, I'm fine. I won't embarrass my little fox when I walk out of here. He used the tip of his handsome nose to touch Yi Qian's slightly wrinkled nose. He smiled faintly and looked at her with eyes as gentle as water. The faint fragrance of her body lingered at the tip of his nose, allowing him to peacefully enjoy this brief moment of peace. He had already met her 10 days ago. Humph. Had he met a great beauty? Yi Qian turned his head away and harumphed. You think you're reassuring? I really don't feel at ease. Do you still want to go to the mountaintop? If G3 doesn't see you when they come over later, They'll write delayed military intelligence in their report, and you'll be in for it. Don't worry. I don't have any feelings for other women, except for you. However, we really need to leave quickly. He's probably already in the scenic area. Xia Jinyuan seemed to know that she would be angry because of what he said. After finishing the first half of the sentence, Xia Jinyuan immediately talked about the serious matter in the second half of the sentence. He successfully stopped Yi Jian from punching him again. However, the corners of his mouth curled up subconsciously. There was a hint of complacency and pride. She believed him when he said he wasn't interested in other women. They kissed and opened their hearts to each other. One promised to wear the military uniform when he came back, and the other promised to be together after the college entrance examination. Although it was only a few hours of interaction, they had gained a lot. Chapter 9:19. Along the way, their hands never left each other. Both of them had good stamina and did not stop along the way. Other people would take more than 2 hours to climb to the top of the mountain, but the two of them only took 1.5 hours. When they reached the top of the mountain, Xia Jinyuan said softly, G3 is here. 8 o'clock straight ahead. Let's go over. G3 was wearing a brand new set of sportswear and was holding a pair of binoculars rented from a scenic spot. Through the binoculars, he saw Q King and Yi Qian walking over side by side. K7's message was cut off. He sent a fake message in the early hours of the morning. As the two of them walked over, G3's hoarse voice could be heard. With Yi Qian on guard, he quickly conversed with Xia Jinyuan. T6 contacted me through K7. He and V8 are already on their way. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when Yi Qian suddenly grabbed Xia Jinyuan's arm and pointed to the cable car. Xia Jinyuan, let's take the cable car. I'm a little cold and want to go down the mountain. His finger gently drew on Xia Jinyuan's arm and wrote the word Z. Ho Zi had left someone at the top of the mountain. It didn't seem like they were there to keep watch, but more like to observe. That's right, they were there to see who Xia Jinyuan would meet. Ho Zi wanted to see who Xia Jinyuan would meet. Perhaps he could guess what position the proud Xia Jinyuan, who was ranked 6th on the list of family Xia, held in the military every time Xia Yiwei mentioned him. He just wanted to take a look and didn't have any ill intentions. Who would have known that Xia Jinyuan was a Special Forces soldier, and the person he was meeting was also a Special Forces soldier? Furthermore, Yi Qian was on guard during their meeting. How could anyone have seen them? He had noticed something strange and left early on. You didn't see him? Ho Zi, who was playing golf with his friends, received a call from the top of the mountain. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he instructed, Forget it, you guys don't have to look for her. He didn't even see anyone. The people he sent out were no match for Family Xia's 6th brother. Not to mention Family Xia's 6th brother. Even the little girl beside him was very powerful. He had asked his men to walk around the mountain on a whim. Since they didn't find anything, there was no need to look for it. It did not take long for the cable car to travel from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. G3 was the first to get off and blended into the crowd of tourists. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of Yi Qian's sight. She could not help but ask Xia Jinyuan, did he leave? No, wait for us in front. You go and drive. Xia Jinyuan squeezed her hand. Like an ordinary couple, he openly held his girlfriend's hand and walked down the mountain. Before we get rid of the snake following us, G3 will always be with us. He's in the dark while we're in the light. Yi Qian nodded gently. In the sparse crowd, she tried her best to get closer to Xia Jinyuan so that her words would not be overheard by others. The three of us should work together to solve the problem in Nan province as soon as possible so that you guys can leave as soon as possible. Okay, no later than tomorrow night. So, little fox, from now until tomorrow morning, you'll have to stay by my side for about 48 hours. Let me see if you've regressed within 48 hours. You haven't trained for more than 10 days since you came back from Bafeng. It was easy for her to become rusty if she did not train for more than 10 days after her hand was grazed by a bullet. She did not train with the soldiers, but she had been training under Principal Chen's arrangement all this time. She raised her eyebrows and her beautiful chin slightly. It's just that I didn't increase the amount of training. My daily basic training is 365 days, and it won't be interrupted no matter what. Chapter 9:20. Not even on special days? Looking at her smiling face that was like a flower and her eyebrows that were filled with sunshine, Major Xia inadvertently started to become energetic again. This energy was like the tip of a bamboo shoot that emerged from the spring soil. It could not be broken even if one pinched it, and it grew day by day. Yi Qian unceremoniously elbowed him in the chest, causing Major Xia to clutch his chest and twist slightly. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Despite the pain, he quickly grabbed her hand and did not let go. He softly begged for mercy. I was really wrong, I deserved to be hit. But I didn't mean anything else. I was just concerned. Don't all girls have special days? You're still growing, you can be harsh on yourself, but on special days, you really don't have to. Xia Jinyuan, I want to tape your mouth shut. Yi Qian forcefully shook off his hand. Her pink face flushed red, as if she was angry. But in her anger, her frown and smile made passers-by think that she was an angry girlfriend acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Xia Jinyuan's voice became softer and warmer. It's not too late for you to seal it when we're back in the room. Now is not the time. G3 is in front. He'll laugh at me if he sees it. Laugh at you for what? Yi Qian snorted and glared at him coquettishly. Does he dare to laugh at you? It was a good sign that she was already protecting him before they were even together. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. He did not realize that in his deep eyes, there was an almost unconditional affection for her. Yes, he doesn't dare to laugh. If he dares to laugh, your fists won't let him off. That's not what I meant. I meant that he doesn't dare to laugh at you because of your status. Yi Qian was angered by his twisted logic. Just you wait, there will be a good day for him. Don't talk about things that make me embarrassed. If you do, I'll remember it. Sooner or later, I'll settle the score with you. This threat was big enough. Xia Jinyuan, who understood the situation, immediately shut up and naturally changed the topic. Silly, no matter what our status is, he won't laugh. He'll only give us his blessings. Although her chest was still aching, it could not beat the sweetness in her heart. It was so sweet that her heart felt as if it had brewed honey from 100 flowers, fragrant and sweet. Holding her hand tightly, he strode forward and said in a low and deep voice, as if he was making an oath, "We'll make them give us their blessings and never let go of each other's hands. You are my lover and my comrade." Yes, you are my lover and my comrade. I have to thank you for holding my hand throughout the journey, teaching me step by step. Xia Jinyuan, I'm really grateful to you. Holding his slender and broad hand, Yi Jian walked out with her head held high. She was as cold as the young major beside her. She hoped that they would continue to walk together like this, through all the hardships, and never leave each other. At this moment, she was indeed hoping for that. Unknowingly, they caught up with G3 again. The three of them walked at a moderate pace and even communicated secretly when no one was paying attention. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Yi Qian said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll get the car. Wait for me." G3 also knew that she could drive. After Yi Qian left, G3, who was standing under a tree, said to Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front of him with his hands in his pockets, "Yi Qian seems to know something. Did you tell her?" Chapter 921. She doesn't know who we killed, but she knows everything. Xia Jinyuan looked at the end of the decapitation operation and quickly separated from his comrades. He raised his fist and smiled. "Congratulations." G3 extended his fist. After the two men's fists lightly bumped, G3 understood. The fact that the military agreed to let Yi Jian join must have something to do with you. Otherwise, they wouldn't let her join such a dangerous mission. That's right, but I really didn't tell her before. Xia Jinyuan tapped his head, and the smile in his eyes was brighter than the blue sky. She's very smart. I only told her that I was changing my clothes along the way, but she suddenly reacted so quickly that I almost told her everything. G3 was speechless. Why did he sound like he was showing off? After a moment of silence he said, J5 is recuperating. This time, the team suffered a heavy loss. After this is over, think of a way to get someone to write the 10,000-word report. Let K7 do it. Although he's a forensic doctor, he's very logical. Let him write it. He hadn't found anyone yet, but he had already agreed to let him write the report. Of course, he also hoped that his comrade could return safely. There were some words that couldn't be said while crying like a girl. Saying it in a different way would make him feel much better. We're all waiting for him to come back and write it. The car is here. There's good stuff in it. Get in the car and check it out. Yi Qian picked them up for us. She finished picking them out in 5 minutes. The sound of a car engine came from afar. A white imported Mercedes-Benz was driven over by Yi Qian. An old man crossed the road. Xia Jinyuan saw that she stopped steadily and gave way to the old man out of courtesy. G3's gaze landed on Yi Qian, who was sitting in the car. A faint smile appeared on his face. She's very strong and used to our life. Q King, it was the right choice to take action against a girl like her. Other girls can't accept our life, but Yi Qian can. Moreover, she will work hard to integrate herself into our lives. If I meet such a girl, even if she has a boyfriend, I will snatch her away. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly and said, after the matter in southern province is settled, we have to prepare some masks for our trip to the desert. Last time, I inhaled a little too much dust and sand. I can still cough out sand after 2 days back. After settling the domestic affairs, Xia Jinyuan needed to go to a country near the desert where there was little rain. The city's plumbing was well designed, but it was a little too short, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. If you don't find it tiring to carry me, that's totally fine. After G3 finished speaking, he saw the car drive over again. After seeing the brand of the car clearly, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What kind of friend did you make? How generous. If nothing goes wrong, we'll start racing tonight. We need a good car. Xia Jinyuan didn't even let Yi Qian get out of the driver's seat. He opened the back door and bent over to get in. G3 followed behind him. Ho Zi's people only appeared at the top of the mountain. When Yi Qian took the car keys, Ho Zi's most valued assistant said, Brother Z said that he didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to take a look. If he did, how could he have so generously borrowed such a luxurious car? Please tell Brother Z that Lao Lu and I believe in him. Yi Qian's reply was so straightforward that Ho Zi, who was playing shooting with his friends, burst out laughing when he heard his assistant's message. Chapter 922. Interesting, interesting. This young lady is indeed interesting. Her heart is extraordinarily big, and she has the boldness to achieve great things without bothering about trifles. This young lady does not have a family background, but in terms of character, she is definitely worthy of Xia Jinyuan. After getting into the car, Yi Qian relayed the message from Ho Zi to Xia Jinyuan. It seems like Brother Z is starting to make preparations. I wonder if there are any movements in the city? Do you want to contact him? No, he will confirm if there are any movements. He will contact me after he confirms. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan was no longer Xia Jinyuan's boyfriend, but a soldier who fought for the country. His gaze was piercingly cold and carried a murderous intent. There are some goods in the travel bag in the back. G3, take a look. The travel bag containing the guns was placed in the back seat. G3 unzipped it, and his eyes lit up. Good heavens, there are a total of 9 pistols. 2 Desert Eagles, 2 M9s, 3 Colt M2000 pistols, and 2 HKP7 M8s. They were all top-notch pistols. They are all good stuff. Q King, your friend has good taste, but there is also a big problem. Illegal possession and illegal possession of firearms and ammunition is a violation of firearms regulations. A prison term of 3 to 7 years is inevitable. G3's voice sounded like gravel grinding on gravel from the back seat, and there was a hint of coldness in his voice. Xia Jinyuan turned around and looked at G3, who obviously had very satisfied written on his face and was secretly warning him. He smiled and said, It is indeed a big problem for him to risk his life to get the guns for the 3 of us. Even the military knows about it. I don't care if the military knows about it or not. I only care about you. G3 fiddled with each gun before putting them back into the travel bag. He stared coldly at Xia Jinyuan. I only care about you. I don't care about anyone else. I only care about you because you are my comrade. Knowing but not reporting is also a crime. Yi Qian tightened her grip on the steering wheel. What was G3 worried about? She had been worried about it before. Knowing and not reporting it was also a crime. Xia Jinyuan knew that Ho Zi had a gun, but he concealed it. This was a crime. The few tails that I left in Honko City yesterday should have already entered the southern province. Check their tracks first. You can have a good rest now. I will take care of things that have nothing to do with our mission. Xia Jinyuan knew what his comrade was worried about. He did not need to deal with these things. Ho Zi would naturally take care of it. Yi Jian straightened back, gradually relaxed. She knew that Ho Zi would deal with it, but she was afraid that G3 would mention in the report that they were carrying out a mission in the southern province and the source of the guns and ammunition. Xia Jinyuan would definitely be brought in for questioning. Now that even the military knew about it, there was no such thing as Xia Jinyuan. G3, who was no longer worried about the source of the guns, got into the car and closed his eyes. The tracks are easy to check. Check the provincial records. I will take a nap. Looking at King Q's refreshed appearance, it was obvious that he had slept soundly last night. But he didn't. Last night, he had walked for half the night before sitting in the county minibus that was still making clanking sounds. He had to take a nap to recover his energy. Yi Qian glanced at him. G3's skin was a healthy wheat color. The dark circles under his eyes were not as obvious as Xia Jinyuan's, but the tiredness on his face was obvious after he got into the car. Just like Xia Jinyuan, he did not have a good rest. Go to sleep. Yi Qian and I will watch over you. K7 was missing and J5 was recovering. Although the mission was successful, they had paid a high price. Chapter 923. The Snowfield Brigade members who were scattered all over the country reported their situation after their condition stabilized. The military also received their reports and knew that there was a problem with K7's whereabouts. But the military did not take any action because they could not take any action. The foreign snake had entered the country, and there were also people monitoring the movements of the military. The spies operating underground could also appear at any time. For the sake of caution, the military decided to wait and see. With the Shuiyu regiment, a sharp sword that could both attack and defend, the Central Army believed in their abilities. This special unit was responsible for all the special forces. They were the country's shield and spear. If there was an accident, they had enough ability to deal with it. Yi Qian drove towards the city center. Bureau Chief Yang, who had been looking for her, had sent a few groups of people to look for her. The school had sent people to every place Yi Qian usually went to, such as the library, etc. They even sent people to the single-player arcade on the streets to look for her. Yang Heng, see where else she goes. Go and look for her personally. Bureau Chief Yang had already called home to look for Yi Qian. He needed her to go to the Transportation Bureau again. Yang Heng, who was helping Mother Yang prepare dinner at home, frowned. He thought for a while and said, Dad, Yi Jian and I see each other most often in school. Our relationship is not as deep as you think. I really can't tell you. His son did not know. Bureau Chief Yang immediately hung up the phone and called Principal Chow. He could only ask the principal if he could find Yi Qian. Yang Heng hung up the phone and looked up. He saw his aunt frowning and looking at him with a serious expression. Aunt, what happened to you? What happened? Isn't Qi still not awake? Angie, President Song's daughter, had been suffering from jet lag since she got off the plane. She couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep after lunch. Why is your dad looking for Yi Qian? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Yi Qian is my savior now. I have to protect her. President Song was still afraid that his brother-in-law would call to make trouble. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and was about to call back. Yang Heng quickly hung up the phone and said with a smile, No, the bureau is facing a problem and they need Yi Qian to help them. She has a good memory and my dad knows that. Even if they ask her for help, there won't be any trouble. The Yang family and the Song family all found out that Yi Qian had saved President Song's life. Yang Heng's grandmother patted her chest, her heart racing. She took her daughter's hand and said, He's your lucky star. He saved you from disaster. Ting Lan, you have to thank him properly. You have to thank him properly, okay? Old people tended to be a little superstitious. Yi Qian had snatched the steering wheel and saved CEO Song. The old man thought that he was his daughter's lucky star and their family's lucky star. You're not lying to me, are you? Why would your father need Yi Qian's help? What could she do to help? This won't do. I have to call your father. President Song was a man of his word. He was used to being a man of his word. If he was worried, he could not just listen to others. He had to find out for himself. Yang Heng knew his aunt's temper. He took his hand away from the phone and said, "Go ahead. But the line might be busy." Chapter 924. He was looking for Yi Qian everywhere. Was his father planning to treat Yi Qian as a non-staff member? He should at least pay Yi Qian a salary. He couldn't let Yi Qian work for him for free. "Auntie, can you tell my father that he always asks Yi Qian to do things for him and ask him to pay her a salary?" Director Song, who was on the other end of the call, immediately smiled. "You really know how to help your classmate. Okay, I'll pass the message to you." He dialed back. Just as Yang Heng said, the line was busy. Director Song could only call back later. Director Yang was on the phone with Principal Chow. After explaining his intentions, Principal Chow laughed heartily. "You can only look for me if you want to find Yi Qian. Otherwise, you might not be able to find her even if you turn the entire southern province upside down." He had sent a few groups of people to look for her, but all the hotel receptionists said they didn't see her. Yi Qian hadn't checked out of her room either. There were still people guarding her room to see if she would return to the hotel. Finding Yi Qian was harder than finding the governor, mayor, or principal. There was no other way. She didn't have a communication device with her and was always elusive. It was indeed difficult. Principal Chow couldn't find Yi Qian directly either. He just knew how to find Yi Qian. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that Yi Qian found out from Regiment Commander Lu that Principal Chen was looking for her. She had promised Regiment Commander Lu that she would go for training this afternoon, but she didn't go. She should at least give him a call. From Principal Chow to Uncle Chen to Regiment Commander Lu, Yi Qian finally called Director Yang. "Xiao Yi, can you come to the Transportation Bureau right now? There's an emergency and I need your help. A car accident isn't a simple one. I'm afraid the driver saw someone he shouldn't have seen." Director Yang was still worried that Yi Qian would have to think twice before coming over. He simply told Yi Qian the results of the investigation so that she could be prepared. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was taking off his suit jacket and putting it on the coat rack. She raised her eyebrows and whispered, "How's old Guan? Did you get any confirmation from him?" He stopped breathing when he was rescued. His wife also fainted. She hasn't woken up yet. None of Old Guan's friends dared to call Old Guan's parents back in Hunan. They only called Old Guan's 2 brothers and his eldest daughter who is still in high school. Speaking of Old Guan, Director Yang's tone became heavier. "We'll deal with it when his family comes. The most important thing now is to find out if it's a man-made disaster. We didn't find the silver gray car, so we wanted you to come over and confirm it." Yi Qian would definitely not let it go if it was just a simple car accident. Now that it had become a man-made accident, Yi Qian only muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll come over now." "What's so urgent that you need to go out now?" Xia Jinyuan, who had taken off his coat, was about to put it back on. He had talked for more than half an hour with G3, who had just woken up after resting for 2 hours. His voice was still deep. The curtains were not drawn, and the light in the room was dim. His elegant eyebrows were tinged with coldness. "I'll go with you." It was best if they didn't separate. The snakes lured from Hongkou City were confirmed to have entered Nan Province yesterday morning. These snakes were not ordinary people. They were all well-trained mercenaries. They were good at reconnaissance, killing, and assassination. How could Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian go out alone? Chapter 925. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qian didn't answer immediately. Instead, she thought for a while and said, "I suddenly feel that the car accident I encountered in the wee hours of the morning is not as simple as it seems. Those guys came to Nan Province from Hongkou City in the wee hours of the morning, and the accident happened at the entrances of 2 highways. One is the airport highway, and the other is the highway to Hongkou City." Xia Jinyuan, who had put on his black suit jacket again, had a slight movement in his dark eyes. His handsome face, which did not reveal any emotions, was not only cold in the dimly lit room, but also looked more unpredictable. "Do you suspect that the car accident last night had something to do with them?" "I didn't connect the two before, but Director Yang just said that the driver, Old Guan, probably saw someone he shouldn't have, and that's why the accident happened. The wee hours of the morning, car accident, Hongkou City, mercenaries, death. If we look at the incidents separately, they are not connected, but if we string them together..." Before Yi Qian finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan suddenly grabbed her hand. Let's go and take a look. I trust your intuition. Bring a gun just in case. Of course he trusted her intuition. A woman's sixth sense had always been much sharper than a man's, and Yi Qian had been trained as a special forces soldier, so her intuition was more accurate. When he saw her bloodied school uniform in the morning, he naturally wondered if a foreign snake had bitten Yi Qian. The incidents that seemed like they wouldn't be connected, but if they were really separated and thought about it carefully, they would be connected. Looks like we don't have to wait. I'm afraid they've already found us. Yi Qian quickly opened a paper bag and took out a set of pure cotton sportswear. 1 minute, I'll change. On the way to the hotel, Yi Qian bought a set of sportswear from a clothing store on the street so that it would be easier for him to fight. After changing out of the skirt, Yi Qian put on the sportswear that could be used as a boxer, and when he walked out of the bathroom, he didn't look as stunning as he did in a skirt. Instead, he looked clean and valiant. Compared to wearing a skirt, Yi Qian preferred the sportswear that was convenient for him to move around. G3 was also staying at the Caesar Hotel. He, who was in the dark, did not need to go over for the time being. Instead, he rested in the hotel first and took a hot bath. Now that Ho Zi would not come up to the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel, Xia Jinyuan had the final say. G3 said to the two of them, "Be careful." Without saying anything else, he turned around to take care of his personal hygiene. From the hotel to the traffic bureau, it only took about 40 minutes. In 1997, the southern province's provincial capital was not as busy as it would be 10 years later. There were very few private cars, and the roads were mostly filled with motorcycles and bicycles. There was no need to worry about traffic jams, and they soon arrived at the traffic bureau. Chief Yang was already waiting at the guard booth. When he saw a white car stop in front of the police station, he saw Yi Qian get out of the car. Chief Yang immediately went over to greet him personally. "Someone from the Public Security Bureau is here too. You've seen him before. It was all from last time. Isn't this Secretary Xia's brother? Xiao Yi, you too. How did you meet each other?" Xia Jinyuan, who got out of the car one step later, smiled at the chief of the traffic bureau who recognized him and said, "Hello, Chief Yang. I'm Secretary Xia's cousin." I know you. Last time you and Xiao Yi." Chief Yang looked back and forth between the two of them. He slapped his forehead and laughed. That's right. Last time, Secretary Xia looked for you first, and then you brought Xiao Yi over. Look at me, I got confused. You two know each other. Chapter 926. The three of them chatted as they entered the police station. They headed in the direction of the surveillance room that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan had gone to last time. Yi Qian said that he saw a silver-gray car, but there was no silver-gray car on the highway or at any of the intersections where the accident happened. There were no surveillance cameras installed at the scene of the accident, so the only person who could find the car that was acting strangely last night was Yi Qian. The workers at the repair shop were very sure that every wheel of the car was carefully checked. There was not a single nail in it, and the nails used in the wheels were the most common ones on the market. Even repair shops use them, so there was no way to trace where the nails came from. Old Guan's friends said that Old Guan is usually kind and never quarrels with others, so he doesn't have any enemies. Yi Qian carefully watched the video on the surveillance camera. The officers at the police station reported their findings to Xia Jinyuan, and Yi Qian could also hear them. The video switched very quickly, starting from the moment Old Guan's car appeared in Hongkou City. This video was sent by the Hongkou City Transportation Bureau. Director Yang was not present when Yi Qian watched the video last time. Now that she saw it, her eyes were filled with surprise. This kid is watching the video at a fast-forward speed? Can he see anything? Yi Qian stared at the video and asked Xia Jinyuan, "Is there a paint that can quickly repaint the color of the car? If there are no silver-gray cars passing by on the highway or at the intersection where the accident happened, is there a possibility of repaint?" "Why do you say that?" Xia Jinyuan looked up at Yi Qian, who had been staring at the screen. The video played very quickly, and all he could see was the light flashing on her face. The cold light on the screen made her expression look hostile. Yi Qian paused the video 5 minutes after Old Guan's truck passed by the highway. A milky white car appeared on the screen. Director Yang, who had been watching Yi Qian the whole time, took a deep breath. Not only was she watching, but she was also really paying attention to it. She even remembered the time when each image appeared very clearly. That was why she could freeze the image and enter the time accurately to the second. This wasn't called having a strong memory. It was more like having a super strong memory and reaction time. Yi Qian didn't notice Bureau Chief Yang's reaction. He started to talk about what he had discovered. This car followed Old Guan's car after he had lunch. Old Guan's car got on the highway at 3:12 p.m. yesterday, and this car also got on the highway at 3:22 p.m. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Old Guan drove the car to the service area to rest for 2 hours. This car also entered the service area to rest for 2 hours. At 12 o'clock, Old Guan continued driving. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he got off the highway and entered the auto repair shop. At 3:45 o'clock, he started driving again. At 4:21 o'clock, he got into an accident. Yi Jian pointed at the 4 images and said, "This white car can be seen at all the exits and exits of the highway. However, this white car disappeared after a while. I've looked at the electronic cameras at all the intersections and this white car has disappeared." The staff at the Public Security Bureau quickly recorded what Yi Qian said and gave detailed instructions. See if there was any white car that entered the nearby auto repair shop to be painted. Then ask. No, there's no need to ask. The car didn't enter the auto repair shop to be painted. They painted it themselves. Yi Qian said with certainty, "When I got out of the car to check the scene, I smelled gasoline and paint." Then, a gray car appeared. Chapter 927. Spray paint the white car into a gray one, change the license plate, change the exterior, and leave without anyone noticing. Now there are 3 questions. First, who did Old Guan run into at lunch? Second, why did this car follow Old Guan's car all the way and suddenly spray paint it? Third, where is the car? Where are the people in the car? The investigation had to be handed over to the Public Security Department. The Traffic Department mainly cooperated. Fortunately, I asked you to come over. Otherwise, everyone would still be looking for clues. If you say so, the Public Security Department will be much more efficient. After walking out of the surveillance room, Director Yang sighed deeply. If it was really done by someone, this is murder. It was not as simple as murder. It was murder. Yi Jian nodded slightly and agreed. That's true. Let's ask Old Guan's friends first and see if they know who Old Guan met at lunch. Yi Qian, come here for a moment. Xia Jin Yuan, who was talking to the police, was standing at the entrance of the traffic department. Yang Yin asked her to come over. I have something to do here. Director Yang, who originally wanted to ask Yi Jian if she had time to go to his house for dinner, immediately said, I'm afraid the Public Security Department wants you to help them again. After all, you're the first witness at the scene. Go now. You can contact me any time if you need anything. Then he added, don't feel burdened. Just take it as a walk in the traffic bureau. Director Yang admired Yi Qian more and more. Acknowledging her as his goddaughter was a good idea. He would be happy to have such an outstanding daughter. Looking at Yi Jian's back as she strode towards the police, Director Yang sighed softly. It was a pity that Yi Jian's parents were no longer around. With such an excellent daughter, if they were still around they would be very proud. When the time came and they really recognized Yi Jian as their daughter, their family would have to go to her parents' graves to pay their respects. If the underworld knew, they could be at ease. In the future, Yi Jian would be taken care of by the Yang family, and she would have a home. The white Mercedes-Benz started up. Yi Qian got in the car and immediately contacted G3. G3, go to the provincial hospital on Zhongshan Road now. It's very likely that they came in 2 batches. The first batch entered Nan province at around 4:20 a.m. G3, who had taken a hot bath in the hotel and shaved his beard, immediately jumped up from the bed with 2 pistols in his hands. I'll be right there. Okay, Q King and I will rush over as well. The patient's room is room 07 on the 5th floor of the inpatient building. Who exactly did Old Guan meet at noon yesterday? He had to ask Old Guan's wife and friends, and they were all in the hospital now. On the way from the traffic bureau to the hospital, Yi Jian told G3 about the car accident she had encountered in the early morning, as well as the results of her analysis. If Old Guan saw someone he shouldn't have seen, and it was really them, being silenced is something the mercenaries would do. The foreign mercenaries were originally here to kill people. In order to hide their whereabouts and their ill intentions, they did not feel any guilt in killing civilians. It was almost 6 o'clock when they left the transportation station. The sky was still a little light. When the car was halfway to the hospital, the street lamps lit up. It was already night. Chapter 928. The mercenaries who were lured into the mountains must still be searching the mountains. They won't dare to attack the hospital so brazenly. I'll get out of the car, and you and G3 will keep watch. In the car, Yi Qian's brain was working at full speed. But we can't rule out the possibility that they left someone in the hospital, waiting for us to arrive. Since they dared to do such a thing. If it were me, I wouldn't leave immediately after making sure it was safe. I'll send someone to keep watch and see if I can lure you in. While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, Xia Jinyuan turned his head and looked over. His gaze was dark and cold as an arrow. You want to say that we can't rule out the possibility that they deliberately caused a car accident to lure us out? That's right. He lowered his eyebrows. The sharpness in his handsome face was just like the Xia Jinyuan that Yi Qian first saw in the depths of the mountains. He was calm, cold, and exuded the aura of a Mei sect. He couldn't hide his coldness. He couldn't hide his sharpness. When he looked up, there was an overwhelming murderous intent. That's right. It's possible. They're mercenaries, real mercenaries, mercenaries who work for the government. We can't rule out such an arrangement. He really didn't think of this possibility, but after her reminder, the possibility of it being true was very high. The police car arrived at the hospital a few minutes before Yi Qian and his men. After Yi Qian entered the hospital with them, Xia Jinyuan got out of the car. G3 waited in the hospital for 5 minutes. Did anything happen? Stepping into the hospital, Xia Jinyuan stood in the corridor and contacted G3. He hid in the darkness and adjusted his breathing and voice to be inaudible. Yi Qian is here. G3 was downstairs in the inpatient department. Yi Qian's figure came into sight with 2 police officers. Yes, I saw him. I didn't find anything on my side. Look at Yi. Before he could finish speaking, he saw G3's eyes turn cold. There's a situation. Someone is following Yi Qian. Someone is following Yi Qian. They're quite smart. Keep an eye out for a few. I'll go into the inpatient department and block them. There was nothing unusual at the entrance of the hospital. The inpatient department only had a front door and a back door. The front door faced the main entrance of the hospital, and the back door faced the street. It was very likely that they escaped through the back door. Xia Jinyuan observed the situation outside. His long slender legs, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked elegantly into the hospital. At night, the hospital seemed to be almost the same as during the day. It was noisy, but it was much better after they came out of the outpatient department. When they arrived at the inpatient department, it was quiet and they could still hear the crickets chirping. She was wearing a hospital nurse's tail. However, she had only taken a few steps when a cold light flashed in Yi Jian's dark eyes. She had already sensed that someone was following her. After the interrogation, there's nothing else to do. There's no need to go to the bureau. Are you hungry? Do you want me to pack some fast food for you? There were 2 police officers accompanying Yi Qian. The police officer on her right was about 34 or 35 years old. He was thin, but had a pair of sharp eyes. He spoke at a fast pace and had a strong sense of rhythm. He was the team leader of this operation. He was the first person they met at the traffic station. Having worked together before, they felt less unfamiliar. The team leader who spoke to Yi Qian was very polite. When he spoke, it was as if he was negotiating with her. He didn't mean what he said. This was the charm of Yi Qian's personality. In her previous life, Yi Qian suddenly woke up from her muddle-headed days. She endured the hardships life gave her and gritted her teeth to survive. She was like a tenacious cattail. No matter how tough the environment was, she would live on with determination. Chapter 929. After a long time, even if her face was beautiful, it wasn't dazzling and resplendent. Instead, it was like a flower blooming in the morning dew, swaying with the wind, causing people to feel relaxed and happy. The charm left behind in her previous life settled in the charm of this life. In this life, she lived a colorful life, with a dazzling splendor to compete with the world. The 2 different kinds of charm poured out at different times, and the result was completely different. Just like now, Her calm and leisurely aura made the police officers around her feel her calmness. They would be infected by her calmness and involuntarily put her in an equal position. They would discuss, and treat her as one of their own. Captain Feng, you're too polite. I'll go to the restaurant after I'm done with the questioning. Yi Qian quietly walked closer to the captain who was talking to her and said, Don't look back. Someone is behind you. Think of a way to contact the higher-ups to protect old Guan's wife and friends. Captain Feng's gaze suddenly stopped. He said to his colleague beside him, I'll go over and pay for their hospitalization fees. You go up with her first. Why is it still our side paying? We paid 5,000 during the rescue, and now we're paying again. The other police officer did not notice and said helplessly, Okay. Go. It's a matter of life and death. Don't talk about money. The family members should be here soon. We still need to arrange for the manpower. Yi Qian listened to the two police officers talk and did not say anything. She did not need to say anything. She just quietly followed them. The inpatient building was not high. It was only 10 floors. There were 2 elevators, and they moved slowly. She said to the police officer, It's too slow. Uncle, let's take the stairs. Taking the stairs was more convenient to deal with Tail, who was wearing the hospital's uniform. These foreign mercenaries were really patient. They waited for her in the hospital. Not only were they patient, but they were also very cautious. They would not let go of anyone or anything that was disadvantageous to them. Yi Qian was not surprised that a Tail had appeared in the hospital. The reason why he paid attention to her was probably because he was the first one who rushed to the driver when the accident happened. They were afraid that the driver would say something wrong, so they were so cautious that they would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one person go. The younger policeman was very patient with Yi Qian. When he heard that, he even smiled and said, Sometimes, it's indeed faster to climb the stairs than to take the elevator. But the stairs in the hospital are dark, and some of the lights are not on yet. You have to be careful when you walk. Don't bump into anything. The little girl had really helped them. She had made the whole case progress very quickly. Later, as long as they could ask old Guan's friends about who old Guan had met at noon and whether he had noticed the white car, the whole case could be considered to have made real progress. The Tail behind them obviously understood Chinese. As Yi Qian and the others walked towards the stairs, the Tail quietly followed them with a lunchbox in her hand. There were not many people in the inpatient building, and there were even fewer people climbing the stairs at night. When they entered the stairwell, their vision suddenly turned dark. Yi Qian, who had deliberately walked behind them, immediately closed the fire door. She said to the police officer who sensed something strange about Yi Qian, Someone is following me. Be careful of guns. Go upstairs and guard. Don't come down. These words really made one's scalp tense. They were not afraid of knives, but they were afraid of guns. The closed door opened less than 3 seconds after Yi Qian finished speaking. A black shadow followed closely behind. The shadow quickly reached out to the wall, trying to turn on the lights in the corridor. Chapter 930. Yi Qian, who had been hiding in the dark and concealing her presence, immediately made her move when the man raised his hand to close the door. The moment the door was closed, the light reflected off the door reflected a trace of coldness in her eyes. Her target was the gun in the man's right hand. His right hand, which had been holding the lunchbox, was now holding the gun. A gun was not a good thing. It was a dangerous and bad thing in the hands of the enemy. She had to either snatch it or kick it away. Yi Qian did not intend to snatch the gun. She intended to kick it away. Kicking a gun away was a boxing skill. She would fight with whatever she could win until her opponent was dead. Yi Qian could be so ruthless when facing her enemies. These mercenaries who had chased Xia Jinyuan back to China would not be able to get anything out of them. And Xia Jinyuan did not expect to get anything out of them either. She was not joking when she said she would kill without mercy. She had to do it. The silver wire in her hand was like an agile snake. It wrapped around the man's right wrist at lightning speed. The man had been very vigilant, but no matter how vigilant he did not expect someone to suddenly attack him from behind the fire door. You're asking for death. The South Asian man spoke in stiff Chinese. He gave up on turning on the lights and raised his right hand, which was bound by the silver wire, in an attempt to break the thing around his wrist. As soon as he exerted force, the South Asian man felt a sharp pain in his right wrist. He realized that the thing around his wrist could not be broken, and he did not need to exert force. If he exerted force, the thing would cut into his flesh even faster, as if it could break his wrist. The pain made him involuntarily release the strength in his right arm. However, Yi Qian's reaction was faster. She straightened the entire silver wire and kicked the man's right elbow. She did not kick him from the front, but from the back. She straightened the man's right arm and kicked his right elbow hard. Yi Qian held the silver wire tightly in her hand. She was not afraid that the man would be strong enough to drag her over with the silver wire. The best thing about the silver wire was that the harder it was wrapped around the person, the tighter it would become. "Who are you people?" she asked in stiff Chinese. "You are all Chinese soldiers, right?" Chinese soldiers. Seeing that they were suspecting that it was Chinese soldiers who had assassinated the religious leader, Yi Qian smiled coldly and replied in perfect English, "It's useless for you to know who I am. However, I can admit that I am a Chinese soldier." "That's right, you can think that she's a Chinese soldier. As for whether she is or not, and whether you believe it or not, that's your own business." Yi Qian answered the question honestly and did not lie. But this direct admission made the South Asian men suspicious. They suspected that the assassin was a Chinese soldier, and they also suspected that there were other countries involved. For example, the powerful countries in Europe and America. After all, China's military power was inferior to Europe and America's in every aspect, and the soldiers they trained were also inferior to Europe and America's. Their suspicions were more inclined towards Europe and America. "You are not Chinese soldiers. No, Chinese soldiers are weak. You're strong." After the East Asian man finished speaking, his fist flew towards Yi Qian's body. The previous attack made the East Asian man realize that he had been careless, thinking that the girl he had targeted was just an ordinary student. Now that he knew that this seemingly ordinary girl had such powerful skills, it made him even more suspicious that she was not a Chinese soldier. It was impossible for China to train a student to be so powerful. Chapter 931. The Chinese soldiers are weak? The Chinese soldiers are weak? How dare a mercenary say that the Chinese soldiers are weak? Yi Qian was instantly filled with anger. G3 knocked on the fire door. 3 quick, 3 light, 2 quick, 2 quick, 2 light, using rhythm to scout the way. Yi Qian had been standing at the fire door the whole time. When he heard the knock, he quickly tapped the door with the tip of his foot and replied, "I'm fine here. I don't need backup." This was the first time that Yi Qian was going up against a real mercenary. Instead of being afraid, she was excited. She wanted to fight a real mercenary who didn't care about their lives and only cared about money. She wanted to step on the edge of death and fight for her country. After G3 heard the response, he said to Xia Jinyuan, who had been on the phone the whole time, "First floor of the inpatient department, West Corridor, 1-on-1. There's nothing going on here. It seems like they only sent one person to guard the door. They're just waiting for Yi Qian to come over." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing at the back door of the inpatient department, had a cold expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Take care of them. The real mercenaries are at least 5 times more aggressive than the mercenaries we faced in the no man's land." Afraid that Yi Qian would be at a disadvantage, Xia Jinyuan didn't want G3 to help her too early. He chose the safe and stable way to deal with it. He asked G3 to guard the door first, just in case. The voices inside stopped for a moment. Then, a man shouted fiercely. He was probably going to attack Yi Qian again. "There's a problem with the door here. Wait for the maintenance staff to come over. Take the elevator." Someone wanted to go up the stairs, but G3 stopped him and politely asked him to leave. He also guarded the entrance to prevent anyone from entering recklessly and getting into trouble. The South Asian man's expression changed drastically after being attacked by Yi Qian. The pain from his wrist didn't make him let go of the gun in his hand. Instead, he used his right leg to attack fiercely. His desperate close-range attacks made Yi Jian's eyes freeze slightly. She quickly leaned her body outward and bent a little. A gust of wind like a razor blade brushed past her ear, and then she kicked the fire door with a bang. This time, the close combat was much more dangerous than before. The fire door was kicked up by him. Yi Jian's eyes darkened even more when he kicked it. Yi Jian, who had dodged twice in a row, clasped the opponent's ankle with both hands and twisted it fiercely as if she was twisting a fried dough twist. The South Asian man groaned in pain in the dark. A strong gust of wind came from the darkness. The South Asian man endured the immense pain and lifted his left leg to kick Yi Jian in the chest. He seemed to have pressed one hand against the wall. The mercenaries sent from overseas to infiltrate the Chinese side were all quite skilled. They had rich combat experience and were very capable. They were also paid to do things, so they fought with a fight-or-die mentality. The South Asian man's right leg was twisted so hard by Yi Qian that it felt like it was going to break. He quickly made a move to win. Yi Qian sensed that he was going to kick him with his left leg, so he quickly let go of his opponent's right leg and dodged to the side to avoid the attack that was aimed at his chest. Even though Yi Qian's reaction was fast, the South Asian man's left leg missed his chest, but it still kicked his shoulder. His entire right shoulder was kicked to the side. Yi Qian, who felt a sharp pain in his bones, clenched his teeth and didn't let himself make a sound of pain. This was the first strong opponent that Yi Qian had encountered. The immense pain in his shoulder constantly reminded him that his opponent was a mercenary whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people. They only did things for money. It didn't matter if the people who died in their hands were civilians. As long as they were a target, as long as they thought they were disadvantageous to them, even if they were civilians they would still kill them. Chapter 932. Yi Qian's muffled voice could be heard clearly in the narrow stairwell. This kick did not make the other party relax. When his left leg was clasped by Yi Qian's hands again, the South Asian man's expression was like that of a ferocious beast that wanted to eat people. His expression was cruel and cold. Upstairs, the young police officer wanted to rush down to get his colleagues, but when he heard the sound of fighting, he quickly rushed back. The fire door on the second floor opened, and two people came in while talking. Ching-Du hasn't done a skin test yet. Remember it clearly when you're changing shifts. The temperature of the patient in bed 6 has been abnormal since this afternoon. You have to report it to the night shift. These two nurses were preparing to change shifts. The young police officer who rushed down the stairs had no choice but to turn back. I'm a police officer. Take the elevator. As he spoke, he stopped the two nurses with his left hand and opened the fire door with his right hand. He pushed the two nurses, who were confused, back to the safe zone. There couldn't be anyone here. They had to guard. Yi Qian had just said, guard upstairs. Guard upstairs for no other reason than to be afraid that someone would enter or leave. They were afraid of being accidentally injured. The other party was a dangerous person with a gun. The young police officer heard the sound of fighting and wanted to rush down several times, but because the fire door was not bolted, he had no choice but to stay and wait. He did not have a pager with him, so he could not ask his colleagues for help. He could only wait anxiously. Interesting. You're not from the Chinese side. You've been following us, but you can understand Chinese. Stiff Chinese came out of the other party's mouth. It was ruthless, cold, and playful. Yi Qian smiled thinly and said in fluent Chinese, I said I'm Chinese. Of course, Chinese citizens can understand what you're saying. Ha ha ha. Chinese citizen? Me too. The South Asian man wiped away the blood on his face that had been cut by something. He stared at the figure that blended into the darkness with a playful smile. The other party's fists and legs did not stop attacking even when he was talking. He could not shoot. Yi Qian did not give him a chance to shoot. In a battle of life and death, whoever had the upper hand would survive. Using words to distract her was really a useless method. The iron railing of the stairs clanged. Yi Qian used the silver wire to cut the man's wrist again. He then grabbed the man's left leg and slammed it against the railing. Then Yi Qian heard the sound of the gun's safety being released. The other party was planning to shoot. There was a soft sound. Yi Jian did not have the chance to think at all. She grabbed the man's left leg tightly with both hands and twisted it in the opposite direction. She raised her leg and attacked the South Asian man's crotch. She could not give him a chance to shoot. For any man, the crotch was the most sensitive part of his nerve endings. Even if the man was as strong as King Kong, he was still kicked by Yi Jian. His facial features were all twisted, and the safety of his pistol was off. It was so painful that his fingertips reacted half a beat slower. Bang! The sound of a balloon exploding in a sealed box came from the dark corridor. After the first sound, there was a second sound. He aimed at the man's right hand. Based on the sound of the man pulling the safety bolt, he knew where he was going to shoot. Chapter 933. With the second shot, based on the man's groaning in pain, The second shot accurately hit the man's head. The smell of blood gradually filled the air. Yi Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pressed his body against the wall of the staircase. His breathing went from ragged to stiff as he pressed down. I told you, I'm Chinese. Unfortunately, you didn't believe me. You're in my country, so why would I lie to you? Amidst the ragged breathing, Yi Qian smiled faintly and told the mercenary in all seriousness, Our country won't allow you to enter like this. Since you're here, naturally, you won't be allowed to leave. What's the harm in telling you that I'm Chinese? Do I need to lie? Do I need to be afraid of you? Do I need to change my identity? No. I don't need to lie. I'm a Chinese citizen. I don't need to be afraid of you. The country you're standing on is Chinese territory. I don't need to change my identity. You won't leave my country alive. The mercenary on the ground had his eyes wide open. He had been shot in the head, but his central nervous system hadn't been completely cut off. His heart was still beating slightly. As for whether he could hear Yi Qian's words, it was unknown. The police officers upstairs were about to come down when they heard the gunshot. The unbolted fire door on the second floor was suddenly pushed open. Another nurse rushed in with hurried steps. The police officers, who had already taken 2 steps down, had no choice but to go back for the second time. Without another word, they pushed the nurse out. The police are working on a case. Go back. As he warned in a low voice, a second gunshot rang out. The nurse was somewhat displeased. What are you doing? Why are you working on a case in the dark? Are you playing with balloons? Yi Qian's KP-7M8 was equipped with a silencer. The sound it made was indeed similar to the sound of a balloon exploding. The young police officer's expression changed when he heard the nurse's dissatisfied mutterings. He glared at her and warned, Don't come this way again. Take the elevator down. Because the elevator was too slow, the nurse who took the stairs wanted to say a few words. However, when she saw that the policeman in uniform had a very cold expression, she couldn't help but panic. She muttered, Why are you so fierce? Then, she turned around and went into the hall on the second floor. After the fire escape door closed, the second floor returned to normal. Yi Qian closed his eyes slightly and took a long breath before he said to the police upstairs, Turn on the lights upstairs. It's been resolved. The smell of blood permeated the corridor. The body of the fallen mercenary was still twitching at first, but now it was completely motionless. The dim lights came on. Yi Qian glanced at the wall and turned on the corridor lights on the first floor. In the dim light, the South Asian man who was leaning on the stairs was hit in the forehead by a 9mm parabellum bullet. The bullet pierced through his brain, causing blood to continuously flow out from the back of his head. There was the sound of hurried footsteps coming down from above. When the young police officer saw this, he gasped softly. He then jerked his head up to look at Yi Qian. His eyes were filled with shock. This scene was completely unexpected to the police officer. When he heard the gunshot, his expression changed drastically. However, because of the nurse's appearance, he had no choice but to turn back. When he heard the second gunshot, his heart sank. He thought, Yi Qian had been shot. Yi Qian looked up and saw the young police officer who was standing there in shock. He smiled and said, The local police won't be involved here. Someone will come and take care of it. You go back first. Don't worry about this. Chapter 934. He raised his hand and knocked on the fire door to inform them that the cleanup was complete. A second later, G3 pushed the door open and entered. He lowered his head and came in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he raised his hand and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. Well done. You flatter me. Think of a way to clean it up first. Yi Qian gently twisted his right shoulder that was in pain from the kick. Fortunately, other than the dull pain, there wasn't any severe pain. He could move his joints flexibly, so there was no problem with a fracture. G3 didn't even look at the young policeman standing above. He nodded and said, Just throw him into the crematorium. It's not a big deal. Just throw him into the crematorium? It's not a big deal? How can it not be a big deal? Murder. This is murder. Murder, and it's not a big deal. How big of a deal is that? Ching Ching. How's the situation? Someone on the third floor asked in a low voice. Captain Feng, who was in charge of the car accident case, had brought his men over. They didn't realize how dangerous it was to follow Yi Qian, so they came down with their guns close to the wall. Qing Qing, the young policeman who had been at the scene, heard this and immediately said in a low voice, "Someone died. Captain, come down quickly." When Captain Feng and his colleagues heard Qing Qing's words, they quickly ran down the stairs. "When do you plan to show your face? Wait until Yi Qian leaves before you show your face?" G3 said calmly into the phone, then turned to Yi Qian and said, "Some people always like to show up last. You have to teach him a lesson when we get back." He looked like he was very pleased with himself. He really deserved a beating. If he didn't do it, he would leave it to Yi Qian to do it. Getting beaten up by his girlfriend. Didn't they say that beating was a sign of affection, and scolding was a sign of love? Let Yi Qian properly kiss and love. Yi Qian had always thought that this way of getting along with comrades was very good. The more they frustrated and hurt each other, the deeper their relationship would be. Hearing this, he chuckled and said, "Yes, I'll definitely teach him a lesson when we get back." Major Xia, who needed to be taught a lesson, pushed the door open and entered. He closed the door with a smile on his handsome face. His gaze first swept past Yi Qian. After confirming that he was unharmed on the surface, he raised his head and said to Captain Feng, "Captain Feng, we will handle this matter here. The bureau chief will contact Captain Feng about the specific reason. Can I trouble Captain Feng to bring Yi Qian to the ward first? I'll come over later." Captain Feng knew Xia Jinyuan's identity. He looked at the man with a bullet hole in the middle of his forehead and right palm and frowned. "This man is... The people we kill without mercy will not have anything to do with the local public security, nor can they have anything to do with it." Xia Jinyuan interrupted him calmly and added in a firm tone, "Only we can handle this. Please forgive us, Captain Feng." The staircase that was filled with the smell of blood was very quiet. Both sides looked at each other with a hint of not backing down. Yi Qian walked out and said, "Captain Feng, can we go up now?" "Okay." In the end, Captain Feng gave in. He had no choice but to give in. How could he interfere when he couldn't? However, seeing that there was a murder case in front of him, he couldn't just leave because of his professionalism. Captain Feng glanced at the young soldier who was talking to him and asked worriedly, "Is he a citizen of our country?" He didn't look like he was, so it was better to ask for more assurance. "He's a foreigner who will cause trouble in any country he goes to." Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and murderous intent as he said, "He has been waiting in the hospital for someone." Chapter 935. When his gaze landed on Yi Qian, Captain Feng's expression changed. "You mean, the car accident?" "Yes, we still need to ask more questions. So, Captain Feng, please take Yi Qian upstairs as soon as possible. We will take care of this." Xia Jinyuan's cold expression told Captain Feng that this matter was not over yet. "These bastards!" Captain Feng gritted his teeth and cursed. He did not question Xia Jinyuan's words and whispered to Yi Qian, "Xiao Yi, this way. We won't take up too much of your time." No wonder Xiao Yi appeared with Secretary Xia's cousin from time to time. It turned out that she often helped Secretary Xia's cousin. Secretary Xia's cousin was a border police officer. If he said that the person who was shot was a foreigner, it was highly credible. These bastards who dared to offend our country should be killed without mercy. After taking a few steps, Captain Feng said to his colleagues, "You two stay here and clean up the bloodstains. Don't scare people." They could help clean up the scene, but they could not do anything else. After watching Yi Qian leave, Xia Jinyuan opened the fire door and pulled an ambulance cart into the corridor. He said with a faint smile, "Someone always likes to appear at the end? Why does it sound like you're a tattletale?" "You must have heard wrong. I said someone likes to appear at the end." In order to prove his credibility, G3 nodded responsibly and said seriously, "Yi Qian will praise you very much." Xia Jinyuan patted his comrade's shoulder and said meaningfully, "I can understand. You're jealous. Don't worry, brother, I've said it before. Once my marriage is settled, none of you will be a problem." He walked up the stairs and grabbed the mercenary's jacket with both hands. He and G3 carried him to the ambulance cart and covered him with a blue cloth. They could be dragged out to solve the problem. The scene was left to two policemen. After they got water and a mop, Xia Jinyuan shook hands with them and thanked them. He then left with G3. Old Guan's wife's ward was on the 5th floor. The call from the director of the Public Security Bureau came quickly. Just as they reached the ward on the 5th floor, Captain Feng received a notice that the local police were not allowed to interfere with border matters in Nan Province. With this notification, Captain Feng was finally relieved. There were 2 policemen standing guard outside the ward. Yi Qian pushed the door open and saw Mr. Guan's wife lying by the bed in tears. Mr. Guan's 2 friends, who were his drivers, were sitting beside the bed. Seeing Yi Qian come in, old Guan's friend was first stunned, then he stood up and said excitedly, sister-in-law, this is your daughter who saved you. Quick, sister-in-law, look, your daughter is here to see you. Old Guan's wife, whose eyes were filled with tears, looked up. When she saw Yi Qian, she struggled to get up. She recognized him. The doctor said that if the young lady had not risked her life to climb into the car to give old Guan and 4 drip, she would not have heard old Guan's last words. Old Guan said that he wanted to thank the young lady who saved them first, and that he would let her live a good life and raise their children. He also said that he could not take care of the family anymore and that she would have to work hard for the rest of her life. He also said that if there was an afterlife, he would be reincarnated to repay her. From when she woke up to when she got into the ambulance. She spoke intermittently until she gradually stopped breathing. A living person was gone just like that. Auntie! Don't move! Yi Qian quickly held old Guan's wife's shoulder and stopped her from getting up. Don't move. Rest well. Chapter 936. Old Guan's wife held her hands tightly and kept saying, "Thank you." Yi Jian's eyes reddened as she thanked him through sobs. The pain of losing a loved one was the most unbearable pain. After crying for about 5 minutes, old Guan's wife gradually calmed down. She wiped the tears on her face with her hands that were calloused from hard work and had fine wrinkles on her fingertips. "My dear daughter," old Guan said, "we must thank you properly. I don't have much ability, so I can only kowtow to you. My daughter, our Guan family will never forget your kindness." Old Guan's wife, whose eyes were red from crying, insisted on kowtowing to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was so scared that he hugged this down-to-earth middle-aged woman and said, "Auntie, you can't kowtow to me. I'm not the only one here. There are many good people here. Please don't kowtow to me. I was just passing by and saw it. If I can help, I will." Old Guan's 2 friends said, "That's what we should do, that's what we should do. We can't think of any other way to thank you, so we'll kowtow to you. We'll kowtow to you on behalf of the Guan family." Yi Qian could stop one of them, but there were 3 of them at the same time. He gave Captain Feng a look and stopped old Guan's chauffeur friends. "Auntie, uncle, I'm here because I have something to ask of you. There's no need to thank you, but I need to know something from the 3 of you." Yi Qian could calm old Guan's wife and 2 friends down. "What happened yesterday afternoon? It's nothing. The 3 of us were together. We had our meals together. We didn't dare to go far after loading the goods in the car." Old Guan's friend, chauffeur Tian, recalled what happened yesterday afternoon. "We had fast food during lunch break and delivered some food to the chauffeur. That's all." Did Uncle Guan leave during the lunch break? Or did he go out alone? Like fetching water? Or going to the bathroom? Yi Qian's questioning was no worse than the police. He asked in detail, or did someone talk to him and ask for directions? And after lunch, is there anything wrong with Uncle Guan? Driver Tian and another driver with the same surname, Guan, shook their heads in unison. "I don't see anything wrong. It seems to be the same. Old Guan is a man of few words. We can't tell what's on his mind." Mr. Guan's wife thought about it. She was too overwhelmed by grief to remember, but she was Mr. Guan's wife, the person closest to him, so she was able to recount it more fully. "Something's not right. Something's not right with Mr. Guan." Yi Qian's spirits were lifted. He didn't rush her. He just looked at her quietly, waiting for her to break away from her sadness and recall the warmth of yesterday. Something is not right. Old Guan came out of the bathroom and pulled me into the car." Old Guan's wife tried to recall what had happened the day before and how she had spent time with her husband. Then, he recalled that something was wrong with old Guan. "He came out of the bathroom and dragged me into the car. I didn't even finish my mantou or take a jar of pickled vegetables before he dragged me into the car. The first time he said, 'Dragged me into the car.' The second and third time he said, 'Dragged me into the car.' The latter was more urgent, fast, and hurried than the former. It could even be said that he was panicking. Chapter 937. If that was the case, old Guan had met someone in the washroom, someone who made him feel threatened, and something that could have cost him his life. Last night's car accident happened because of the person and the incident. Auntie, did you see anything else? What did I see? He got in the car and left. I was complaining that I didn't take the pickles and that I had to get out of the car. Old Guan didn't allow it and said that he had to leave quickly. When old Guan's wife mentioned this, Chauffeur Tian and Chauffeur Guan both thought of the same thing. Old Guan bumped into the mercenaries in the washroom and saw something he shouldn't have seen. He didn't understand what the mercenaries were talking about. Only when he saw something did he get into trouble. After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian got into the car and said coldly to Xia Jinyuan, "What do men do when they go to the washroom?" Xia Jinyuan, who was listening attentively, almost stepped on the accelerator when he heard her question. "What do men do when they go to the washroom?" She asked very seriously, so he had to answer seriously too. When men go to the washroom, they have to stand up. Everything else is the same as you guys. They have to stand up and take off their pants. Yi Qian analyzed seriously. What else did they have to do after taking off their pants? And what would old Guan see? What would he see? Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and scratched his eyebrows slightly. He added, "Sometimes, they have to lift their clothes up a little, like a shirt tucked into their pants. We have to pull them out and unbuckle their belts before we start." Discussing with his little girlfriend how men go to the washroom and what they do when they go to the washroom. No matter how serious Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The gun. The gun fell off. Yi Qian didn't notice Major Xia's strange expression. When she heard him say that they had to pull up their clothes and unbuckle their belts, her eyes immediately lit up. Her eyes lit up so much that Xia Jinyuan, who was driving and looking at her from the corner of his eye, held his breath and exhaled gently. Then he calmed down and said, "It's very likely." At noon, old Guan and the others were resting at a place soon after they got on the highway. They needed to reorganize their weapons in the washroom when there were fewer people around. Old Guan suddenly barged in. This is also possible. However, the possibility of the gun falling out is high. This kind of thing had happened before, so the possibility was higher. Regardless of which possibility it was, old Guan did run into the mercenaries who were chasing after him. Unfortunately, he was killed. The topic was always heavy. When Xia Jinyuan drove the car out of the city and rushed to the winding mountain road, he stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The car even left a long shadow, leaving a flashing red tail light shadow. Let's go to the mountains. The informants left by the hospital are missing. They will definitely take action tonight. There was an abandoned house in the mountains. Xia Jinyuan stayed there for a few hours and left some things behind. He left some food that would bring him back, such as instant noodles, candles, a lighter, and a piece of moisture-proof cloth. The items left behind were enough for the foreign mercenaries who liked to wait for their prey. "Little fox, it's just the two of us tonight. Are you scared?" The car drove out of the city and into the suburbs. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving silently, reached out and held her hand. He whispered, "I don't plan to ask G3 for help. Stay in the hospital." G3 had to stay in the hospital just in case. They would not allow foreign mercenaries to hurt their citizens again. They would not let another tragedy happen. G3 had to stay in the hospital. Chapter 938. Yi Qian had always agreed with Xia Jinyuan's arrangements. Even G3 had agreed. So what else could she say? His arrangements were indeed very good. Protecting old Guan's wife was also what she wanted. After the intimacy during the day, Yi Qian slowly let go of the shackles in her heart. She held his slender and strong hand and smiled lightly. "Don't be afraid. We have guns and people. This is still our country. I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I really don't have to be afraid. From what I know, there are about 6 of them. After eliminating one in the hospital, there are still about 5 left. Our chances of winning against 5 are very high." Xia Jinyuan talked about the situation on his side and G3's side. The 5 of them don't have any heavy weapons. Like us, they mainly use pistols. We're used to fighting at night, and so are they. Little fox, the real battle is about to begin. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows.
After the battle, his hot-blooded personality had already been stimulated. His raised eyebrows carried the coldness of a soldier. Even the words that came out of his mouth were tainted with gunpowder.
I'm looking forward to it. I want to get rid of them even more. They harmed our country's citizens. If the lives that they lost couldn't be redeemed, then their blood would be used as a sacrifice for the lives that they lost. The mountains at night were exceptionally quiet. Even the flapping of the night bird's wings was a sign of peace. The car didn't drive into the mountains. Instead, it stopped at a spot that Xia Jinyuan had already chosen to hide the car. As the car turned off, Xia Jinyuan's phone vibrated loudly. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately picked it up. Brother Z. We've dealt with them. We cremated them and scattered their ashes in the river to feed the fish. Ho Zi was in the villa on Mount Daliang. She was playing with a lighter in her hand. Lao Lu, Brother Z is really going to leave with you this time. You have to come back on your own. Xia Jinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He said calmly, Xia Yiwei is waiting for you, Brother Z. You should be able to go and snatch her back now. The location is at the usual place by the river. But Brother Z, if you're still in Mount Daliang, I wonder if you can make it in time? There was only a beeping sound from the phone. When Xia Jinyuan followed Yi Jian into the night, there was a huge explosion in the kitchen of Ho Zi's villa in Dalong Mountain. Not only was the kitchen destroyed, but there was also a huge pit under the kitchen. Half of the villa was destroyed. The huge shock caused the ground to tremble. The birds in Mount Dalong were so shocked that they flew away. The entire Mount Dalong seemed to have woken up in the middle of the night. The birds that were returning to their nests would flap their wings and fly away at the slightest movement. The pheasants in the bushes would also be disturbed by the slightest movement and would immediately make a goo-goo sound and flee. Yi Qian, who did not follow the mountain path, crouched down and followed Xia Jinyuan to the abandoned houses in the mountains. After 2 hours of climbing, they were only 2 kilometers away from their destination. The sky was dim, and the crows were cawing. Yi Jian stopped in the dark. She smelled the scent of a third person in the night. It had rained a few days ago, and it was autumn. The dense forest was filled with the smell of decaying vegetation. Yi Qian had been smelling this scent all along the way, so she was very sensitive to the sudden intrusion of a foreign scent. She gently tugged at Xia Jinyuan's clothes and gestured to him, who immediately turned around and pointed in their direction. She told him that there was someone in their direction. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the two of them exchanged hand signals and silently passed through the bushes. They stepped on the leaves as if they were stepping on a sponge. There was no sound at all. Not even the leaves and twigs made a sound. Their figures were like shadows that swept in 4 directions. Chapter 939. Yi Qian was in charge of security, and Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the targets. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was no longer as gentle as he was during the day. He was like a beast patrolling the mountains, and he began his assassination. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's actions again, Yi Qian couldn't help but applaud his skills. His tall and slender figure arched his back, and he attacked with the grace and ferocity of a cat. He didn't have a gun in his hand, and he didn't even have a dagger as he went around to the back of the target. His movement seemed to be very light, but the speed at which he solved the problem was very fast. Like a gust of wind, Yi Jian heard the rustling sound of leaves touching each other. Only a few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Xia Jinyuan liked the simplest solution. He clasped the target's head with both hands and twisted it hard. After a click, the target's neck was bent at a strange angle, and not a single drop of blood was left on the scene. The elimination was complete. They all liked to eliminate their targets in this way during the assassination at night. Yi Qian was the same. She also preferred the method of twisting the neck so that no blood would be left on the scene, and the smell of blood would not be detected. Continue, Xia Jinyuan said softly as he returned to her side. His voice was gentle and calm. Yi Qian looked at the location where the targets were eliminated, and her eyes narrowed slightly. There may be more than 5. Don't worry, they won't leave here alive. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and kissed Yi Qian's cheek. He encouraged her in an intimate way. If you and I work together, we won't be afraid of how many there are. They're not outside the borders, they're in our territory. They should be the ones worried, not us. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She was indeed worried. There were only Xia Jinyuan and her now,
and there were no other reinforcements. There were more than 5 of them, and they were all mercenaries sent by the government. They were as fierce as professional soldiers, so it was normal for her to be worried that they wouldn't be eliminated in one go. With his kiss and his calm voice, the worry in her heart gradually dissipated. She looked at him and said firmly, "We can definitely do it, we definitely can. Captain Xia, if you say it's possible, then it's definitely possible." She was such a good girl. She believed him so much. "That's right, we can definitely do it. Little fox, if you say we can, then we definitely won't have a problem." His deep eyes were darker than the night as he gazed at her gently. "I'll protect you and you'll protect me. We won't have any problems." How could there be a problem? We are stepping on our own land, and the foreign mercenaries are like rats hiding in the dark. As soon as they appear, they will only be beaten and killed. Candlelight flickered in the dilapidated house, and the mountain breeze carried with it the fragrance of instant noodles. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with hostility as he held his gun tightly and sneaked into the house with Xia Jinyuan. She was in charge of sneaking in while Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the 2 whistles outside. The house was built with mud bricks from the 60s or 70s. It had been abandoned for a long time, and with a candle lit in the dense trees, it looked like a haunted house described in a novel. It was eerie and eerie. The wind in the mountains was strong, and it blew into the house that didn't even have a window frame. The candlelight flickered and was extinguished within a second. Yi Qian fired 2 shots into the darkness. Chapter 940. The room was in chaos. 3 sets of footsteps were heard. 5 people had been killed by Yi Qian, and only 3 were left. Someone cursed in the dark, and Whistle shouted from outside, "Get the fuck out here! Quick!" He was also speaking a South Asian language, so Yi Qian didn't understand him. However, he knew that Whistle had been deliberately alerted by Xia Jinyuan to lure the people in the house out. Yi Qian had finished shooting from the first position. He had already hidden behind a collapsed couch, and he stared coldly at the dilapidated house. As soon as someone came out, he would immediately start shooting. The ambush caused a moment of confusion among the mercenaries who had chased them to China's territory. When the whistle outside deliberately alerted them that there was only 1 person, the remaining 3 mercenaries came out of the house firing randomly. In the dark, Yi Qian once again aimed at a black figure that ran out of the house. Without hesitation, he fired his 3rd bullet of the night. Every bullet had to hit a target. Uncle Chen had said that a sniper's bullet had to be fired to protect his comrades. When shooting for his comrades, there was no room for error. Bang! The muffled sound of gunfire broke the silence of the night once again. As the black figure fell to the ground, the 2 figures that came out of the house nimbly rolled into the bushes and quickly hid. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots were fired in the direction where Yi Qian was hiding. The remaining mercenaries had an idea of how many people had ambushed them. Xia Jinyuan didn't give the alerted Whistle a chance to speak. Yi Qian suppressed the remaining 2 mercenaries with gunfire, while he quickly finished off the target. The dagger in his hand was not a military dagger. It was a multi-purpose knife bought from a hardware store on the street. Although the blade was a little blunt compared to a military dagger, as long as it was used well, it could still become a sharp weapon. The leaves rustled. Xia Jinyuan swung his fist, which was sharp enough to scratch skin. The close combat of the special forces was never about hiding needles in cotton floss. Instead, it was about attacking quickly and ruthlessly, then hitting the opponent accurately. There are many parts of the human body that cause severe pain, but there is only one part that slows down the mind: the brain. Xia Jinyuan continued to attack, landing several punches on the mercenary's head. The handsome and ruthless Xia Jinyuan was like an awakened lion, so awe-inspiring that the mercenary retreated step by step and let out a blood-curdling scream. He called for reinforcements, but Yi Qian's bullets seemed to have eyes. When the vegetation moved, or when there was an unfamiliar scent in the air, the bullets would hit somewhere with a bang, preventing anyone from going to help. Damn it, what the hell? The mercenary who was hit by the bullets and had to hide again rolled under a tree. His eyes were dark as he searched for his target. The mercenary who had been hit in the head several times by Xia Jinyuan staggered. As he swayed, the leaves and shrubs around him moved. The sound of rustling could be heard at this moment, making one's heart beat faster. Yi Qian smiled slightly. Captain Xia was not only an excellent Special Forces soldier, but also an excellent commander. In terms of tactics,
He had a gift that even the veterans admired. The bigger the commotion, the more nervous the other two mercenaries would be. This would increase their psychological pressure, and her and Xia Jinyuan's chances of winning would increase. A deep, hair-raising sound came from the darkness.
The smell of blood in the wind was even stronger than before.
It was so thick that it drifted into everyone's nostrils. Chapter 941. Xia Jinyuan had already killed the mercenary who was slow to react. His throat had been slit twice by Xia Jinyuan. It was not a military-grade dagger after all, so he still needed to kill the target twice. The wind was still blowing, but there was no more sound. However, the smell of blood was even stronger. Xia Jinyuan did not have time to waste in the southern province. After killing the target, he and G3 returned to the battlefield overnight.
He did not have time to deal with the two mercenaries who had not shown themselves and were waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Next, lure the enemy. This was the battle plan that he had discussed with Yi Qian long ago. After killing 2 or 3 targets, they would not give the mercenaries a chance to catch their breath and immediately lure the enemy. Fighting in the forest, the flowers and trees were all natural cover. They would not be easily ambushed, and neither would they allow others to be ambushed easily. The next step was to lure the enemy. Yi Qian was to lure the enemy. She was a girl, and girls represented weakness in everyone's hearts. Following Yi Qian's low voice, the two mercenaries who had been hiding in the darkness and had not moved for a long time looked in the direction of the voice. A woman in front of them. Both sides surrounded and attacked. With daggers in their hands, they quickly approached Yi Qian's direction. Xia Jinyuan finished off the whistle in his hands and went to support Yi Qian as quickly as possible. He believed that Yi Qian could take on one of the mercenaries by herself. She would not have a problem taking on one of the mercenaries, but she did not have a high chance of winning against 2.
The mercenaries who came this time were comparable to soldiers in the army.
They were very professional, and Yi Qian lacked actual combat experience. If she really had to take on 2 of them, she would not be able to escape unscathed. The encirclement of the 2 men did not make Yi Jian panic.
Bang, bang, bang.
Continuous gunshots were heard and the 2 mercenaries heard the sound of bullets breaking. There were no bullets in their pistols. Her gun had no bullets. Now was the time. While her gun was out of bullets, and she needed to change her gun or change the magazine, now was the time to attack. Xia Jinyuan ran through the forest and approached the shadow as fast as he could. One of the mercenaries turned around and fired in the direction where Xia Jinyuan was running, trying to stop him. Countless birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew into the dim night sky. On the other side, the dagger in his hand glinted coldly as he thrust it towards Yi Qian. What he didn't see was that Yi Qian was smiling coldly in the dark. The black figure leaped over, and Yi Qian rolled in the bushes to avoid the attack. Yi Qian had already loaded his other pistol. In the blink of an eye, he fired 2 shots at the black figure. His speed was so fast that the other mercenary holding down Xia Jinyuan was shocked. There were 2 sounds of fighting in the forest. Unable to shoot at close range, Yi Qian was once again confronted by a mercenary tonight. Punches and kicks required strength. Not only did they have to hit the opponent's weak points, but they also had to ensure that they wouldn't be injured or killed by the opponent. Fighting was the most exhausting thing. As a girl, Principal Chen and Uncle Jen had always planned for Yi Qian's physical fitness training. Her strength was not as good as the male soldiers, but her endurance was definitely better than the male soldiers. She leaped up and grabbed onto the branches. Relying on the lightness of her body, she lifted her feet and kicked the mercenary's head repeatedly. With a low growl, Yi Jian stepped on the mercenary and threw him into the bushes. Her aura was not inferior to that of the male soldiers. The mercenary who fell into the bushes had a ferocious expression on his face. He flashed his dagger, shouted, and jumped up again to stab Yi Qian.